how this is going to work is so it's going to be a potential best of 5. If you guys aren't aware of what is happening, we are currently at Melbourne Esports Open and it's going to be held at the Melbourne Arena. So all those who are currently here, if you're wondering what the heck is going on, it is League of Legends. We had the OPL Grand Finals yesterday with the victory going towards Mammoth in a nice 3-0. And today we're going to be having the High School League trying to take themselves for the championship title today. I know for myself, this is my first time actually going to be attending this event altogether. So I'm really excited to be part of this and be able to see the High School League actually come into the streaming view and of course out in the open with the rest of you guys here. All those who are going to be supporting their kids, their families, their schools, just have some noise, let us know if you're here to support. We have Rangitoto College, guys, all the way from New Zealand. That's me. I wish. I want to go there someday. And of course, Blakehurst High School from New South Wales. Yeah, we're ready. So when you guys are ready to come up, we'll have Rangitoto coming on through. Sorry guys for the mishap. I didn't realize you were still on stage trying to sort everything out. That's okay. And of course, Blakehurst High School coming on through as well. Is that all of you? And yeah, all right, awesome. Okay, so just kind of a little bit of pre-op here. How are you feeling today? Like, is this your first League of Legends tournament, especially on stage?
Yes, it is actually. I'm very nervous, but also very excited to play this.
Yeah, definitely. And you guys have been playing for like how many weeks now? You must have been practicing quite a lot, late hours, early mornings. How is this coming through today in front of all these people?
Yeah, I've been playing for at least a couple months now for this tournament. I've been preparing a lot in this past week with my team as well. Yeah.
Awesome, nice to hear from you guys. And of course, you all the way from New Zealand, you guys had actually won last year as well, so you're here to defend your title yet again. How are you feeling this year round?
I'm quite nervous because I'm new to this team.
Oh,
yeah.
So how are you feeling being part of the team? Like, obviously there's already some rapport there. You have been, how long, you say you're new, like how new? Like in like a couple of days, few weeks, the entire tournament?
The entire tournament.
Oh, so then it's not that new, so it should be a breeze, all right? Guys, he's a little bit nervous. We'll just give him some bit of love, all right? Don't worry, guys. We're going to be heading straight into the games here. We'll let the gamers prepare, and we're going to go straight over to the back and the casters, who will then introduce themselves and take us through the entire game and these matches. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Riella, and everybody, welcome to, of course, Melbourne Arena, the MEO Grand Final between Rangitoto College and Blakehurst High School. This is been a year-long tournament. These kids have made so many battles to get here, and finally, one best-of-series stands between them and the Grand Final. My name is, of course, as you can see, Midnight. I am joined by my partner in crime, Formal, and we have a hell of a best-of-5 ahead of us, my friend.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. Obviously, you know, Rangitoto, they're back. They have, you know, gone through the same ordeal as last year. They go through the entire country of New Zealand. They come across over to Australia. They decimate everyone in the group stages, and now they're here. Grand Final, #1 seed, team to beat. They want that back-to-back trophy, and I think they got a good chance to do it.
They do, but Blakehurst, they're not just going to roll over and die. They have fought the same battles to get here. They conquered their state. They conquered the playoff games to get to MEO, and they're not going to go down fighting. I think in this best of series, the game we have to emphasize is always going to be game 1. If you win game #1, you've got such a momentum lead going into the rest of the series that I think the kids, the spectators, everybody knows game 1, who takes this game has a hell of a lead.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, you want to come out, best foot forward, take that opening momentum, keep it driving. We saw it earlier today with the Rocket League. You know, you get that quick win and you take it all the way. Maybe we'll see it again, but definitely in a best-of-5 series, it's not just game 1, it's every game. It's how you move forward, it's how you adapt, and what you learn from your opponents. And if you're Blakehurst, technically, you've already proven you are the best Australian high school team. It's just unfortunate, in order to win, you know, this tournament, you got to beat the team from New Zealand as well.
But, of course, Rangitoto, no rookies to this. Of course, they do have a few members. If I'm not mistaken, LCDDK and Lemon Lord were part of last year's winning team. So these guys have the experience, they're used to being on stage, but how are the other 8 players, the 3 on their team, and of course the 5 going against them, going to react? We heard from the interview before, some of the players are a little bit nervous, and I think rightfully so. There's a massive stage, a huge crowd for you. Some players might get stage fright, and I really hope we don't get to see this, because I want to see these players firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first battle you need to win is that mental one. Adapt to where you are, realize, okay, yes, this might be a stage. There might be bright lights. There might be a crowd with friends and family, everyone here cheering me on. But at the end of the day, it's just you, your champion, Summoner's Rift. That's where the focus has got to be. It's on you, your lane opponent, your jungle opponent, your support, where that ward is. Got to destroy that ward, place my own ward. Oh no, I don't have any wards, better recall. You get the gist. Get your mind into that game as fast as possible. Recognize, it's just solo queue, right?
Yeah,
it's just a scrim.
I see the stage out there.
Nah.
Something does me a little bit more than a scrim, but it's a good mindset to have coming into this series. And to start this series off, we do have to remember that this is patch 9.16.
Yes.
So we're probably not going to see the new Pantheon.
No.
As much as amazing as that champion I would love to see, we're not going to see him. But there are still a ton of priority picks we have to be keeping our eyes out for. Akali, Aatrox, Aurelia, Sylas. These are huge champions that we need to keep track of. Are they going to get caught by the round of bans? Are they going to be let through? Is there a secret counter waiting in the back pocket? We can only wait to find out and see what these teams have planned.
I like how everything you just listed was mostly like top laners and mid laners. There was all solo laners. You're not even talking about the best role and what I think is the most important role in 9.16, the jungle. And with jungle, you want that early game impact. I want to see champions like Gragas, Jarvan, Sejuani, maybe an Elise. We saw a lot of that, last night at the OPL final. Didn't really work. But then if you watch the LCK final, then we saw Elise really coming through if you ignore the second game. Sorry, Tarzan, that was rough. The point is, I want to see aggressive junglers, and I actually want to see aggressive play from both these teams. That's what I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, and we've talked about this quite a bit in the build-up to today's event, talking about, what are the highest priority junglers? And we've come to, I think, a consensus that if you can get a high-impact jungler, Sejuani, Gragas, something that ganks really hard early, and get control of the game in the first 15 minutes, have 3 kills and or assists under your belt at 15 minutes with this early aggressive jungle style, you should be able to take the rest of the game.
Yeah, and even though I'm speaking as a Nocturne Bane, and it hurts me to say this, don't want to see Nocturne again. Not in this kind of meta. I think the first 6 levels are going to be far too important, considering also the level of these players, the new stage. You want to come out to that fast start, right? And I think going for the scaling comps, going for that late game, leaves you more exposed. That's something that I've learned through watching a lot of these meta games. It's the team that kind of gets out early and controls that momentum. A lot of times, they're going to be the team that finishes on top.
Well,
but they have to know how to finish.
You have to know how to finish. I mean, League of Legends has been around for nearly 10 years, and I think that is still something that people can struggle to do today is finish the game. But it's exactly right. It's who has the ability to take priority. And also, when something goes disastrously wrong, let's say you have an engage that is completely botched. You engage and you get destroyed, all 5 of you are gone. You can't let that affect your game. Because you've got, A, the rest of the game to keep fighting back, and then you've probably got games on to go with the rest of the series. So one bad engage, you have to have mental fortitude to be like, okay, this was a bad engage. It failed because we didn't pay attention to the positioning AD carry. Let's go for the next engage. Let's keep on fighting. Because if you roll over in a best of series in game 1 or game 2, and you're like, all right, this didn't work. Let's just play super safe. Let's not try to take any risky fights. You're never going to be able to make it.
Yeah, definitely. It's, again, back to what we said at the very start. It's all about that mental fortitude, all about understanding the game. But honestly, to make it to the grand final of a tournament like this, you have to trust that these players do understand that, yes, they're still in high school. Yes, they might be young, but there's still a lot of experience. As you mentioned before, Rang and Toto, this is a team that's been here before. They won it last year. Not to mention, you have some, secret pros. Gravitas Academy Guapi, he is on that lineup. I'm unfortunately going to expose myself a little bit. I'm not quite sure what he's changed his name to, so I can't pick out which one he is.
I think it is literally just Guapi, but I think he's changed the P for a D, so a massive change in his name. It's really hard to find him.
That's big, but the point is, Academy level players, and Gravitas Academy, they were good. They went semifinals. He knows how to play on a stage. He knows how to handle this pressure, so I'm expecting him almost to step up as a leader for the side of Rang and Toto and maybe help carry them through. Like, he's someone to play around. But when I look at Blakehurst, I don't know who that leader is going to be. Someone's got to be it.
Yeah, and that comes down to who is the shot caller and how much faith does the team have in the shot caller? Because whenever you look at a pro team, there's 1 or 2 voices that is really dominant. I think to myself, the most obvious and aforementioned one, Afromu from, I think he's in 100 Thieves now.
Yes.
He is a hell of a shot caller. He's been known, he was the shot caller of CLG for years. I think he's the shot caller still of 100 Thieves nowadays. He's a hell of a player, and it's how much faith does the team have in the guy making the decision? Because if you don't trust the guy who's making the decision, your teamwork's not going to be there. Yeah, if he says go, you have to go.
Yeah, I like how you bring up Afromu in the same sense as Faith when he's on that famous team of the faithful shall be rewarded. That's a nice little thing you did there. But yeah, I mean, definitely shot calling super important, communication as well, especially, you know, in games and situations like this. Obviously, when you get to the top level, communication literally is everything. Games like this might not be as much. I think there's more room for players to individually express their skill. But the team that communicates better in team fights 100% is more likely going to come out on top. And again, more things that we saw during the group stages of this tournament, like teams would look amazing, but then they'd get into team fights and it might fall apart a bit on them. I saw it happen. I'm trying to remember. My mind is blanking a bit. I believe in the Queensland League, which I covered a lot of, I believe it was SPS. Every single time they would have an amazing start, win their lanes, couldn't team fight. And it'd be situations where they get into these team fights and you'd see targets are split. And it's this lack of communication. No one's shot calling, no, we take out the Lux first, or no, we focus down Ash. Instead, you know, you have people trying to chase a Singed. And we all know, you know, Golden Rule League, right? Never chase the Singed. Don't do it. Bad time.
I mean, you see that far too often than you're ever proud to admit, let's be real. But, of course, team coordination and synergy is part of the reason they get here in the first place, though. You don't get to a stage like this, at a venue like this, and not know how to play mechanically. You don't get to this point without trusting your jungler. When he says go in, you go in. So we have to make the very good assumption that these guys know what's up, they trust each other, and they're ready to fight in this best of series to take the grand final. Because again, this is a culmination of an entire year. You don't, you know, fight your whole way through the year, fight through your region, fight through every other region, get to the grand final and be like, nah, not in the mood. Like, you don't do that. You fight it out to the bitter end, and that's what I want to see. Even if you're down, even if you're 5,000 gold, 10,000 gold down, I want to see a fight out of every team as we get into, hopefully, the first pick and ban of that. And speaking of pick and ban, what do we expect? So I mentioned a couple champions before, but what are you expecting to be the super priorities? Because you mentioned, you know, there's a lot of solo laners, there's a lot of junglers. Where do we think that shift will be?
Well, when you take a look at the lineups and the players and where people are going to be playing, for Rangitoto, I want to see that mid priority, and I want to see the jungle priority. I want that synergy. I want them to play around Guapi. I feel like, you know, star player, Gravitas Academy, someone you can build and play around. As well, you know, you have a bot lane that's been here before, you know their experience. Maybe you can leave them a bit out on an island, as we are actually moving in to our picks and bans already, and I can tell you right now, what we won't be seeing is a Kai'Sa or an Aurelia.
I mean, I like the Aurelia ban. It is just such a versatile champion. It does everything. So I love to see that one getting taken away. It shows that Rangitoto are not taking any chances. They're not going, oh, take the Aurelia for game one. You know, they're saying, no, game one, we are coming out swinging. And I'd love to see that. Of course, we do get to see the Silas, another champion that I mentioned in the pregame that could potentially get hit.
Are they going to hit all four of the champions that you said?
Probably.
Because Pyke is with the game, so that's something different. Obviously, Pyke, you know, one of the best, if not the best support at the moment. Definitely a real playmaker, and again, in environments like this, that's who you want to take.
I mean, did you see Volibear on OPL last night? I think that's all that really needs to be said about, you know, potential of Volibear. That lane with Volibear Kai'Sa was at the roughest duo lane I've seen in League of Legends in a while. But don't know if we'll get that one. Kai'Sa's been banned. Don't expect the Volibear today. But the Kindred being taken away from BN is interesting. But Kindred came up a lot during meta. It was one of these picks where, you're running a bit more of an unconventional bottom lane. You take the Kindred. You've got an AD carry ready to go, even if you're running something like a Swain in the bottom.
Well, that's just it. And you have to remember, like, this isn't top-tier competitive meta, but this still is a tournament meta. Because this is meta's meta. And meta's meta might be a different from what you'd expect. And throughout the thing, things like Kindred, things like Yasuo were high-priority picks. Something which we haven't seen too much of, though, has been the Swain.
Akali, I love the Swain, but the Akali has snuck her way through. Aatrox has also slipped through the ban list. Now, if history tells... Okay, so both of them come through. That's a little bit worrying to see Aatrox and Akali on the same team. Because normally, you trade one for one. The fact you're grabbing both means that Blakehurst has either made a bit of an oopsies in this pick and ban, or they have got something in their back pocket that no one is truly ready for. And I privately hope it's that.
Yeah, well, I'm still curious where the Swain is going to go, because part of me is actually expecting it to be run by Slogdog, actually down on support. I know that sounds cheese. I have a feeling, though. But what I'm more interested in is the fact that either way, Rangitoto has opted to take their two solo lanes, 1-2, Bam Akali, Bam Aatrox. I'm 95% sure it's going to be Guapi on that Akali. Aatrox will most likely be going top to Diamond. But that's just such a bold move. Like, we don't care about counter picks. We don't care about matchups. We are feeling that confident in our solo laners as we are continuing to move through this one right now. Blakehurst, they do opt for who I feel is the best jungler in the game, especially in situations like this, Jarvan. I'll happily get more into that later. The response, though, being that Yuumi, and I'm surprised they went for the Yuumi before the AD carry has been locked in, and that does leave them exposed. I want to see Blakehurst right now target those AD carries, get rid of those bans, get rid of things like the Sivir, The Kai'Sa's also already gone as well, so get rid of those like high synergies for that Yuumi. Make the Yuumi actually have to work, because if Lemon Lord gets a free pass on this champion, I feel as if already, all right, we have that bot lane that we really wanted that can probably survive on their own off that island. We get our B and Guapi synergy going right away. Like, I feel Rangitoto off to a fantastic start in this picks and bans.
I can't even disagree with you, but I do want to look at what Blakehurst is doing. They've grabbed themselves the Swain, they've grabbed themselves the Trundle. Now, we kind of assume that Trundle isn't going to be in the jungle because you have a Jarvan already, but we did see Jarvan top lane on OPL last night, so there's a lot of flex coming out of Blakehurst. We don't know exactly who's going to go where, and I like that. I really think that's meaning all we do know for certain, we don't know what Linky is playing, I think. He could take the Swain. So Blakehurst is playing a lot of mind games. Of course, they're getting rid of double AD carries. The other AD carry on top of Sivir that pairs well with Yuumi, I think, is the Ezreal. They take that away, and now you have to play something that is either Lucian, which is super aggressive early, or you have to play something that hasn't got mobility. And Yuumi loves AD carries that have mobility to pair up with. So yeah, they're forced to take the Lucian that has that dash that you really need to keep Yuumi safe.
Yeah, but what I'm also looking at Rangitoto right now is how aggressive this team wants to be. You have a lot of early and mid-game power spikes. Lucian loves 1-2 items. Akali loves 1 and 2 items. Aatrox to an extent loves 1 and 2 items. Yuumi will help accelerate there, whereas Blakehurst, though, they're going somewhere similar. We see the Tristana. We're seeing the Nico. Kiana being hovered right now. Now, that's something that was pretty much permabanned all throughout pretty much every competitive event for like the past 2-3 weeks. That's a sneaky one that's gone through, and I am a little unsure where that's going to go.
Oh, if the counter is locked in, it pretty much has to go either jungle or... Because I don't think Aatrox jungle is really... It is a thing, but it's not something you really actively go for. Xin Zhao makes a lot more sense in this position, and I really like it here. But I want to quickly drag us to Lakers. Is it actually going to be Swain support? Like, is that actually what they're pulling out from Slogdog?
That's what it looks like. So I was going to make a joke like, haha, you know, a play-by-play classer, not your same color. What's the first thing he says? Ah, yeah, Swain support. Yeah, and you're just rolling your eyes like, oh my God, what am I? Who called it?
Who plays Swain?
Swain support.
I mean, Slogdog plays Swain support, and it's not conventional. But A, it's Season 9. You can get away. There's Corki top lane right now.
Exactly.
You can get away with anything in Season 9. So I'm really excited to see how does Slogdog Swain go and how much impact did he get? Because you grab him for the CC.
Yes.
You pretty much have to get him for the CC. And also, he's a hell of a meat shield. You can throw him into the front line, and he'll buy you 10, 20 seconds just for the area for his demonic ascension. Like, you need to back away from that.
Yeah, and you hit it. He has the tankiness, he has the CC, there's kill potential there as well because he does a deceptive amount of damage, especially once he gets a couple items completed. So the kill threat coming out of this bot lane actually is quite high. What I'm worried about, though, is how are they going to get the Trundle involved? How is the jungle going to get thrown into this? Because I feel as if going against what Rangitoto has put together, that Dio on this Trundle is really going to have to force his opportunities. As you can see, he's opted for the Aftershock as well, which is another thing I'm a little bit confused of. Normally, I like to see Trundles take grasp with the Undying.
Trundle support.
You think it's actually...
Oh, because Jarvan is Smite.
Yeah, Jarvan's jungle.
So it's Trundle.
Oh, so Trundle's...
So Trundle is the... No, I think it's Trundle support because you'd have Nico top lane with the Glacial Augment. You'd have the...
Yes, it is Trundle support. No! My big, amazing prediction claim has been ripped out from under me. I want it.
You got so excited.
I was so happy.
And it's completely fallen apart. So, as you can see on screen, Slogdog's actually top laning with this way, not supporting. We got a little bit too overzealous.
I was too excited. I was too happy.
Knight's rocking the jungle with Jarvan. Maple has, of course, his Nico in mid, and we may see some early shenanigans. Luckily, Lemon Lord is able to sight out the invade coming out of Blakehurst. It's the 5-man stack, but it doesn't look like there is any real reaction over to Rangitoto. They're not invading the top side of the map to get wards. They're just sort of backing away and letting it happen. Finally, we see Diamond move, but I think it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late, but at the same time, they also might be able to get away with it. Obviously, you know, when you spot an invade happening on your side of the jungle, you want to react and get those wards in on the opposite side because it's all about the jungler tracking, especially with a matchup like Jarvan into Xin Zhao. These are each junglers that can have that level 3 impact. Is already, you know, a bit of a catch-out.
He's out of position. He's going to get knocked up. Could this be first blood? Yes, it is! And first blood going over to Guppy on the Akali.
Yeah, who else but the person who we talked up the most, Guapi, finding that first blood kill. It was the delayed invade. You said, oh no, maybe it's too late. I think BHS thought the same thing. They thought they were safe, but nope, they walk right into 3 members of Rangitoto. It's a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. First blood going over, flash not even used as well by that Tristana, so a great start for this New Zealand squad.
And I was about to say, what is he doing topside by himself with the Tristana? Turns out we're getting another Season 9 special of Tristana top. And it's like, okay, that makes sense, but then you can't afford to take such a lazy path up to the top lane right now. So you see a lot of trading on the bottom side of the map. And also Slogdog also running Aftershock on the Swain is going to make him so hard to kill once the fight actually kicks off.
So does this count as me being half right? The Swain's bot lane, at least.
I mean, I'll give you half the points
That's
for that
something.
one.
But yeah, a very interesting team competition from Blakehurst. They're throwing Lucky and the Tristana up top lane.
Ooh,
They're throwing, a lot of people down. Bot has a bit of a gank.
Oh, Flag and Drag in. They caught Yuumi out of position, but manages to escape to safety. Really good there. Knight trying with the aggressive gank, using the CC chain. You've got the pillar, you've got the pull from Swain and Trundle combo, but it just wasn't enough. Jarvan couldn't get in position.
That said, though, they need to be careful because Knight is still looming, waiting in the wings. They might go for it again, but this is why it's so hard to pin down a Yuumi. Lemon Lord on this champion is always going to have safety in the form of LCD as he hit round 2.
And they landed. Oh, a flash and drag. Are they going to get the kill onto LCD DK? He will not. He managed to get out, burns his flash, however, and at least they managed to get something because Knight also burned his flash to force that gank.
Yeah, and that is a lot of commitment actually coming out from Knight, trying to put it on that bot side at the moment. In response, I've just been watching sort of BN. He's been happily power farming. He's like, okay, we know what this enemy jungler is. I can go ahead and just farm up quite safely and start trying to really accelerate my build. Both Guapi as well as Diamond have been shoving their lanes in, and they're starting to really bully their lane opponents as well. This is something I really like out of Rangitoto. They're taking advantage of the fact that Knight is putting all this pressure on bot side. So while, yes, it's good that Blakehurst was able to find that initial flash, unfortunately, it has come at a bit of a cost for the rest of the team. So unless Knight can come back to that bot lane and perhaps really capitalize it, or leave it to Lucky and Dio to capitalize on their own, I'm sorry, not Lucky, leave it to Slogdog and Dio to capitalize on their own, then really it might all be for naught.
It might be, and it's not. Look, so far we are seeing Knight. He is hanging around the bottom side of the map, doing a bit of a full clear with his Jarvan, but he hasn't really had the greatest buy. He's now heading topside, but we may see something out of BN on the Xin Zhao. He's been a bit more passive on the Xin Zhao, which I think is expected when we look at Xin Zhao versus Jarvan, but so far he has himself a decent CS lead, and I'm hoping to see it very soon as we may see another fight coming out. LCD caught a little bit out of position. That Trundle pillar is so agitating to deal with.
Yeah, it's actually amazing watching the sheer amount of harass that is coming out of BHS against Rangitoto in this bot lane. Again, not having flash in the bot lane definitely helps. So every single time you see one of those pillars of build placed behind LTDK, he has to react, and he almost kind of panics. But now we're starting to see him throw it back a bit, and that's a good chunk of harass. And that's the kind of play that I want to see out of DK in this, because he's playing the Lucian with the Yuumi. He should be able to outpoke, yes, even a Trundle and a Swain. Like, they need to win this lane, but in trouble now.
Dio's going in. LCDDK is almost going to get a flash. One more hit will do it. They finally get him down. The support of Blakehurst grabs himself his first kill of the series.
Yeah, and that is a fantastic grab for Blakehurst right there. Obviously, you know, going into Lucian Yuumi, it's dangerous.
Oh, Diamond's dead. We look away for a second and Diamond goes down. Another proactive gank coming out of Knight.
Yeah, and this is, you know, not maybe the start we were expecting. Blakehurst really coming out and taking it to Rangitoto with a bit of that unconventional team comp. Guapi's in trouble as well.
Mayful playing aggressive. The Tangle Barb does not connect. If that connects, that's a Dedekali straight up. And we came into this series expecting Rangitoto to take the early lead, try and force it. We're now seeing a proactive play coming out of BN. They might catch out Maple. The flash for flash. One more hit finally catches them down. The tower hits. Maple gets the turnaround of the 2v1, and Guppy is forced to watch his jungler fall.
That was really unfortunate right there. The escape. He had a way out, but he's stuck around under tower range. A little bit of that mental mishap we were talking about before. Like, I'm fully accrediting that to, you know, stage presence and nerves, thinking it's safe, maybe I'm not, I don't know, hesitation, am I out? Oh no, towers hit me 3 times. That's a lot of true damage, especially pre-8-10 minutes. It's going to wail away on you, and yeah, a bit of a misstep again from Rangitoto. Although, it should be worth noting, despite, you know, maybe being a little bit behind in the tempo plays, maybe down a kill, they're still keeping up pretty even in gold, and a lot of that is coming from both the jungle and the mid lane as action up top of it.
Playing aggressive on the Diamond. but that is the Tristana into Aatrox. I mean, Aatrox, like, he can do a little bit, but he's kind of forced to watch it. LTD DK getting engaged on again. The killer might get dropped. LTD DK needs to run for his life, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to go down again. Slogdog grabs himself. This one, Maple in trouble in the mid, though. Pop Ultimate will buy some time and not takes out the enemy BN. He does go down, nearly takes out the enemy jungler to do so.
So action happening both in the bot and the mid lane. And what's great for Blakehurst in this situation is they're getting this done without Knight. Obviously, yes, you want to have your jungler involved. Jungle, most important role for the first 15 minutes. But if you're starting to get solo kills without that influence, that is almost like a wash of a lane. And for Rangitoto, who's banking so much on this early game, banking so much on this Lucian being able to pull them through, this is near disastrous. Fortunately, though, for the red side, they are making plays mid lane. BN is helping accelerate this Akali. Already Guapi, 2 kills, getting close to that Hextech Gunblade, which would be fantastic on that Akali when it's built. And then maybe you can start to open up the map a bit more. Start to get that Akali roaming. Really start to push that lane pressure, as we're seeing right here. Guapi coming up top.
So talking about roaming Akali's, unfortunately, Tristana, very, very hard to lock down with the rocket jump, with the buster shot that she has in her back pocket. We see Hex Flash coming out from Dio, stamping authority on the bottom lane. Says, this is my lane, buddy. Watch out, I can go wherever I please.
And I want to bring more attention to this bot lane, especially through Blakehurst, because as I mentioned at the start of this, you know, they do actually have some very talented players, one of which is Slogdog. Typically, he's a top laner. Obviously, right now, he's taking that Swain bot lane, possibly because they've identified Rangitoto's bot lane might be something we can emphasize. So we're going to throw our best player down there. And like when I say he's a good player, I'm pretty sure he's a top 20 challenger player. Like, he is dang good at that solo queue, and we're seeing it here right now. He is putting so much hurt into DK, into Lemon Lord, despite that matchup.
Look at top lane, though. We have Knight sitting in the back pocket, and BN is on his way up. They go to the top, and here is now an ambush. Can they get the lockdown? Diamond needs to run for his life. Cataclysm looks at BN into the pit. Diamond a couple hits away will not go down, but they finally get BN. The reset from the Tristana. Can he get 2? No, he can't. Diamond shuts him down. There's alright, that's 2 kills to the top laner. Diamond will be struggling. Maple now is close to getting him down as well. This is a disaster for Blakehurst in the early game.
I'm still trying to figure out why the heck Lucky decided to rocket jump under tower with no minions there. It was a bit of a suicide attempt, and I appreciate the cojones behind a play like that, but it's not going to work. And unfortunately, all what they're doing is accelerating the new win condition for Rangitoto, and that is Guapi on that Akali. Fantastic roam, knew his team would buy time, and he's able to pick up yet another kill. Not to mention the fact that through midst all that chaos, guess what? Now Diamond is on the board as well. He's going maybe perhaps a bit more tanky at this stage, but as you can see, the Clawfield Hammer just locked in. Here comes that hurt from that Aatrox, and now you're going to have to put up with such a terrifying 1-3-1, because who do you send to solo the Akali? Who do you send to solo the Aatrox?
You can send Linky to deal with the Aatrox because Tristana can keep her range. He has multiple forms to disengage. But as for who's meant to deal with a 3-0-2 Akali in a side lane, you kind of have to send Slogdog, and that's not ideal.
Yeah,
like, he needs help.
But here's the thing with Linky, though. Yes, Linky can possibly go up against Diamond, perhaps, but Tristana's going to dip soon. Tristana's super strong early, super strong late. Knight caught, able to get away, but action up top.
No engage, but the dragon is going to be donated over to BN. A good force for Rangitoto to say, okay, Knight's trying to force the objective, but you can't be forcing dragons right now. Guppy is too strong. He's 3-0-2. He has the gunblade in his back pocket. Maple, he has a book.
Yep.
Now, let me tell you, gun versus book, very one-sided fight. As we're seeing potentially one-sided fight in top lane. Lucky might be in trouble. One more hit, that's a solo from Diamond.
I was about to say, well, hey, you know, the pen is mightier than the sword. Maybe not Aatrox's sword in that situation is another cocktail.
Position. That's Lemon Lord going down. The sacrificial lamb for LCDDK. At least the Lucian survived is the way you need to look at that play.
I mean, bot lane is having such a hard time. Just take a look at the CS as Culling is dropped. It's a desperation Culling. He's trying to push Blakehurst away, but he's in real threat of being tower dove right here. I don't think there's much that DK can do to defend this. He needs to give it up.
He needs to give it up. On the top side of the map, we do see Rangitoto taking Rift out. They're trying to punish this play on the bottom of the map, but they're going to be too slow. That is more than likely going to be... No, they're backing away. Look at the minimap. Guppy went halfway down the river, and Blakehurst were out of there. They do not want to risk this Akali.
Yeah, and that's entirely the smart play. They also had no vision on BN as well, so that could have been a bad situation. Pop loss, as you say, missing, and Guapi going in.
So much trouble. Guapi, one more hit will do it. The perfect execution. Grabs himself his fourth kill, and you can't miss that Pop Blossom in the Akali matchup. You just cannot get away with that.
This is going to turn into the Guapi versus Slogadog fight as, Linky.
In so much trouble. The knockup lands through, and unfortunately, Tristana can only run so far before she gets crushed down by the Darkin and the Xin Zhao. And that's a 1-4 Tristana, a 1-4 Nico in the early game.
Yeah, and yes, when you're looking at Blakehurst, it was like fantastic. Our bot lane is doing so well. We can play around them. But as I mentioned at the very start of the game, all of this is coming at an expense, and that is leaving your solo laners alone. And into an Aatrox, into an Akali, they're paying the price for it. Rangitoto has just cranked the speed of this game up to 11, and it's going to get worse before it gets better.
It is, unfortunately, as you see, Blakehurst, they need to keep surviving, however, because you look at the scaling of these compositions. I look to myself and I see a Tristana, and my first thought is, if you can get to late game with that Tristana, you're going to be in a great position, but you need to get there. You're only about 2,000 gold down now. If you just keep it safe, if you don't take fights when you're not prepared for roams, you should be able to get to the Tristana.
Yeah, but it's up for Rangitoto to not allow that to happen, and they're in prime position right now to keep that aggression going. One of the best things about Xin Zhao is, yes, he's known as one of those early game aggressive junglers, but he also has that ability to sort of carry it over later and later. He still has the disruption crowd control. He actually gets quite tanky later into the game, still has that burst, and he is exactly the type of player who can, you know, turn things back around and really keep Linky down. We just saw it 1 minute ago, and that's really what Blakehurst has to avoid. Unfortunately for them, though, until they find, you know, some way to maybe curb this bleeding, I feel as if these side lanes are just going to do too much work, especially if Lemon Lord now has kind of abandoned DK and it's just like, you know what, let's put more into Guapi, let's have an Akali with the Yumi. That's just horrifying.
Talking about Guapi, there is the final chapter coming out. They are trying to force the fight. The Monica coming out. Can Dio survive the damage? No, he cannot! He is crushed out, but we are seeing back in Guapi forcing the thrown away. Can he get it? One more hit. No, he can't. Night Cataclysm and finally gets down Guapi. His first death in the series. Hillbolt coming in as reinforcements. Can they survive? Diamond trying to force the fight, but the Pop Blossom lands, and that's going to be Diamond trying to fight the good fight. He gets one. He
wants two.
Can he get Mabel? No! Oh, beautiful.
DK.
That won't save you there. Lemon Lord grabs his first of the series, and Rangitoto come out on top.
It's like a pack of hungry wolves right now. As soon as one fight happens, everyone from this red side is just going to come sweeping in and piling on the CC, piling on that damage. And Blakehurst, unfortunately, they're not getting that same sort of communication, that same reaction. They thought they had something good, and maybe they just didn't have that same sense of urgency. And as a response, Rangitoto just running over these fights right now.
Exactly, they're now slowly building up that gold lead. It was 2,000 for the last fight. It's sitting to 3,000 to 4,000 now, with hopefully the next dragon will be a mountain dragon just around the corner. And with the play that Rangitoto are continuing, I don't see a world where Blakehurst are going to be able to take it without one hell of a fight up their heads.
Yeah, this game has been absolute chaos so far. I was talking about at the start, yeah, I wanted aggression. I wasn't expecting 19 kills in under 15 minutes levels of aggression. I said before at the start, you know, treat it like solo queue, treat it like a scrim. I'm happy to see these players have taken my advice to heart, because that is what we are seeing right now. It has just been pure fight all the time. And again, I'm bringing it back to the team composition Rangitoto put together. This is actually, you know, their dream. This is what they want to do. Aatrox, Akali, Xin Zhao, Lucian, these are all fighting, brawling champions. Yes, DK may have had that rough start, and maybe now he doesn't want to fight as much, but that's okay. He just needs to sit behind his black cleaver Clawfield hammer already on Diamond. Sit back, you know, Guapi, as he's doing Hextech Gunblade, Rod of Ages. Like, they're getting there, and it's just horrifying. Blasting one, not Rod of Ages.
Whoa, he's going in for the dragon, but a beautiful crescent guard will force Knight away. That stone plate will buy you time, but nothing more, Knight, as he gets gunned down by Rangitoto. Dio is running for his life. The frozen domain will get him to safety, but Blakehurst perhaps not playing. I mentioned how I didn't want teams to give up in the early game. I mentioned I didn't want them to simply kneel over if they fell behind. But there's a point where you think to yourself, okay, if they outnumber us, or if they're already set up waiting for us to walk into them, you cannot walk into them when you are at a 3,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, that was a very ballsy play right there from Knight. Taking a look at the minimap as well, you can see, you know, they just didn't have that vision in the Baron Pit. So his strategy, he was always going to have to blast in, flag and drag out, and hope maybe for the blind miracle smite steal. Didn't happen, wasn't able to escape, so kind of the worst of both worlds, unfortunately, for Knight in that situation. But I can understand that logic. They're really trying to find anything to stop this snowball effect from Rangitoto. The Mountain Drake that was just secured is really just going to put even more pressure on these towers, more pressure on Baron when it comes out, and this is another bad situation for Guapi.
Guapi, he has a final chance. It's 2 versus 2. Can he get out alive? Do they want to turn it around? But it doesn't look like it. Rangitoto will disengage. Guapi and Lemon Lord strong, but not trying to push their limits just yet. And I do like that, especially even you're 5-1 and 3 with the Akali, 5-1 and 2, sorry, and you're not willing to go, okay, I'm going to take this. That shows that you're willing to play smart, but willing to try and risk it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. They were sort of like testing the waters. What can we do? Turns out not much. And while you, yes, give them credit. Okay, you know, they didn't overextend. They didn't let themselves get caught. But they didn't really do anything either. And that's actually a large area of concern if you're a fan of Blakehurst in this match, because I've been saying it over and over again. Sorry, broken record here, but until they have an answer for Guapi, until they have an answer for Diamond, they're really going to struggle, and they just got to curb the bleeding, and maybe this game will help.
Side, Diamond might be in trouble. Linky needs to get out alive. Knight is in trouble. A beautiful buster shot, however, will keep the jungler of Blakehurst alive.
I'm curious if that was really what they wanted, though. I feel as if that could have been an opportunity to take down Diamond. It looked close. The World Ender was down, and that's actually quite scary, you know, when you see Aatrox with those wings of blazing, especially with the Death Dance now completed. That's even more side lane dominance. If he gets into Linky's face, there is nothing this Tristan can do. Yeah, he can rocket jump, but he'll probably just flash it again. He'll be up. He'll chase it down, get that kill again. It is a bad time to really try and play around these side lanes. And Blakehurst, they need to find a way to get Rangitoto to group and almost like stealth take objectives at this stage. Like, draw their attention one area of the map and secretly work the other area. Don't let Rangitoto spread out. Don't let them get this 1-3-1, because the second they spread out, the second they try and force these brawls, Blakehurst just, they don't have the damage. They don't have the gold really to make these situations work.
But the saving grace right now for Blakehurst, I see, is that Rangitoto, they've got an early lead. They're trying to force it. They may try to force it here, but on tackling angle, multiple members. Guppy needs to dance around the damage, but can he? He's getting the point down. Pop Blossom not connecting. Lovely disengage coming out of Guppy, but we may see the re-engage as Rangitoto charging up. Maple a little bit out of position. Tando Nigo flashes in over the wall, but can they get the last bit of CZ? Maple finally going to go down. 1 kill at the end of everything. That was a hell of a fight for only 1 pickup. I was about to say, Blakehurst are doing good to play safe in a situation where they're not exactly that strong. They're farming up the waves. They're not doing a whole ton of fights that are unnecessary. And then they immediately get into another fight. Again, around this blue buff, Rangitoto wants it, and Blakehurst have no intention to give this up. As you see, Knight going forward, Knight goes down, Neo has to hold the front line, but I don't think you get a beautiful Darken Blade! That is what you're looking for Rangitoto, and they manage to get themselves a couple kills. Hopefully no one else goes down the side of Rangitoto. Lemon Lord tanking the turret like an absolute madman on the kitty cat, but they'll get themselves 2 turrets.
I mean, Blakehurst, they were feeling so good enough that they were going to walk in towards a blind bush thinking, yeah, maybe we can get 1 or 2 members as they're trying to retreat, but that's just right into Rangitoto's trap. And as I mentioned before with BN on this Xin Zhao, he does scale despite being aggressive, and he can front line. He was able to just take all the abuse out of Blakehurst, get the rest of Rangitoto behind him, and finally it's DK who gets himself on that board, dropped the culling, got that kill, pushing these advantages. They do get that top tower as well, and Rangitoto is step by step by step, and now you have you have base towers available, and you have Baron spawning on the map. It's time for big bad Baron Nashor, and the way how I see it right now, Rangitoto, they should have, you know, tempo control around that Baron pit, and they can really force Blakehurst to come to them. We just saw what happens when Blakehurst comes to them. Oh, yeah. This is a bad situation for the blue side, and I like how already you can see they are trying to get vision and wards around that area, as Rangitoto is actually playing around the bot side. They're going to get a free Mountain Drake, but Blakehurst, they have to be really careful about how they pick this next fight. Obviously, they cannot give up the Baron, but they need the vision. They need to be the ones who actually find that opening pick, because if they're walking blind, again, this game might actually end.
It might, because you mentioned before, the side of Rangitoto, they do amazing. They spike at 2 items. Let's look down the board. Aatrox has his 2 items. Xin Zhao has his 2. Akali has her 2. Lucian and Air, well, he had a rough laning phase. And Yuumi has her Medjais. That's all you need from Rangitoto to really be forcing the fights. Compare that to Blakehurst. They haven't they've got maybe 2 items across maybe 1 or 2 members, and that's it. As we're seeing, Garby caught out of position. Can they get the Akali? She's a bit too mobile right now, but Baron is being pulled off. This is good for Blakers, but they're trying to force the pop bottom. Doesn't connect, and the massive in the CC not landing. And now it looks like Rangi Toto, they might be able to get to fight. Multiple members of Blakers are falling. They're forced to disengage. The HP bars are not enough. Nice, cannot do it. And Garby is alive, the assassin, ready to dance the waltz of death as Blakers are forced to run for the hills.
They're actually still looking for more. It looks like Guapi and Diamond leading that hunt, trying to find members from Blakers as they escape underneath the tower. Obviously, Baron's not in equation right now because BN did fall, and he died in the most heroic way possible. Like, he was zoning 4 members of Blakers off of him as the rest of Rangitoto were just going around picking off member after member.
BN, I think, I would call the MVP of that fight. Maple nearly got the pop blossom for multiple members, and the Zinzao ultimate threw Maple out. He couldn't get the CC, he couldn't get his damage down. So BN did his job and did it damn well.
Yeah, there was a lot of missed ultimates actually coming out of Blakers in that fight. Cataclysm didn't really quite connect. The Pop Blossom didn't quite connect. And for Blakers, they need this shutdown and lockdown, especially against, you know, champions like Zinzao, champions like Akali, like Lucian. They're hard to lock down, but you have to do something. Otherwise, if the mobility side of things, Rangitoto, they can be mobile while doing so much damage. And Blakers, because they're so straightforward, it's almost like, you know, footsies in fighting? It's kind of like that.
Oh, Guppy out of position. This is a 1 versus 4. Can he get away with such a cheeky move? I don't think he can. He's in trouble. He's taken down. And while that is a beautiful pick for Blakers, you can ask yourself, what is he doing that far up by himself?
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of greed, a little bit of overextension right there. And straight away, Blakers going to capitalize on it, clear up some of that Baron vision. You know, maybe this is the fight opportunity that this blue side wants because they are man up. And that man they are up is against Guapi, who so far has been that major damage dealer, but still need to be careful of Diamond, still need to be careful of BN. And I actually don't think Blakers win this 4v5 at this stage of the game. They need more time to get Linky into this matchup. Only has, you know, the Blade of the Ruin King and the Executioner's Calling. Like, it's not quite enough yet. Obviously, I like this build because you're going to try and target Diamond a bit, you know, to stop his lifesteal, but he needs to get at least 3 items. That's halfway there. We're at like 23 plays. They might need to go to 40.
I think they might have to. I mean, we mentioned Blakers has pretty good damage and scaling. They have the Tristana. They have Jarvan, who will eventually be one hell of a frontline. But they need to get that. And Rangitoto, as you can clearly see, have no intention of letting Blakers get to the late game. We will see a contest coming in from the bottom side. Teleport coming in as well. There is disengaging from the Baron. They need to get multiple members locked up if they want to Guppy and LCD. And they're going to get Pop Blossom. Not even get it. Guppy is on the back line, and this is a disaster for Blakers. That's food for Guppy already. He'll grab himself a 3rd. Thank you very much. Night will fall. A quadra kill for Guppy and Rangitoto. They decided to force the fight. They pulled Blakers to them and then cut them down as they came forwards.
That was such a good fight from Guapi right there. Rangitoto buys time, sets up that Akali to just wreak havoc along the back line. Baron Nashor is their prize. They're going to take that. They're going to look at some inhibitors as well as death timers getting quite long right now as we pass, you know, getting close to that 25-minute mark. This is everything coming Rangitoto's way. They, you know, it's that mid-game comp. They're recognizing their power spikes and they're capitalizing on it. Blakers, they seem to be walking into it a bit time and time again. A bit unfortunate for that blue side, but Rangitoto right now, all they need to do is kind of reset once and really start taking down these inhibitors, open up that base, and from there they can look to end this game.
Exactly. I'm talking about resets. Blakers, they need to make sure that coming into game 2 and 3 of this series, even if they've managed to come back and win this game, they do not fall this far behind this early. Identify what is the enemy team good at. We said it before, Rangitoto, 2 items. And Blakers are still, they fell behind early, they kept trying to force the fight, and they are punished for it. Final chapter now coming out of Lemon Lord. Can he get the disengage? It doesn't look like it just yet. As Knight trying to hold the front, the pop lands on 2. Where is Garby? We need to track that out. He's finally arriving into the fight, but it's looking so far.
DK's not there.
But finally, Garby arrives. LCDDK will be arriving soon. Blakers, I mean, what can you do? You're 10,000 gold behind. They're going on the turret. LCD is on the front line. This Lucian is letting it spray. Forced it back out. The Emperor keeping away, but another turret down. Blakers, they put up a decent fight, but not enough.
What I find so fascinating about this game, though, is it's always Blakers trying to chase down members of Rangy Toto. They just keep walking into these bad situations. Guapi, however, he's walking in the other way.
He's going in DBS, no protection, doesn't need it, takes out one. Will grab himself a second as well, and he gets it alive! Guapi is insane right now with his Akali. 13-2-4. This is the man in the mid you have to fear.
But you still need to be careful. Slogdog on this way is quite big.
Knight trying to force it. Teleport coming in. They have to get out now, but it's not going to be enough. LCD grabs himself one. Dio will fall. Guppy cuts him down. And unfortunately, Slogdog, there's nowhere to run. Your base is not safe for game number 1. And Rangy Toto, in a dominating 26 minutes, 29 kills to 12, will take game 1 of our best of 5 grand final series.
Yeah, Rangy Toto, they have come to play. That is for sure. We knew this game was going to be action-packed. We knew it was going to be a bit of a bloodbath. I was not expecting 29 kills to start this series off. Fantastic performance from the Rangy Toto side. 14 kills on this Akali. Guapi, a madman, that quadra kill around the Baron. Fantastic. Like, this is a team understanding the stage, understanding their team composition, cool, calm, collected, under pressure, and they get the job done.
I mean, we talked about it in the pregame. What are the solo lanes you have to fear? Aatrox, you have to fear Akali. Out of the 29 kills, Aatrox and Akali had 20 combined. I mean, if that doesn't tell you maybe we should ban these champions, I don't know what else can.
Yeah, that's, you know, the gift given, and you were a bit surprised to see both solo laners locked in. I'm like, well, okay, let's dial it back a bit. What are the 2 most important things when, like, picking a team? Comfort, meta. Well, they're clearly comfortable on those 2 meta champions, so why not? Let's lock it in blind. Let's go. I don't care what you throw at us. That Swain's going bot lane. They're on the same page as me. Swain ain't going top. He's going down below where Swain belongs. And yeah, 2 blind pick solo laners, 2 winning lanes. And if you are a fan of Blakers, that is a worrying trend moving forward.
Oh, yeah. And that has to lead into what Blakers adapts to game number 2. Because you've got a series, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to change. So, coming into game number 2, first and foremost, I think you have to look at the solo laners and specifically look at Guppy. That man's Akali is insane. So, I think you really need to keep a track of that one. Get rid of the Akali. Let him play maybe a bit, try force him to a control mage. Right now, the Azir Corki meta is sort of the big thing. So if you can try force him onto one of those 2 champions, Akali, if she gets ahead, she's an assassin. She's terrifying, and we got to witness it today.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful performance coming out of Guapi on that Akali. Obviously, Bien as well on the Xin Zhao, doing his job as a jungler, getting that disruption, separating the team, allowing those single target pickoffs. And even Diamond, when he would come in as well, just straight through the middle, knocking everyone up, throwing damage left, right, and center. It was a beautiful showing from this Rangy Toto side. They are on poise to go another championship.
But while Rangy Toto did amazing, we can never take that away from game 1. I do want to look at what Blakers did right in game number 1, and specifically Knight. He was so proactive in the early game with that Jarvan. He was bottom lane 3-4 times in the early game trying to get the opening, and to his credit and to his team's credit, they managed to use that opening in the bottom lane, get themselves a bit of a tempo lead. Lucian, he suffered in the early game. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Yeah, he did, and I put a lot of that on Slogdog. Obviously, he is the star player from Blakers. He's the one who they need to play around, and I did like that sort of mix-up. Let's throw him bot lane. Let's try and get him accelerated there. Unfortunately, it came at the expense of those solo laners, and I don't think Blakers can afford to really do that again. They need to win at least one of the 2 solo lanes if they're going to be competitive against a squad like Rangy Toto.
And I think part of that is, we mentioned it before, but we leaned back towards the junglers. And specifically, the jungler that was locked in was the Trundle. Now, the one issue I have with Trundle is Jarvan, is that he wasn't as proactive. Now, yes, I said Knight did brilliantly in the early game, and I can't take that away from him in the bottom lane. But the issue is that it was all bottom lane focus. He had 1 fancy gank in the top lane, which didn't go well. He had 0 ganks in the mid lane, if I'm recalling correctly. So I want to see more proactive around the lanes that are actually struggling.
Speaking of proactivity and getting out there and doing things, if you may or may not notice, we have some Riot merch actually going on right to the right of the stage. So for those of you here live in the audience, if you want to pick something up, now is a good chance to do that as we are in between games. So go ahead, go find some merch. I know they have some, you know, the Smacky air inflatable tube things. Got some, you know, the keychains and passes, like a lot of cool swag and stuff. So by all means, please go check it out. Yes, we're nearing, you know, the end of a fantastic MEO. This stock's got to go, so please go out there and grab some of that.
Grab it while you can, while it's around. And of course, it's been an amazing day, or maybe it's an amazing weekend. Why am I limiting it to just the day? There's been so much that has been going on at MEO this year. I mean, Saturday, OPL Grand Final, a hell of a series, best of 3 as Viela mentioned it on stage briefly, 3-0 to Mammoth. Of course, today we have not only all 3 grand finals of meta, but I believe Overwatch contenders happening over in one of the other stadiums today. So there
Rod
is
Laver.
Rod Laver. So there's a lot of stuff happening today. It is an absolute blast. So for everyone who has made it here today, thank you very much. I hope you're having an amazing weekend and a week to follow it up.
Yeah, it's definitely been a blast, definitely an honor to be a part of it, but I do believe we still have more League of Legends coming up. So I'm getting more and more keen to get into this next game.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for when we get into pick and ban. I want to see, what does Blakehurst do? What adaptations are they actually going to make to deal with Rangi Toto? Like, are they going to say, okay, let's purely focus Guppy? I think that's the good direction to take for game number 2. Focus Guppy down. Limit his champion pool. Throw 5 bans at him if you gotta. See how you can abuse him. If that doesn't work or you're not feeling that comfortable, try and focus on getting Slogdog ahead. He's a damn good player. Put all the eggs in the Slogdog basket, and then you can have a mini match of, Slogdog versus Guppy in a way if they both step up massively. So both ways are viable approaches that they could make to try and fix it for game number 2.
Yeah, I'm curious if they actually opt to go for one of those ways. I'm really hoping they get Slogdog in a solo lane, give him that winning matchup. Go ahead and let him pick last because, as you can see, they are going to be switching sides for this one. So Rangi Toto will now be on the blue side. Blakehurst will now be on the red side. That does enable that counter pick a bit more for the solo laners. I don't think Blakehurst is going to pull a Rangi Toto and just lock those 2 in blind. I really hope they don't. I think that's going to lead to a disaster if that first game's told us anything. So I want Slogdog back where he belongs. Get him back in that top lane. Maybe even sneak him one of those comfort picks. I know he plays a champion you like.
Yeah,
I know he plays a champion you like.
As much I love that champion, I'm not going to say it because, of course, spoilers, but the chances of seeing him on the Rift are slim to none, which is not a heartbreak to me. But unfortunately, it is what it is, as we will hopefully be getting into the second game of this best of 5 grand final series. And let's find out, what does Blakehurst do to change up pick and bans? Do they just simply ban Akali Aurelia? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'm curious how these picks and bans will go, as a little bit of an oopsie-poopsie right there, as you can take a look at the screen. Obviously, we'll get into soon. Player probably didn't have the right settings. Easy fix. Get out and get back into this game. What I want to see out of Blakehurst, I suppose, is maybe a team composition a bit more meta-centric. Yes, I do usually like comfort over meta, but what we saw right there when they led up through, all these, power picks, they just kind of get run over, and you can't afford to let that happen. So I liked the Jarvan pick. I liked the Tristana pick, surprisingly, even though it didn't really pan out. But I want to see more of that early game focus. I want to see more early game oomph because, as I mentioned at the very, very start, if you're going for scaling against a team like Rangi Toto, they're going to beat you. They're going to G2 you. That's what they're going to do. They're going to G2 you, as we just saw that happen right now. So definitely for Blakehurst, let's quicken the pace of this game. Let's match them with that early game. Yes, we might get blown out and it might go disastrously, but it'll be more competitive in the sense.
And at least you went for something. Something I cannot stand watching. It seems like, okay, this style is not working. Let's try it again. Like, if something is not working, you need to fix it. And I think, yes, go for an early game. Lock in Elise in. Take the Lucian yourself. Play this early game aggressive style. Could it blow up in your face? 100% it could. But if it works, it will be a blowout game in favor of you, and you'll be able to stabilize the series 1-1.
Yes, that's just it. And really stabilizing, so important for Blakehurst right now. You don't want to go down 2-0. Not everyone is G2. Not everyone can pull that reverse sweep when it comes down to crunch time, especially when I'm saying, Rangi Toto G2'd them. It wasn't Blakehurst, so reverse sweep-wise, that might be scary. I definitely feel Blakehurst, this is kind of do or die time. They need to come up with something that works. Even if they lose the game, if they're at least competitive, at least they show that, their opponents can bleed. That's something to play around. And again, I'm looking at Slogdog. I really want him to step up.
Yeah, and I think he can, honestly. Again, his Swain in game 1
was
did
good.
Really well. Yeah, okay, it wasn't standout, but when you're facing a 14-2 Akali and like a 6-1 Aatrox, it's very hard to stand out.
Yeah, okay, what is your definition of standout? If it's your definition, if in order to be standout, you have to be ridiculously fed in the first 10 minutes. Yeah, Swain's not going to do that. But what he was able to do was shut down DK. And you need to give credit for that. That Lucian Yuumi lane, which I thought was going to be the real monsters that game, had little to no effect, and you put that all on Slogdog. Unfortunately, maybe he needs to do that same effect against Guapi, against Diamond, shut down these other carries. That is what I'm hoping to see, although taking a look at the matchups, it looks like Slogdog has actually moved back down to support.
So I'm not going to trust this pick order coming out of Blakehurst because they've already pulled it on us once. They're going to do it again, so I'm not even going to trust Blakehurst's side. But what I do get to trust are the bans. Akali finally getting taken away. I love to see that adaptation. The Silas being hit, Aurelia as well. A ton of champions being tonight. I think this is the right decision to make.
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking a lot of this solo lane focus in the bans coming out of Blakehurst. Silas, yeah, we didn't see him, but definitely. If they're calling the Aatrox right now, yeah, no, none of that.
Yeah, I don't want this in my game of League of Legends. Let's just get rid of this one. Blakehurst actually taking their time, figuring out what they want, and Lemon Lords, Nico, not Nico. Yumi. Both cats, close enough. Will get taken away, but Aatrox has slipped through the pick and ban. They're close enough.
A lot of people think cats are secretly reptiles because of how evil they are on the inside. But no, unfortunately, I'm going to have to hard disagree with that. Nico is not a cat.
Are we going to get like Sona Tarek?
We might.
Are we going back to those days of Sona Tarek?
That'd be very interesting coming out of Blakehurst. Like, they already showed us after game 1, they're willing to break convention to an extent. Obviously, Sona Tarek is sort of accepted. But no, we're seeing the other one, the Sona Tom Kench.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about, I personally, I see the theory of it. I like the theory of it. But I don't like seeing it in my League of Legends games. I don't like seeing Sona down there. How do you approach that one? Because they've gone for a bit of an interesting decision where they want to pick scaling rather than sustain a little bit. I hope to see like a Nami or something that can sustain through the tip poke. Like, how do you look at this bottom lane knowing that Blakehurst are going for a little bit more unconventional style, which I think will fit them quite well?
You take Nautilus right now. Ooh. I want to see the Nautilus right now because I love the Nautilus Kai'Sa lane, and I actually think there would be enough burst right there in order to like lock down and shut down possibly even that Tom Kench, at least enough to bully them out of lane. Instead, however, we're seeing the Morgana. A bit of a surprise, but it makes sense. That Dark Shield obviously is going to do a lot of work in sort of shutting down the level 6 power spike that you can see out of the Tom Kench Sona lane. I mean, Black Shield stops the crescendo. All of a sudden, that's a lot of their crowd control. And really, that like kill threat immediately gone. So the Morgana makes a lot of sense in that regard. And as a result, I actually do like Rangitoto's bot lane a bit better than what we're seeing out of Blakehurst. However, Fiora into Aatrox, that is another interesting matchup because that is actually going to be a lot of more of that early game aggression, which I wanted to see out of Blakehurst. I think we're going to see Maple, if it is going in the top, what we see here, they switched it around last time, who knows. So I'm just going to say Fiora right now. The Fiora into Aatrox, I think Fiora can actually take it to Aatrox, and I'm really excited to see now where Blakehurst looks for in that jungle. Already, Rangitoto is sort of identifying that as, okay, the jungle is going to be the glue in this situation. Let's get rid of the stickiest, the one who stuns off those autos. Get that Sejuani out of here, because 100% that would put this team together. Meanwhile, but the Vlad. All right, Vlad's gone. I had to say it once. All right.
I had to say it once. There's no look at the Jarvan here. There's no look at the Gragas here. There are a ton of jungle picks that we've identified that have not really been looked at. So obviously these teams have something in their back pocket. I mentioned Lee Sin coming into this game. You come out in game number 2 with a hell of a kick, and Lee Sin, I mean, that is a hell of a kick if it hits you right.
And that is something that's, again, I think they're looking at this Aatrox and saying, you know what, we're going to go Fiora Lee Sin. We're going to really shut down Diamond. We're not going to give him that easy path that he had game 1. We're not going to leave him on an island. That was terrible. So we're going to give our top laner some help. We're going to get that Lee Sin, get that early pressure, especially from the red side. Yeah, it's a bit harder, but I 100% actually to see whoever winds up taking this Lee Sin to be going all the way around the back and looking for those deeper ganks as Elise take it in response. Yeah. So more early game aggression. And Rangitoto, they're responding in kind. They're going to challenge. I expect to see a lot more sort of cross-map chaos like we saw in that first game already.
And seeing these two junglers hopefully dictates what we're going to see this game. Early aggressive ganks. Who gets control in the first 15 minutes, I think can pretty much take the game by storm. Because now you're pairing it up with a Lucian. I assume there's going to be Lucian mid in for Guapi. It's not really a thing. It's not being a thing for a while, but it's still pretty damn strong if you play it properly. So Rangitoto is pretty much committing to the we have to win early game. And if we don't, we have the Kai'Sa in case things go really, really badly. But we want to be, destroying the inhibitor line at 15 to 20 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a bad situation right now. These are very unique team compositions, and I'm loving like, hi, my name's Formal. I do play-by-play. Throw me your most unconventional team compositions at me and watch me squirm right now, because it looks like we're seeing a return of the Swain to the bot lane with the Tom Kench. Is that actually going to be a Sona mid?
This is more than likely going to be Slog Dog going into the mid lane to face against Guppy.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
Because what world would you put Sona on her own? I think you need to have Sona Tom Kench at the bottom. You'll have Maple with the Fiora ready to rumble, and then Slog Dog will rock out mid. We mentioned Slog Dog was a standout player. He finally gets his 1v1 in the mid.
I tell you which world you don't send Sona out on her own against? Against an Elise Lucian. Yeah,
Yes.
don't throw Sona alone against in the least. That's going to have a bad time. I kind of feel like Sona turns into Little Miss Moffat, who sat on her toffee because long his spider, falls down beside her and completely eviscerates her in the mid lane. That's what would happen right there. It would not be a good time. So, yeah, okay, Sona's going to go most likely to that bottom.
Yeah.
Again, what are Blakehurst doing to us? They're throwing
Blakehurst
everything
having
everywhere.
fun is what they're going for.
Yes!
Here. And you mentioned it's more their style. Blakehurst, they didn't really run conventional meta things all the time. They ran their own little thing. They did their best to have a bit of fun with it. And so far, we are seeing that Knight is not running Klepto on his Sona. He's instead going for Spellbook, which is, I'd say, probably a little bit more unconventional. But hey, if you can make it work, then I am all for the party for Blakehurst, as we will hopefully be entering game number 2 right around the corner. And it's time to find out, can Rangi Toto take this series 2-0 and take themselves to the third and, for their eyes, final match of this series? Or, Blakehurst, can you stabilize it and make this one hell of an uphill battle for Rangi Toto?
Yeah, that is going to be the question in this match. Obviously, Rangi Toto, they're looking to bring it back and take it to 2-0. Blakehurst, they dropped that first game. This team composition, I was hoping for something a bit more conventional, something a bit easier to play. Yeah, they threw that out of the water. So it will be the Sona Tom Kench, I believe, going to the bot lane. That is going to be Slogadog, you're right, in the mid lane. Thank you for that. So Guapi is going to be taking the Lucian into the Swain. So a bit less convention. Again, a bit more fun, a bit more laid back, but what do you expect? These are high school kids. This is the high school league. We're doing this for fun. This isn't the most serious tournament in the world. This is all about getting together, working as a team, building up, these high school programs, which is, again, can I just point out, like, I've said this a couple times, and I'm going to keep repeating this because I still find this bloody amazing. We are at MEO with a high school League of Legends competition in the Melbourne Arena.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, you never got this.
No.
There was, like, what?
My version of this at high school was a bunch of us would meet up with our netbooks, because I was still at year 9 when the netbook system was being introduced, and we would play Warcraft 3, competitive against each other over lunch. That was it. We didn't have anything else. So to see there's so many schools, and so many schools are involved. Every state has almost 10-something schools, all active, all getting their kids involved, all teachers making sure that this is going through across multiple games. It's an amazing step forward, and I love to see it. And as you said, flying down to Melbourne for the grand final is one hell of a prize in of itself.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, as you mentioned, every state had multiple representatives. It was actually a massive tournament. So in that regard, it's a big thank you to organizations such as Meta for kind of getting together and putting these sort of events going. And again, if you're out there in the audience and part of one of these high schools and you want to sign up, the registration desk was just to the right of the stage.
Yeah.
So by all means, come have a chat to some of those Meta staff, because they're going to be happy to get you on board. This is that big grand prize, and it is 100% worth playing for. Those trophies are lit.
They're amazing.
I want one on my, trophy case. Unfortunately, it's looking a bit like Double Lift in Season 4. Very empty. So,
such
very
an
jealous.
unnecessary shot there at Double Lift. But it's also
Season 4. He's improved.
True. But
Now, look at it now. That's going to be me later. I'm going to be the one with all the trophies.
Well, we do, of course, keep the game up. But if you are watching at home as well, and you're part of the high school scene, and you're like, well, I don't know if anyone at my school to just ask. Ask the school administration. There are probably so many people at your school that are watching this and thinking as well, surely there's no one else at my school that's interested. You never know. And ask, and I really hope to see them in next year's final and competition to see how many people we can truly get to back up the MEO, and of course Meta in a nutshell, as we are kicking off our second game with the series. The camera showing, of course, a beautiful bottom side jungle that Dio has not yet gone to on this Lee Sin. He's doing a top side bit of a clear, and I'd actually love if he decides to visit top lane, because Guppy has run away from the challenge of Slogdog. Guppy has retreated to the top lane to bully Maple's Fiora.
Yeah, of course. Nothing's going to be as it seems, right? So Guapi has gone ahead, gone to top. Diamond's going to be taking over mid duties for this game. That's the matchup they apparently want. Aatrox into Swain. Something you'd expect to see in the top lane. Well, they're going to play it mid instead. So Lucian into Fiora. And I actually don't think this is the worst situation in the world for Maple. Yes, you have the opportunity to get bullied, but as soon as that parry becomes a bit more active, you can really throw a lot of that poke right back. So Guapi has to really pick and choose when he looks for plays. Again, though, it's all about those junglers, and when they're going to come into effect, Obviously, we wanted to see Dio possibly look top. Instead, he's just going to do a quick topside clear and recall. That might open the door for BN to try and find something as well, either on this top or mid side. Going for, the buff clear, and is already going to start looking for ganks, or at least counter-invading. We'll be able now to pick up, okay, that top side jungle has been cleared, so I expect safer play from Ringatono on the bottom side right now, trying to track the jungles. And at the moment, yeah, Ring and Toto, with the information given to him, they should be able to track this Lee Sin.
They might be in trouble in the middle lane. Diamond might be a couple hits away, but there is reinforcements. The Elise will force them away. Slowdog relatively low on mana. Can they get the turnaround? The burst isn't exactly there just yet, but the damage might be enough. Lee Sin, the flash is not going to be enough. Slowdog gets out alive in one piece, but shenanigans in mid is only the start of our second game.
I loved how BN, there's a lot of minions here. I'm kind of nervous about this cocoon. I'm just going to walk right into Slogdog's face and just really make sure I get it. Diamond as well, cheating death a bit, sort of hanging around a bit too long, but that's actually a very successful gank for Rang and Toto at the end of the day. They're able to get flashes out of both Dio as well as Slogdog, so 2 critical flashes gone, really at the expense of nothing. He just walked right up and took it, so for Blakehurst, not the best start you want, especially against an Elise, and I have to give credit to Rangatoto. It was great pathing coming out of BN. He recognized, was able to track his opponents, recognized, all right, he's probably back on the bot side. This mid lane is actually going to be successful with gank. I just need to walk up. It doesn't even matter if he turns it on me because I know I have enough time. And again, he gets the damage, gets the flashes, gets out. Win, win, win. Fantastic start for this blue side.
Exactly. See, can they continue this early game shenanigans? Right now, we do get to see, of course, a visit in the top lane coming out of BN. Not a successful gank, but a lot of pressure. I mean, Fiora is sitting on 10 CS. Admittedly, she's in a very oppressive matchup. Lucian sitting on 35 against her. But to his credit, Mabel has not died. He hasn't had to burn his teleport. He's playing relatively safe, considering the rather difficult matchup he's had to fight. He's found himself in.
Yeah, and I mean, he's not really getting any help from Dio, unfortunately, anytime soon. This Lee Sin opting instead to play this bot side of the map, so as bad as things are getting for Maple, it might continue to get worse, especially if BN's going to continue to play the top side of the map. Obviously, it's interesting to me to see the jungles actually looking to play that. We saw first blood off camera.
On the bottom side, and then maybe a moment before Elise is trying to get out of life. BN might be in trouble, forced to flash out, but Dio is running head first into the Elise, and that could be a turnaround. He's setting the Morgana as a lovely sidestep. Dio not able to commit, but now they're stuck between 2 turrets. They need to get out, but there is Diamond roaming down from the top lane, from the mid lane, so there may be some more shenanigans. Nothing more is going to follow up. The 2 will connect onto the Nico. No, they're going back in. Can they get the kill? BN, he jumps up the sky. He gets the turnaround. 1 for 1 so far. They will do more hunting as Diamond trying to force a kill. Will not flash in over the walls. Doesn't have it available. Use it in the last fight. And hell of a shenanigans.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's another kill as well up top as Mabel was actually able to take down Guapi in the solo lane on the opposite end of the map. So Blakehurst definitely not letting game 1 get to him. They still want to fight. They were the initiators in that engage. They went in for that invade thinking, all right, this map is flipped. Maybe we'll be able to get some farm. Oh, look at that. We ran into Rangatoto. Oh, look at that. We can beat Rangatoto in this situation. And again, Mabel and Guapi going at it.
And this is a pretty much half CS Fiora winning duels against Guppy's Lucian. And this is partly because the Lucian is not able to get that. Oh, Grand Challenge is out. The culling cancelled early. Can he get the final proc of the final? No, he can't. Guppy stays out of range and guns down Fiora. Last bullets will get the kill.
Guapi is a madman at the moment.
You can imagine Diamond. He just sees the OB over the wall like, uh-oh, this is not where I want to be.
Disconnect. Now, obviously, that's a bit unfortunate time with that pause right there, but what a play happening on that top side right before he hit that pause. Guapi, a bit of that solo play, baited out the flash from Maple, able to respond with just enough time to turn around and get that kill. Obviously played around the parry, something that we said he was going to have to do if he wanted to win this lane. And it's, considering he, dropped a kill literally moments before, sort of teleporting right back in and getting one back, that's the best situation, right? And it's such a risky play because I have been in so many games where I'm just like, I can teleport back up there and, get that revenge. He's quite low, and then I die again.
Yeah,
and then everyone, literally everyone is flaming me. Like, my team's flaming me, other team's flaming me, housemate across the room, he's looking over just like, wow, you suck. So, Guapi definitely did the right thing there.
I mean, there's a little bit of a skill difference between Guapi and you.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. I mean, but as you said, it's just a little bit. Like, it's a little bit of one, so I'm almost there.
Yeah,
I just need to climb 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 entire class ranks.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Something along those lines.
Something. And I'm not talking like, you know, bronze 4 to bronze. I'm talking like bronze to silver to gold. Like,
yeah, also you should probably learn more than one champion. It's also probably a good direction to go.
I
but
know, 2.
looking at the champions of this game,
2.
we do have to point out that Rangitoto is getting a bit of comfort, and comfort specifically I want to look at for Diamond. He had a rough early game on game 1 on Aatrox, and this game, it's been a bit rough, yes, against Slogdog, but he does have a CS lead. But he's got access to Aatrox again. And there's a very well-known thing that if you can repeat getting the same champions over and over and over in a series, in theory, you're going to get better. You're more comfortable with them. You're more practiced with them because you literally played it 45 minutes ago. So it's going to be pretty good on the side of Diamond to be if he keeps getting access to that Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that they're going to want to work with and continue. Obviously, we're going to be getting back into our game as soon as possible. I believe there was an issue with frame rates dropping a bit.
Guppy's computer's not being too nice. He says, like, you just got a brutal solo kill in top lane. I'm not going to work for you anymore. So we're restarting that one. Hopefully, we'll be ready to go back in soon. And so far in this game, we're 6 minutes in. I know it's unfair to ask, but I am, because I'm not a nice person. Who do you think that Rangitoto can take game number 2 given what we've seen so far?
It's a tough one. That's a tough question, and I do appreciate those tough questions. I believe I excel under the pressure in situations like that. And honestly, yes, I do. However, if you're asking me if you think Rangitoto is playing that opening game the way they want, no, I don't. I think Blakehurst is actually much happier with how this game has been progressing thus far, minus that bit at the end. However, I don't know if it's been enough yet because I'm looking at Diamond on this Aatrox yet again starting to accelerate in a similar situation what we saw before. Yes, Guapi did fall. He got that kill right back, and he's playing, okay, it's Lucian, not Akali this time, but it's a similar power spike. It's a similar sort of, here's where I'm going to start to boom. And I think, once again, they're setting themselves up to synergize and sort of take the game over in a similar fashion. All right, they don't have the Xin Zhao this time. It's an Elise. I feel Elise is a bit more feast or famine. It's a bit more faster pace. And in that regards, I'm happy Blakehurst has matched it so far. I just don't know if they keep that going. Because I'm looking at this bot lane, Sona, Tom Kench. When we hit 6, that's not going to be able to take down this Kai'Sa Morgana. And that's really what Blakehurst was relying on in game number 1. I think it's going to get worse really quickly before it gets better for Blakehurst. Level 6 is going to be rough for him. But if they can get late game, maybe, just maybe. But even then, it's kind of hard. Like, Lee Sin drops off, Fiora. Unless she's ahead, she can really start to falter hard. It could be one that goes either way as we are getting ourselves actually back onto the Rift, it appears.
It is, and it looks like that mid lane shenanigans not going to result in anything, unfortunately. I got really excited, but Dio did not want to try force the issue in middle lane, partly because Slogdog doesn't have a ton of mana right now. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Don't be overly aggressive. Be smart with when you play aggressive. In fact, I think someone's had a bit of being a bit sick of being abused in top lane. Slogdog's making his way up there, and Maple finally arriving in mid.
Yeah, again, what are lanes? Lanes don't matter. Everyone can go wherever they want. It's a fiesta on this one. But again, it does make sense. You don't want to keep doing this Fiora, I believe, into Lucian matchup, or perhaps it was the Swain into Aatrox, neither of which were going their way. So why not mix it up as down in bot? It actually, again, a bit more trading. I am impressed with how well Blakehurst has actually sort of been bullying Rangitoto, it seems like, whenever he comes down bot. However, DK has done a good job, still keeping up with that farm, still getting this Kai'Sa to scale. We're not seeing, like, the real sort of crazy tier Kai'Sa. We're seeing the big old BF sort, it looks like. So I think we're going to be seeing more of an impact as a result sooner. Makes sense with the team comp they built. They really want to accelerate when they hit those power spikes, when they want to just blow this game open. So I'm happy to see that. What I'd like to see from Rangitoto actually is a bit more jungle pressure as a result down bot. Yes, last time, BN came down, it didn't really go quite the way Rangitoto was hoping, but I feel as if really they need to accelerate every lane they can as fast as possible. And at the moment, BN has seemed a lot more top focused to me in this one. He's been very much trying to accelerate that top lane. Good Dark Binding.
Beautiful Dark Binding down the bottom side. Nothing too much going to come out of a lot of harass going down on tonight. But on that point you were talking about how Rangitoto want to take the game early, that's why we're not seeing Tier on the Kai'Sa. Tier on Kai'Sa is great at 35 to 40 minutes. Well, I'll tell you what, Rangitoto don't really want the game to go to 35-40 minutes, so grab the BS or grab the Storm Razor, but we may grab some early shenanigans. A beautiful kick, canceling of the lockdown. Crescendo not used nor available. A beautiful killer instinct. They'll grab Lemon Lord, but Dio falls in the trade.
Yeah, that was such a great escape right there from DK. just using the ultimate in order to throw himself deep under the tower, recognize, all right, this isn't the target they can no longer go for, so they're going to have to settle for the support. But in doing so, they trade their jungler, not at all what BlakeHurst wants.
A beautiful stun coming out of Maple onto Diamond there, and they will continue this. I mean, this is partly why they did not want that matchup on the bottom side. Both offsides, Slogdog might be in trouble. Demonic Ascension buying so much time, and the Aftershock, he's a tanky boy! He does not go down. They are both so low, the son of Ranky Toto. They've got to get out of that. Guppy and BN, slivers of HP together, but both escape with their lives. And for the side of BlakeHurst, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, that was all, unfortunately, because BN was unable to connect with the Cocoon. It bought enough time for Slogdog to dodge and die.
This is Maple! Oh! That is the heartbreak of a Diamond. He's like, I got this, one more Q will land. You know, he's going to go into me, and Maple, he gets the hell out of there. He slides back with the Q, and just no connection.
Yeah, that was a great play right there, coming from Maple, obviously helping get that kill. And in mid lane, solo kills, that's actually what BlakeHurst needs, right? They need to get this momentum going in ways that's a bit less conventional. So every single time we're seeing a solo kill go the way, especially in the mid lane, especially when it happens in the top lane, that's fantastic to them. Considering, furthermore, Dio has been putting a lot of pressure on the bot side of the map, right? He's really been trying to help out this Tahm Kench Sona. Something which we saw previously, we didn't get to go into because this game has been so fast-paced. We saw another let-alone gank bot, right? Oh, yeah. And I feel as if, as a result, this is why I'm critical of going hard damage as opposed to the tier. As we see a Cocoon hitting potential catch.
Slogdog might be in trouble. 1v2 again on the top side. He does not have the Demonic Ascension to keep him alive. The Aftershock will buy nothing but time. And he has reinforcements. Dio, can he get him out? Yes! He managed to get him out, but not able to save his top laner. But at least he'll get vengeance, or will he? With the arrival of Lemonlord, Dio will fall. A double kill for Guppy and heartbreak for BlakeHurst. They had such a good opening, but the roams.
What's Diamond doing? What's Diamond doing?
Diamond's lost at what's happening. Maple, can he get a 1 versus 2? One more he will do it. He gets one.
Riptail's angry. Riptail's angry.
Herald, can he do it? Yes, he does. Looks like Lemonlord using those chains to buy time.
Get him, Shelly. Get him, Shelly.
He has reinforcements.
Shelly punch. Shelly punch.
Oh my God. Lemonlord, you know he's loving Shelly right now. He's like, I'm never taking this objective again. Saves my life from the Fiora.
Oh my gosh. That, like, I'm trying to pay attention to the fight as much as possible. I know it's my job. Look at all these summoner abilities. Look at, well, I gotta remember this. My eyes were just glued on Shelly, just wailing away down onto Maple, just like with vengeance. You must play top lane and hate Fiora like everyone else. Not gonna let Maple get away from that one. My goodness. As a whole, though, that entire fight is just, you know, these teams are scrapping over everything, and I feel like the advantages has always been who shows up first, as Lemonlord's in a lot of trouble.
Black Shields by time. He has flash, but I don't think he's going to get in range of the wall. Dio will just whack him down, take him out. The dragon has been started up. Dio, though, should be able to get out without too many issues. He did get an AFK warning, because, of course, he got hit by a Dark Binding, but he managed to get out in one piece.
Yeah, so, you know, another nice little pick right there for BlakeHurst. This is going really well for them. They're getting pick after pick after pick. And it's something, again, I'm going to be called out here. You know, it's been maybe Mr. Curse, where you're saying, like, oh, I think this will happen. And, of course, it never does. BlakeHurst, they're winning these skirmishes. I don't think they should be when I look at these teams, but they've just been reacting faster. And I have to give credit for Dio in that regard.
But BN, he's top lane again. This is the third time he's been top lane in about 3 minutes. So obviously, like Ranky Toto, they're sick of this top lane going the way it is. They need to accelerate it, as we've been saying quite a few times. They will force down that objective on the bottom side. BlakeHurst, they don't have the damage to crush down this turret right now. LCDK is doing a good job of holding on to it.
Yeah, and actually, this is interesting because we're seeing the difference between Lucian and Akali in between Game 1 and Game 2. Guapi, with a lot less of that mobility, has actually been finding himself caught out a fair bit more. Yes, Ranky Toto is still trying to play around that jungle mid, or in this situation, jungle top synergy that we were expecting them to do it around, but because there's a bit less survivability on this Lucian as opposed to the Akali, it's really opened BlakeHurst to do a better job of shutting it down. Meanwhile, they've been able to sort of take this better matchup in that top half of the match and take advantage of it down bot. I'm so impressed with how well both Knight as well as Spring has been doing on the bot side of this map, just in terms of like actually taking advantage of everything Ranky Toto has given to them, that they have a bit of a lead in this one. They've been controlling the tempo. They've been the ones making the plays. And when Ranky Toto has tried to respond, they've been able to react. This is such a night and day performance coming out of this red side.
Exactly, and we are, of course, at 13 minutes into the game, but it feels like a very different game. Yes, a lot of kills in the early game, but BlakeHurst are even when you look at last game when they were behind. And they're even, when running the competition, that scales better as Theo just gets caught out. He tries to force the play on mid, but I don't think they realized there was 1.5 million people in mid lane for the side of Rangitoto as Maple. He needs to be careful in that middle lane. Culling comes out, of course, as Elise is on the top side, and Diamond pushing up the Rift Tail falls, and they didn't get the turret with the Rift Tail, but they got the plates.
Yeah, they got a couple plates, and really, they should be happy with that. That's a good chunk of gold going over to the team. Shelly must really hate Blakehurst.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Blakehurst, but yeah, I don't know what you did to piss Shelly off, but it just seems to be coming at you left, right, and center. In all seriousness, that was a fantastic pick from Rangitoto. Obviously, you know, we were talking about how well Dio's been playing, so of course he's the one who's going to get caught out. That's just the natural order of things. But something I want to point out, take a look at these gold differentials, specifically when I'm looking at the jungle right now. Dio, even though, yeah, he's just died and has died 4 times, he is still a K and a half ahead of BN.
Oh, yeah. And I want to look at the top lane. This top lane, yes, Lucian, Fiora is going to have a rough matchup, and the gold values show that over 1,000 in favor of Garpy when you compare it to Maple. Thankfully, Maple doesn't really want to run into Garpy anymore. He's kind of sick of this lane. He's like, okay, wait till I've got 2-3 items, then I'm coming for you. Then we can have a party, but we do see Maple trying to be a bit aggressive on the bottom side. Will get the wall before forced to retreat.
Yeah, but like going back to sort of this jungle and this gold differential though, unfortunately, it's time for me to be Mr. Negative Nancy a little bit critical here. The Elise pick, Feast or Famine, right?
Yep.
Because the Elise has fallen behind a K and a half against Rio in this Lee Sin, he has now been relegated to Cocoon bot.
Yeah.
That is all you can expect out of BN, and for Rangitoto, all right, a Cocoon is fantastic. You definitely have the damage. I love Cocoon into anything Diamond throws at someone. That usually will become a kill, but that's it. There is really no strong late-game jungle utility coming out of Rangitoto moving forward. Whereas, yeah, Dio on the Lee Sin, that might be harder, but this is going to be a hard damage Lee Sin. You already have the Tiamat and the Warrior, so not only does he have like that burst damage, you have a bit more of that side lane presence. And if Lakers is going to continue this momentum and really take this game over, I'm looking at Dio. I want to see him continue to make these plays happen, continue to control the tempo, and he is in prime position to do that. Even with Guapi where he's at, but a great Dark Binding flank.
They're going to try to step forward. They will not find anything. Dio is being aggressive on the bottom side. He's found out Garpy, kicked him over the wall, but Dio now out of position. Unfortunately, this aggression that you wanted to see not going too well for him. Oh, the double flash! The double flash! There's no way you're allowed to get out of that one alive, Dio.
Yeah, I mean, I liked, you know, what BN was trying to do. Let's go up and then come back down. He actually wants more Cocoon connecting.
But no real follow-up. That Cocoon needs to get follow-up of that Dark Binding.
Yep. Didn't happen there. The CC was not changed. Going back to that pickoff before, Dio just didn't have the support of the team. I think he was expecting a bit more from Blakehurst to really shove that mid lane down in towards him so the flank wouldn't leave him alone on an island. Fortunately, the rest of Blakehurst had to back off, and Dio was just left in no man's land, going to get run down. Constellation Pride's got 2 flashes. Only needed 1. They used 2. I guess better safe than sorry. All well and good. Unfortunately, though, like, he does get cut out, and he is really the member you can't afford to get, you know, fall. Even though he has died 5 times. It's actually quite amazing how much of an impact this Lee Sin has had in this game, despite dying 5 times in under 20 minutes.
I mean, it's the kind of, you mentioned Feast of Famine of the Elise. It's Feast of Famine of early game aggressive champions. You need to keep playing aggressive, even if, you know, you can die nearly 10 times on Lee Sin and still be relevant just because you're making pressure, you're making potential plays, and yes, they're gonna some of them are gonna blow up in your face, some of them are gonna go completely disastrous, but you need to try. You need to be that man who's stepping up, because you look at the lineup of Blakehurst, who else starts to play? Like, you've got maybe Knight with the Crescendo, but that's about it, and you don't really want Knight, Sona being on the front line. But on our front line, Maple going in on to Lemon. He's not going to get out of this one alive. The Soul Shackles will not buy space. Maple grabs himself his 5th kill of the game. Abyssal Voyage hunting down BN. No! That's a performance you want a refund for.
Didn't even hit the Spiderlings. That was a very unfortunate crescendo, but the hunt is still on. Fight happening just above us right now.
They're going down for LCDDK under the tongue. The tongue, yes! Spring gets the lickening onto LCDDK. The Kai's is going to go down. The Dragon should be the reward on their one. We do see Dio taking it already, and Blakehurst, they're fighting back in game number 2.
Yeah, this is such a more even match than what we were expecting before. Heck, I wasn't expecting any games to be this close full stop, and Blakehurst are really taking it to Rangitoto. It's actually been a fantastic match so far, and you know, with this Mountain Drake, the Cloud Drake as well, that's 2 major neutral objectives going Blakehurst's way, and maybe they can get this going, maybe get that sideball, like that side lane pressure going. I'm still worried where this is going to transition to as they get later. I want to look towards Slogdog. I want to look towards Maple to really get those side lanes going. And yeah, Maple, okay, we brought it up before when we were looking at the gold.
Garpy, Slogdog, you called it, and he gets cut down. Garpy has no time for those who do not bow before him.
Yeah, that was a fantastic pick because I think Rangitoto has recognized that, yes, this is the one who we need to stop because going into late game, Slogdog is still really going to be that main point of focus. All right, yeah, you can look at Maple and be like, but Maple has 5 kills, right? Maple has still been very bullied and has not really had that impact despite what that score is showing you, and I still don't think it's going to be a while until he does. I think if they want to get the 1-3-1 going for Blakehurst, they need to buy more time. Maybe they can get a 4-1 going with Slogdog, but even then, Slogdog is still getting cut down on his own by Guapi, who has just been looking fantastic in this match.
Yeah, Guapi has gone really well, but I do want to look at the other members. Specifically, I want to talk about Maple a little bit. He managed to get that solo kill off camera that we didn't get to see. He did get punished for it, but he was in a hell of a rough matchup in the early game, and he's still relevant. So many times you see players, they get into rough matchups, and then they die 1 or 2 times early, and then they just sort of catapult downhill. It's great to see players who are like, okay, this isn't going well, but I cannot afford to panic, especially, because all you have to do when you're out there on stage is peer a little to the left or a little to the right, and you see everything. And that's when you've got to remind yourself, okay, I'm on the stage, I can't afford to tilt, I need to just buckle down and keep going.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, I credit to a lot of the players in this one who have been, you know, keeping that momentum going and keeping that pushing on and pushing on and pushing on. Another player, though, who I want to draw credit, attention towards, who hasn't had the impact yet, but I'm waiting for him to explode in this one, is Diamond on this Aatrox. He's gone for an interesting build. He's got a lot of stuff at the moment. And this stuff will later be sort of smushed together to make useful stuff. But where we're at right now, it's just stuff.
It's components.
We're nearly 20 minutes in, and he doesn't have a completed item yet on the Aatrox.
He does, technically. He's
Boots
got ninja,
don't count.
He's
Boots
got
don't
Ninja
count.
Tabe. That's an item.
Okay, but it's not completed because it's 1 shoe. You need 2 shoes for it to be complete. You need a pair. So the point I'm trying to make, however, is he's got stuff. Nothing's been completed yet. But I imagine in the next 5 minutes, he's going to go from 0 completed items to 2 completed items. And all of a sudden, this Aatrox is going to hit like a truck. And when I'm looking at the builds at the moment for Blakehurst, I'm not seeing any armor. I'm seeing none. They are do or die pretty much in every single one of these fights. Okay, Knight's Vow on Tom. All right, there.
Yeah, and Ninja Tabe onto Lee Sin. But that's not
one
going to
boot doesn't count.
No, that's not going to stop Aatrox, especially when he has a Black Cleaver. Yep. He'll have a Death Stance, and he'll have healing reduction in the Executioner's Calling that he's picked up as well. So that's not going to be enough armor to stop him. And we mentioned it in Game 1. Who do you send to deal with X on the split push? Well, who are you going to send to deal with Diamond on the split push when he finally gets those 2 items? You can't really send Maple. Now, Maple's in a good position, but if he has to face a Death Stance and a Black Cleaver Aatrox with a Ravenous Hydra and what will be the components of a Trinity Force, he's going to really struggle in that matchup. So there's going to be a lot more presence out of Dio, I hope. But to his credit, out of that hope, Dio has had a lot of presence this game.
Yeah, Dio has played fantastically in this match. Yes, he's died a lot, but he's made a lot of those plays happen, especially on this bot lane. That was the lane that I was like, oh, is this a good thing? Like, yeah, Sona Tom Kench is fantastic, but into Kaisa Morgana, this could be a bad time. Well, it's going to be a great time if Lee Sin's down there just feeding kill into them. He doesn't care if he dies. He's a team player. That is the real support right now. And as a result, we cannot overlook where Spring is at on this Tom Kench. Unfortunately, he's going for that hard support build, so when you're looking at this 204, it's like, okay, well, I would have liked, maybe something a bit tanky. Maybe if that was a top Tom Kench and they were going that hard tank, might be better for the team later terms. But still, this is, we were talking about this before, right? Inevitabilities. The inevitability of an unkillable champion. That is Spring in that bot lane. And there's going to be coming a time where I feel like on Rangitoto, no one except for maybe DK, if given enough time, is going to be able to handle this Tom Kench.
Yeah, and you pair that up with the fact that Tom Kench's role isn't just to be a hell of an annoying frontline, although he does that in spades. It's also the save button, the W, the Devour. You can save so many people from being picked out of position with that ability. And if you look at Rangitoto's lineup, let's have a quick look at how many people can pick people off. I see an Elise, whose entire purpose is to pick someone out of position. I see a Morgana, very similar position. So I love the Tom Kench. I'm a little sad that we can't see how many people has Tom Kench saved from Dark Bindings, because I think that would be a much better statistic than just an assist bar.
Yeah, exactly. That I think that would be fantastic. Is that going to be one of the things that we're going to see with the new?
Hopefully. That'd be like, how many times have I saved my teammate who's walked into crowd control as a Tom Kench?
that's
Because I'm
what
a
it
little
is.
sick of it at this point.
How many times have I swallowed a vein as she's rolling into my opponents? That is the stat I want to know. Like, how many times have I, pulled someone out of a bad decision?
Yeah, I love that's the mantra of supports is I can save you from so many things, but I can't save you from yourself.
Yes.
Like, I can save you from that enemy Lux. I can save you from that enemy Kog'Maw. I can catch out the enemy jungler. But if you're going to dive in 1 versus 5, there's only so much I can do, my dude.
You can question mark ping me all you like. Trust me, I'm question mark pinging myself as to, what could I have actually done?
Why do I main support?
Yeah, that's the real question.
That's the MVP. How many times do you have those players in support, like, they do their job, they do it damn well, and then everyone's like, oh, it's the AD carry. Like, no.
Oh, that's the one. No, I will always give credit to supports and jungles who pop off. I know we're giving supports a hard time right now, but no, they are the real stars.
Yeah, and you look at this game so far, Lemon Lord in Game 1 and Game 2, and even when you look at the support coming out of Blakehurst Game Series 1 and 2, they've done really well this series. Like, it's been a really interesting series. Game 1, we saw the Trundle coming out for Blakehurst, and that did its damn job in spades. And even in Game 1 with the Yuumi, Lemon Lord, it was a rough matchup with the Yuumi. Let's be real. LCD had a hard time. Let's just be nice about it. Yep. But Yuumi was still doing her job with those final chapters, especially once Yuumi hopped onto Garpy's back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Yuumi did do well. And again, going to emphasize back to the point, love your support, please. Don't rage out your support. But more importantly, and yes, but here's the thing, everyone loves supports. Everyone throws supports love unless you're mad at them for whatever reason. Junglers, the most raged out role. Everyone hates on the jungle. Everyone's, blame jungle. Ha, 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 ha.
Trauma.
Love your jungle. Your jungle loves you. They just show it in weird ways, okay? We do care for you. We want you to live. We don't want you to die before we finish our first clear.
Then don't take my cannon minion. Problem solved.
Hey, let's not get crazy. This is how you show love for the jungler. Give your jungler your cannon minions. Just give your jungler your entire cannon wave. Trust me, it'll be fine. Yeah, he might be on the opposite end of the map when you get 3-manned because, he thought wolves were more important or somehow, but that's okay. Tell him you forgive him by giving him your cannon minion.
I think you've made a few enemies today. I think for me you've made a few enemies, but we'll see. There is unfortunately a bit of a pause. Garpy's computer, which had the frame rate issues earlier in the game, unfortunately has decided to have another freakout. We are having the machine replaced, so it's going to have to take it out, put a new one in, set that all up, reconnect to the game, so that might take a little bit longer. We do apologize about the delay in our second game of this best of 5 grand final series, but fixing it up the best we can, and of course I want to look at the series for the players. And this is something you talk about a lot, and you look at pro scenes when they talk about the number of pauses you get. It's kind of got to play hazard with the players themselves in the game, because you're just forced to sit there. You can come up with all these great plans. You can't do anything. You're just forced to wait.
Yeah, and this is, I think, one of those elements for these players playing on a stage who have been like this that they might not be used to when you're sitting on stage during a pause and you have to, stay silent. You're not allowed to talk. You have to focus. All right, got to wait until I'm ready to go again. And yeah, this is part of that competitive experience. I don't know who was watching that LCK final last night, but there were some interesting pauses during the Game 2's picks and bans.
It took forever to get from, I think it was Game 3 as well.
Yeah.
It took forever to get into Game 3 because it was 15 minutes worth of pauses between SKT and Griffin for Game 3. It was
But you know what was great about all that?
Griffin finally won a game.
No. What was even better about that, though, because while this was going on, you could switch over to, the MEO stream and watch that kick-ass Tekken tournament that was being thrown down. Gosh, dang, that was fun. But you know what's better than Tekken? League of Legends. I'm just picking fights with everyone today.
You're picking fights with your teammates, you're picking fights with Oceana, you're picking fights with people in different game genres. But the fight we have is now back on Ranking Toto, Blakehurst, back at it in game number 2, skirting at around the 20-minute mark now. And what do these teams do now they've been back unleashed?
Yeah, exactly. Where do we go from here? So far, it's been a very tight, even game. And it's with Baron on the map, everything is just going to be getting twice as volatile moving forwards, because losing that next team fight might mean losing that critical objective. And with how stalemate this game has been, that could be the tool that blows this one open. I'm curious who is going to make the first play around and getting vision. At the moment, it does look like Rangitoto, and it doesn't surprise me with how much pressure BN has been putting on the top side, with the fact that that's where they've been putting a lot of their pressure. As interesting dark finding over the wall. It does look as if BHS do want to sort of contest this at the moment, but they need to be careful.
They've caught out Lemon Lord. They're going to get him out with the teleport coming in. This will turn out into a fight. They finally get him down. But where is the rest of the incoming LCD? Are in over the wall. Can they get jumped on? It doesn't look like it. Blakehurst, they have the HP bars. Do they have the damage? They're filtering in. They might get the fight. Rangy Toto are getting rinsed and repeated and taken down. Guppy is gone. Diamond is the last man standing for Rangy Toto, and Blakehurst came into this game. They don't care Rangy Toto's the defending champions. They want this game.
Yeah, they want to make this a series. Last year, when Rangy Toto was able to go all the way, they did it in 3 games. 1, 2, 3, and it was 3 convincing games. But Blakehurst is saying, not today. We want a series. We want a showdown. And in that entire fight, my goodness, Slogdog, front and center, just taking everything, throwing right back, and Rangy Toto could not get around the Swain. The prize for all this is the Baron. Baron has been secured by Blakehurst, and this is what we're talking about. They now have the tools in order to break this base open. They can start looking at those inhibitors. They can get that, like, third waves pushing, because despite the fact that they've been ahead in gold, despite the fact they've been getting this Dragons, they really have not done too much damage to the structures of Rangy Toto.
Exactly, and this is the opening for Blakehurst to stabilize this series. They've got themselves their gold lead. It's only 2K, but they're starting to finally get themselves a tempo. And now, the turret game. They've only taken 1 turret in the first 21 minutes. We expect that to change quite quickly and quite heavily now coming into this series. So let's see, outside turrets are the most obvious ones to go for, but where are Blakehurst hunting for now? Is it going to go top lane? Is it going to go mid? And more importantly, are they going to be able to crack the inhibitor line with this Baron buff?
I don't know, but we're getting a wonderful sort of insight right now into the eyes of Lemon Lord. I mean, we've been tracing this Morgana for quite a bit at the moment. It's fun to see how she's sort of interacting and dropping those wards out at the moment. Really learning the pathing of this champion. Maybe she can provide some help right now with this jump.
BN goes down, the follow-up. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that's 4 members of Rangy Toto over there, and they still lose a member? That is momentum shifting in away from Rangy Toto to Blakehurst with that Baron.
Yeah, but it's okay though. It's just real deal, right? He's already died 6 times.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. He exists to die to do this trade. So trading jungle for jungle with no major objectives, not the worst. The only thing that Blakehurst has to be sad about is the fact that they did lose that Baron. But it's okay. With Dragon on the map, it does mean that they are able to play sort of opposite ends. So as you can see, they're getting that top lane pushing at the moment. That is Slogdog with that Baron and Parmenian is drawing Guapi back up towards the top. As a round of applause, we got our camera fixed again so we can actually watch a bit more of this game.
There we go. We finally get to see the world around where this Baron buff is going, and Blakehurst. They've gotten 1 turret now. I'm hoping for a second. If they can get a couple turrets in their back pocket for them with this Baron buff, that's going to be really, really good for them. That's where they're gunning for, and we'll have to see where does Blakehurst go after that. Because I think this Baron buff, everyone thinks, oh, it's a Baron, it's amazing. This Baron buff is to stabilize. This Baron buff is to get your lead. There will more than likely be a second Baron this game, and that is where we will see the winner of that fight take control of the game. But more than anything, we're approaching the 25-minute mark. What did we say during pre-game, during pick and ban about Rangy Toto? They need to get the lead and have it at this point. I think Blakehurst are in an amazing position to get this game.
It's still on a knife's edge to me. I'm still looking at this Kai'Sa right now, 2 items completed, hitting that power spike, and I think DK is going to really want to lead these teams into fight. Furthermore, I'm not quite sure that Slogdog is in the position that he needs to be in. Yes, Maple might be able to get that training force completed, have that silent pressure. I don't know. It's tough. I still think it's quite close either way. The only thing going Blakehurst's way that might be giving them that tipping edge is that Baron, but it's all about who can pick this right fight. But because of the Baron, everything will happen on Blakehurst's command. They're the ones who can initiate. They can pick that right fight.
Exactly, they're setting up a 1-3-1 split push right now. Slogdog and Garvey fighting out. Demonicus actually coming out, the culling as well. Who will win on the bonus side? Maple in 1 versus 2. He's turning around the grand challenge. You are not worthy to stand in Maple's presence with this Fiora. Running down 2 in a double kill for himself. Topside Blakehurst bring the numbers. They take down Lemon Lord. Rangy Toto, we hear from the crowd. Rangy Toto are falling and Blakehurst are on the run.
Yeah, they are on the run, and they are looking at inhibitors with 4 members down. This is Blakehurst trying to blow it open. Maple, he gets some items. He teleports right back in. Inhibitor falling on the top side. More pressure being put in the middle. Actually, a bit of a fight is happening down there.
Oh my
They
god,
want more.
Dio Nelson, can he win the fight under
No!
turret? No, the turret
Doesn't matter,
but it doesn't
Nexus!
matter. They're going for the Nexus. Playcast don't give a damn if you're the defending champions. They
Recon,
will take
they're gonna
them
fight.
to a game 3 and Playcast, welcome to the series.
We have our series. Ray and Toto is not 3-0 for the second year in a row. Blakehurst is here to fight, and a fantastic showing from this red side. They turned it around. I was nervous after game 1, but we have something special on our hands today.
I mean, coming into this series, you look at it on paper and everyone says, oh, Rangi Toto, you know, they got this, they're going to crush the series 3-0. We're going to have a repeat of OPL. Blakehurst rocks up, no, fam. We're taking game 2 with a bit more of an unconventional style. That is definitely Blakehurst's swing of the things. And they did amazingly coming into game number 2. And I cannot wait to see what game 3 has around the corner. Unfortunately, we have no choice. There will be, unfortunately, guys, a 5-minute break to let the teams reset, come up with some new plans, and we'll have to see you guys in 5 minutes to see game 3 between Blakehurst and Rangi Toto to see who will get themselves the early lead.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey.
Enough data to keep you laughing with a value-packed Samsung Galaxy S10 plan on Optus. Visit us today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here in the Melbourne Arena for the Meta High School Esports League of Legends Grand Championship. Already we have seen a fantastic 2 games tying us up 1-1. I wasn't predicting this. You weren't predicting this. I think pretty much only Blakehurst was predicting, you know what, we're going to come through and we're going to take this games, and Blakehurst fans as well. And all of a sudden, yeah, we have a series.
Oh, yeah, we do, and it is a gem to see Rangi Toto. I mean, we've used the expression a few times. Can gods bleed? Well, Rangi Toto, the defending champions, they have bled quite a bit. Blakehurst grabbed themselves that game at number 2 after, let's be real, unconventional pick and ban, but it's Blakehurst pick and ban, and if that's going to get them the series and a couple of games under their belt, then I am all for seeing, you know, more untraditional bot lanes. Maybe something completely random in the top side, like the, you know, Klepto Corki or something a little out of left field.
Aurelian Soul Jungle.
No, I had to deal with that. I had to deal with you playing that once, and I've never wanted to see you play Aurelian Soul in the mid lane.
But you don't see me play it. It's them. It's the people who know what they're doing playing it.
Who practices Aurelian Soul jungle, though?
No one.
Exactly, so we're not going to see it in the 3rd game of this grand final series. But let's find out what we will see as we will enter pick and ban.
Yeah, that's just it. We are going into our picks and bans right now. Already Akali been one of those, you know, high priority picks. We saw Guapi do terrible nightmare fuel-inducing things to his opponents game number 1, so that's going to be taken away. Aurelia as well. I don't think Aurelia is getting through at all.
I don't think that either of these 2 champions should get through, and honestly, I think that maybe Blakehurst can potentially look at banning away the Aatrox. Force Diamond onto, actually no, never mind. Diamond is not playing in game number 3 from Rangi Toto College. We have had a substitute live stillings. is taking the top lane role away from Diamond. So maybe you now can get Aatrox through. Can Lifesteal really match up to what Diamond does? And Aatrox is only one way to find out, and that is, of course, does he get access to that champion? So far, no Aatrox ban.
Yeah, that is a bold, bold move. And, you know, with Diamond not there, maybe you don't need that Aatrox. So, yeah, interesting. Rangitoto coming into this next game, looking to mix things up, get their subs in, get them some of that stage experience. And, again, why not? This is the place to do it, right? When else can you get an opportunity like this again? So go out there and let everyone have a crack. And that's something I really do appreciate coming from this high school.
Oh, yeah, and of course, we have gotten through all of our round of bans. Yasuo getting hit 3 out of 3 so far for Yasuo. I don't expect him to be slinging through pick and ban at all. Silas getting caught away as well. So these teams know what they want to keep their eye on, but what are they going to grab themselves? Rakan has not been looked at in the Meta Grand Final, but, well, much like Mickey X, it looks like the support coming out of Blakehurst, whoever he be this game, is going to grab himself that.
Yeah, I was about to say that. We've been making a lot of G2 references today, and what better way it is than to insta-lock a Rakan going into this match, putting that priority. That is definitely something that we saw Game 5 of the LEC today. That is the G2 approach. In response, however, you know, Fnatic did take away that Lovers Duo. They took the Xayah away. I'm curious if Rangitoto is actually going to respond in kind, or are they going to go ahead and give up that Lovers Duo? At the moment, they're actually looking at a Karthus jungle right now, as well as that Tahm Kench. This is a very scaling comp right now.
Surely they're not going to blind pick a Karthus jungle. That makes a lot more sense. And they aren't going to deny the Lovers Duo. Instead, I actually like the Tahm Kench in response to the Lovers Duo. He can do decently. And you target the Tahm Kench, it's hard to kill. You target the Ashe, Tahm Kench, Devour, you can't get the Ashe anymore. So I really like that combo.
Yeah, but in doing so, they are giving up the priority of the Aatrox. As you can see, that's going to be going right back over to Blakehurst. So they're going to have their first crack on this champion. Go ahead, finish up that Lovers Duo as well. And Blakehurst, they're putting together a very, very strong team.
Yeah, and Rangitoto will grab themselves the Karma. That's more than likely going to go to up in the top lane, Klepto Karma. She's really difficult to deal with, and that's Aatrox is not going to like that matchup in the slightest. Could go mid, but my first thought upon seeing this is we're almost getting a one of those protect compositions where you get shielding, you get healing, you got protection, and it's all going to be the Ashe show. Ashe scales damn well, so I see no reason why you can't. And finally, Slogdog will have to show something other than his Swain. It finally gets caught by the Banhammer.
Yeah, I'm actually curious with the direction right now that Rangitoto is going, because while, yes, I agree, protect the AD carry comps, Ashe is one of the better ones. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow obviously provides so much utility in starting these team fights, but I still want to see more coming out of the squad, because I feel as if, yeah, protect the AD carry comps, all great and all good, but all Blakehurst needs to do is pay that QSS tax, and all of a sudden I feel like, yeah, they might be able to handle the Ashe on its own. So I'm looking for a dual threat if they're going to opt for Ashe as their main sort of damage dealing. That said, on Blakehurst's side right now, Lovers Duo plus Aatrox, yeah, all they're looking to do right now is shut down some of these aggressive junglers. You're seeing the Elise ban. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see something like a Lee Sin ban next. Continue to keep them down and try and force this game to go a bit later, not lose the game in the first 15 minutes like we saw out of game 1.
Yeah, I think maybe this is Zhao we did see out of BN in the first game of the series, but instead, Guppy's Rise is going to get taken away. I do like that decision instead. Very powerful champion. But my first thought upon seeing a Protect composition is Mordekaiser is brilliant against Protect compositions because A, he demands the QSS tax, or he can deal the AD carry. Now, Xin Zhao is going to go for BM as well, so grab himself a very strong jungler. And I want to see what he can do with this champion as well.
Yeah, that said, the Vlad is being hovered, and that could be locked in. So that's more side lane pressure, and that's more Blakehurst trying to spread out a team composition out of Rangitoto that's most likely going to want to group. I will like this Vlad pick. It further emphasizes the fact that Blakehurst is looking to try and scale maybe more into the later game in this one. And for Xin Zhao, that's a hard gank to pull off.
Yeah, very difficult to go into the Vlad lane. Thankfully, there are the other lanes. Oh, please. I have not seen an Ivan in the longest of times. I would love an Ivan here. But the thing is, you look at the lineup of Blakehurst, who's starting the fight? You need something that will start the fight. The Skarner will do well. My first thought is still the Sejuani, still the Jarvan, Lee Sin. He did. Oh, they're having some fun with this one. Again, if I want something with Engage, Lee Sin fits the bill there.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so Lee Sin, and that is, maybe that gap to drag them into the mid and late game. You have that Lee Sin, especially if you can get some of those pre-6 ganks off. I'm looking at him to possibly focus wherever this Karma winds up going. Lucian now being hovered, so that will be another solo lane Lucian that we're seeing if it gets locked in. for Rangitoto. We've seen Guapi play it once. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes back on that champion. Maybe he's thinking with the computer that won't explode on me, it's probably going to work a bit better for me moving forward. So wouldn't be surprised to see that one locked in. But no, instead we get Gangplank.
Oh, I like the Gangplank here. That is some great scaling as well if you can get those barrel combos off. So that's like, yeah, that's going to go to Guppy in the middle lane. He's going to have a party in that middle lane. The Pirate might have a bit of trouble against the Vladimir, but he should be able to sustain just fine and get into that mid game. With the Trinity Force, get his couple items under his belt, and be ready to dance.
Well, here's the thing that I'm thinking at when I'm looking at this is like, yeah, maybe he might get poked a bit, but there's not a lot of kill pressure there unless we're seeing hard sort of ganking coming down from what looks to be Slogdog, actually, who's going to be running this Lee Sin.
I love how Blake Hurst's can't make up. They're like, you want to play, we can play wherever we want. Just, everyone fits everywhere.
Yeah, that's what, both of these teams are kind of like a bit mixed up in how you do. I want to play top this game. All right, sure, go for it.
Yeah, go for it there. And of course, a look down the lineups. The first thought that we have, as we mentioned before, junglers. First 15 minutes is going to be massive for these guys. We have the Lee Sin, we have the Xin Zhao, and they're going to be a early game shenanigans because what we've got to track, who do they gank first, and how do they use these early ganks to build themselves a further lead?
Yeah, exactly that. And, because they are each aggressive junglers, right? So I'm looking at mid lane potentially for a target for Blakehurst. I feel as if Gangplank, he doesn't have that mobility, and if he uses his barrels perhaps a bit too aggressively, that could be something you can jump in on. As well, perhaps if you're for Rangitoto, maybe you're looking at that top lane right now. Karma, if she pushes too far forward, yes, she has the mantra, but you never know. You can get behind her. You can make it happen. I definitely feel that could be opening on the opposite side. So I don't necessarily expect these junglers to mirror each other despite both being aggressive. I actually expect him to try and make, those counter plays where one makes a play in one lane, the other's going to immediately respond somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you expect when you look at aggressive jungles in the early game. Someone ganks one side, you either counter gank or you gank the other side of the map. It's all about that pressure game. Now, as you said, probably beaten. I think this question is beating a dead horse with what we're looking at here. Can we see this aggression coming out of these teams? Of course, there's a little bit of a delay coming into our third game of this series. But the first thought I have when I look at this is Maple, the top laner for Blakehurst, actually has Ignite, as opposed to the standard teleport we see out of top laners nowadays. And Guppy has also elected for an Ignite as opposed to a teleport coming into this mid lane matchup, which I suppose makes sense, especially when it's up against a Vladimir. You want to be able to have that little bit of kill pressure. You need to deal with the healing that Vladimir brings to the table.
Yeah, exactly just that. So I do like seeing the kill pressure coming from each of these. That tells me, these solo laners, they want to have that impact. It might hurt them late game, though, if they want to spread out the map. I feel like that's when you might start to see that disaster come down. But it's definitely going to be exciting to see how they go and where they go. And already, BHS, they're grouping S5. They're looking to invade S5.
Early game shenanigans, and I like this idea. You have the likes of the Rakan, you have the likes of the Lee Sin. You can make this work if you catch someone out of position. Thankfully, it looks like Life on the Karma will be able to get out with one piece. They don't know they've been spotted, but we are seeing Life Sticks there. He sees them, the jig is up, everyone knows the shenanigans that happen on top side.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we are seeing that almost immediate response. The pings are going down, and we are looking at the counterplay, getting those wards in, but they're on it. The pings are going down in response. They're saying, hey, we know what you guys are doing. You're going to be in that moment. And can they actually rotate down there fast enough?
I don't think they can. They are backing away. But remember, game one, very similar approach. And game one, a certain top laner went down in a very brutal death. This time, these teams are a little bit more aware. No one is walking into the jungle by themselves where they think the enemy might be. So these teams adapting for what they have to run into in game from this series.
Yeah, already we're seeing that fast adaptation. And no more cheeky invades. Actually, a bit more standard really across the board. It doesn't look like we're seeing any surprise lane swaps as well. We finally... No, that's not true. Maple's in mid lane. We can't get it right.
We cannot get a straight lane today. Maple hanging out mid lane against Gangplank, and that means that, of course, we're going to have Knight in top lane with the teleport going up against Lovers, and that makes a lot more sense when you think about it. Aatrox into a Karma is an extremely difficult matchup. You're going to have trouble getting on top of them. The range and the harassment is so difficult to deal with as opposed to the middle lane. Aatrox isn't going to enjoy the lane against this Gangplank. He's going to be shot a lot with the power lay, but at least he'll survive.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's better than, what could have been that worst case scenario, but what it does mean is this mid lane is super volatile for ganks. I think we're actually going to be seeing a lot of pressure from both junglers now. So remember when I was talking about how I think the junglers are going to be playing opposite each other? Nah, they're going to be ramming into each other now, I feel like, and it's going to be in this mid lane, especially with how aggressive Guapi's playing.
I mean, both junglers right now are top side of the map. It's Guppy playing aggressive with these barrels, giving Maple the runaround with the Pirate. Of course, we do see a very interesting difference in style of these two junglers right now. BN has gone for a complete topside clear, while as you look at Slogdog, he has cleared his red buff into Wolves, into blue buff, into Gromp, and we kind of expect a gank to follow up into this. So Slogdog is fitting into this. I need to play an aggressive style. I need to be aggressive with my Lee Sin. I'm hoping to see it in one of these lanes, and it may be the middle lane.
Yeah, it may just be that right now. It's already, you know, taking a look at the map, Slogdog starting to sort of feel out this mid lane. This could be that opening, and I think we might be seeing our first kick at game 3. Lee Sin going in. He has the damage on Nagwabi. That's an easy first blood secured. Going over to Maple.
And that is such a good momentum swing for Blakers. They won the previous game, and then they kick off game number 3 with a bang. This is the way they want to go, and this is the direction they have to take if they want to take game number 3.
Yeah, exactly that. And now I'm looking at BN. Where is he going to respond? Yes, he's going to get Rift Herald, but really there's no openings for him to actually get any sort of counterplay. Yes, he can go mid right now because you can take a look, Maple super pushed up, but if he does, it's way too easy for Slogdog to respond. And I'm loving this decision by Blakers to actually put Slogdog in the jungle.
Indeed, Slogdog doing well with his Lee Sin so far, and as you mentioned the fact that there was every chance of a mid lane fight happening. I think we will continue to see this mid lane focus because, again, we've discussed it in game number 2, inevitability. Well, if a Gangplank falls behind, it's inevitable that he will be next to useless. So if you can keep the Pirate down, I see no reason why you shouldn't do that. Accelerate the Aatrox, get the Gangplank behind, and you're in such a good position because if Gangplank falls behind, where is the damage from Rangi Toto? It's not going to be Karma because she's going to go for that really weird hybrid build more likely. So it's going to be looking at LCDDK's Ashe. So he's going to have to step up to the table if Guppy falls behind.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm looking at that, yeah, DKS. I'm also looking at BN. Like, don't discredit Zin's out. That's a lot of damage coming out there as well. But definitely it stops something I've been talking a lot about today, side lane pressure. If you don't have that Gangplank able to take over side lane, you're in trouble with BN. He's looking at mid lane. His target is Maple, but Maple's actually quite beefy and turning this around. This Aatrox doing so much work and help has arrived. Maple's quite low, but he actually wants to take down this Guapi, but is unable to. That's one for Rangatoto, and they want a second. Slogdog making his way under the tower, has to burn flash, and that will stop the engage. Or will it try to turn back around? Not going to get much. We're 1-1.
Rangi Toto, the fact that it was their gank that nearly went backwards, and the teleport they were forced to burn in order to make it an equal trade in a way, it's a disaster that Rangi Toto are making the play and have to burn the teleport reactively because they weren't prepared for Slogdog's Lee Sin to rock up to the party. While all that's happening, Knight didn't teleport. He decided, nah, you guys will be fine in mid lane, and Vladimir decided not to arrive to the party. And imagine that fight, but Vladimir arrives behind them. That's a disaster for Rangi Toto.
That is, but at the same time, Knight's probably thinking, you know what, I value this teleport a bit more right now. I want to keep my lane pressure. I want to keep my farm going. He's not even using his teleport to get back to lane at the moment. He's going to walk it back. And that tells me, you know what, Blakers, they're thinking ahead. That teleport all of a sudden means all of Rangi Toto's other lanes, they need to play safe because at any moment, they could get jumped on.
They could indeed. And I like this use of teleport, but that means you need to use this opening. Now, we have about couple minutes while the Karma teleport is down and the Vladimir teleport is up and available, and they need to make a play. Now, I'm hoping, ironically, you make a play in the middle lane using that teleport because bottom lane, Ashe has a TP of her own. It's not worth it to burn your TP and then Ashe dies, then she TPs back to lane. You don't get anything out of that wholeheartedly. Imagine the wave pushes out, you use your teleport to gank the Gangplank. Suddenly, he's back in base, he misses 1 or 2 minion waves, his turret takes a ton of damage, and he's in a horrible position as we see Slogdog. He is being aggressive. He lands the Q, but I don't think that's one you follow up on.
His mind was telling him his no, and in this time the body was saying the same thing as well. We're not seeing any sort of crazy engages, at least just yet, but that's A-okay. Blakers, though, down in bot. A nice knock-up, and it draws the cannon barrage as well, actually, out of Guapi, so Rangatoto might be looking to turn this around. You have to remember, teleport is still available for Knight, so if he wants to jump down, he would be able to, but really no need just yet. Just a lot of aggressive fronting, a lot of aggressive poking, a good little bit of damage as here comes the Lee Sin. Slogdog getting so much work down onto this Tom catch, but it won't be enough to secure the kill. Flash was burned by DK.
Slogdog couldn't get access to LCD's Ashe. He was too far away. The Tom catch body blocking being that agitating front line we're talking about.
Oh, but here we go. Maple from behind is able to take down Lemon Lord, and now DK on his own won't be able to get out. Slogdog escapes as well on what looks to be 1 health. That
That is not fair!
And they're going to get so much turret damage on top of this for Blakers. This is massive for them in the early game. And then you go look at what is ranking Toto's answer. Well, they're not teleporting bottom. Oh, I said they're not teleporting bottom lane with the Ash. That's even Knight.
Knight's going to get snared. This is a lot of trouble for this Vladimir. Going to go ahead and drop the Hemo play, trying to turn around, but no help is coming. All his life skills has to do is sort of just bait this way. He'll be perfectly fine. A critical ultimate gone, and all of a sudden that kill pressure off of that teleport, non-existent.
Exactly. This is why I would have loved to see the world where Knight actually TP back into the mid lane in that previous fight, because it would have gone so well for them. They did, however, we can't take away a beautiful move on bottom lane with Blakers. And they did force out the teleport out of the Ash and a few summoner spells on the bottom lane to boot. And they did get a decent amount of turret. So really good move coming out of Blakers. But what does Ranking Toto do to challenge them? We are seeing a potential disaster on the bottom side. Dragon, though, of all things, goes to Ranking Toto.
Yeah, Mountain Drake was secured by BM during all of that.
Oh, at least he's behind them.
But here comes Engage. Gets the knock up and up from above. Here comes that spring. And he is doing doing so much damage. Able to take down Lemon Lord.
And Linky grabs himself his kill with this Xayah. And that is a huge movement coming in for Blakers, because Xayah, she scales brilliantly and she is so safe with the CC she brings to the table with her feathers. With the ultimate to make her untargetable as well, she is so hard to deal with if she gets ahead, if she's feeling it. And something tells me Linky's feeling it.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start for this bot lane of Blakers. And again, I've been saying this at the start, like, I feel Blakers is going to win this game, or series, I should say. It's going to be through the bot lane, and they are really getting that attention that this bot lane deserves right now. Slogdog as well on the jungle. He is the most experienced player, like the highest skill player on paper, the challenger player on the team. Putting him in the jungle where he can have the largest impact on the map through this most crucial first 15 minutes, I think was a brilliant move, and we're seeing it in effect. 100% kill participation for the first 10 minutes is enabling both mid lane and bot lane at the same time. Yes, top lane, you know, Knight hasn't had the biggest show-offy game, but he's doing fine on his own. 15 CS ahead of his opponent on a Vladimir to boot. This is a beautiful game for Blakers.
Yeah, and Knight is trying to play around the fact that maybe he doesn't really want to make that move around to the team. I mean, you look at his itemizations, he has a cull. He has no intention to leave that top lane. He just wants to farm it out to be a monster, accelerate to his 2 items, try and match the gold acceleration coming out of the Karma, and do himself the best that he can with what he has available to him to put in that CS lead with the Cull. I would actually love to see the gold values between the Vladimir and the later mid lane.
Yeah, Mabel forced the flash, but it might not be enough. The Cambarage will slow him in pace, and the kill will be secured. They're going to give it to Guapi.
The walk-away Ignite coming out of Guapi is a little bit upsetting for Blakers. He thought he was out. Unfortunately, the splash will be burnt in exchange for the splash out at the end. And it's flash for flash, but kill, of course, going to the side of the Gangplank. We mentioned if Gangplank was to go anywhere, Blakers want Gangplank to fall behind. Oh, God.
Oh, he could be in a bit of trouble right now. It's the battle of the stars, but they're not going to fully commit. The thing you're talking about, though, yeah, you want to keep him down. Well, unfortunately for Blakers, if something's not going their way, it is that mid lane. Guapi at the moment has a nice solid 20 CS up, has a couple kills despite dropping that early death, and actually not bad as well, you know. This has been so much pressure on Spring, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go down onto Linky, but it might not matter. He's doing so much damage back. The Ignite was dropped onto DK, but he's quite healthy, and Linky is in a lot of trouble. That last bit of health coming out of Spring will help keep alive. What a lick, though. Very careful right now. Linky should be safe. No junglers are there, yet he's sticking around.
Is so low on this bottom side. Ranking Toto and Blakers not giving an inch in the bottom lane, but no one goes down, partly because Lemon Lord did a brilliant job to deny the damage. LCD was going to get caught out by the Featherstorm, but they did a beautiful job of pulling him out and keeping him alive, as there may be some more shenanigans on the bottom side. Slogdog's heading its way down.
How do you catch a fish? You catch a fish with bait, and right now that is what this bot lane is. They are trying to bait them in towards Slogdog, but I do believe Ranking Toto was able to sniff that out. They're not biting today, so despite how juicy both Linky and Spring may have looked, you know, fried bird, fishes love that apparently, they're not going to take this one, so it's all good this time around.
Bottom lane is alive for now, but we may have a different story in top lane. BN, the Vladimir's pushed up. He's going to get his opening.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity. It's all about the use of the Hemoplague and the same way in pool. He might not even get a chance to pull, just barely getting out, but he's so low.
No.
Gets the health back from the Hemoplague, and Ranking Toto thought they secured it, so they're letting him walk. However, Guapi from mid lane will just put the cap to the head, take him down, and we have ourselves a 4-3 game.
And of all kills to go over to, it went over to Guapi. That's a disaster for Blakers. That's the man you didn't want the kill. You want the kill to go onto the Karma. She's effectively playing a support this game. You don't mind if she gets a couple kills under her belt. But Guapi 3-1 and over. Trinity Force in his back pocket as well. He is a force to be reckoned with. We talked about inevitability. Unfortunately, the inevitability we may see this game on Blakehurst's side is that this gangplank is now something you have to learn how to fear.
Yeah, exactly that. But meanwhile, up in top lane, Slogadog is able to find a Karma on her own, some lonesome. I don't know what she was doing pressed down there. So another easy kill secured for Blakehurst. For Blakehurst.
Blakehurst doing a very good job of capitalizing it. And again, on the back of Slogadog, a 100% kill participation coming out of this Lee Sin this game. He is doing such a good job to get his team the momentum, to get his team an advantage. But that being said, despite the kills under his team's belt, it's not exactly looking a pretty picture. The Dragon, of course, has gone over to Rangi Toto. The Rift Herald, finally, another major objective going in Blakehurst's favor. But it's so close of a game, and I feel like you have to look at kill distribution. Lee Sin having 2 kills, not the best thing. It's giving a skirmish on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Herald, it does connect onto late game. The Featherstorm needs to be used. Great job by Lemon Lord in order to buy some time, swallowing DK, but he still needs to flash defensively. Spring in that front line's quite low, has to flash before getting in, but now Leak is in that front line, and here comes help in the form of BN. They take down the AD carry. Meanwhile, back on the top end of the map, however, life skills actually did fall as well tonight, so it's a 1-for-1 across the board.
Link and Spring don't have enough damage. You can't kill the Tahm Kench. They kind of half throw their damage into Tahm Kench. They try to steal LCD, but LCD is half the time inside the belly of Tahm Kench, so they don't have the damage to take him out. The saving grace is they will win the turret trade game, grabbing themselves 1 turret charge. The Shelly will go slamming into another. So on the bright side, Blakehurst, they have still about an 800 gold lead. It's not a lot, but it's what they need to get. But it may fall because they're going to lose another dragon.
Yeah, they're going to lose another dragon, but Shelly is still doing a lot of work on the opposite end of the map, and there is no jungle help or anything right there. It's all up to sort of life to try and stop this. Shelly did go down, but the tower is already so low. Knight, just one more auto might get it, and here comes some help in the form of Slogadog. This Karma needs to be quite careful as the tower does fall. Doesn't look as if Blakehurst is going to further commit, but they got 2 towers off of that Shelly. That's worth the trade for a second mountain.
Exactly, but that is a trade where you need to make use of it. Yes, you managed to get 2 turrets. You're temporarily accelerating your gold. But Rangi Toto now have 2 mountain dragons. Do you know what I see when I see 2 mountain dragons? Baron rushes. They are terrifying, and you look at the damage that Rangi Toto have to boot. I think they could rush a Baron with those 2 mountain dragons. So you now, on the side of Blakehurst, you can't afford to ever give up another mountain dragon, because if you do and you leave Baron unwarded at 25 minutes for a couple seconds, you're in trouble.
Guapi is also in trouble at the moment as he's getting jumped on by 3 members. Flashes needs to be used, so he should be okay for now. But this is the other thing I wanted to point out. Blakehurst cannot afford to let this mid tower fall anytime soon, because the second Guapi is able to explore the map with the Trinity Force, with the 2 mountain dragons, that's horrifying. He cannot be left alone anywhere moving forward, because that tower or that objective is gone.
But that turret's already so low, and I think Rangi Toto are more than aware that they need to take that objective down. So can Rangi Toto really commit to it? I think without the Baron buff and with Linky and of course Maple still hanging around the turret, I think they won't really be able to force that one. But talking about force it, Life might be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, he's actually going to go for it. Slogadog committing to the fight. He's going under the tower as well. Oh! Does not have the damage for the kill, or does he? The shield will be enough to keep him alive. Back in mid lane though, Cannon Barrage trying to help bring down Maple, but with that knockup by sometimes it forces the fight. It doesn't matter. BN is the one who falls, and Maple walks away standing.
How do you get away with that? Maple flexed on the A-Shocks right there. They lost the turret, but they also lost BN as a result of it. So yes, Rangi Toto, congratulations. You got that objective you were gunning for.
Hemoplague, that's going to be enough for the kill. This Karma is going to fall.
Where's the
and
shield?
It's a nice, or is it?
No, the shield!
The shield kept Karma alive. Are you kidding me? The damage was not quite there from Knight, who's now in so much trouble because Guapi and the rest of Rangi Toto are here. Yeah, you have Lee Sin waiting in the wings, but he's not going to step forward. Slogadog knows better. Down goes the Vladimir, and oh my gosh, that is heartbreaking.
Exactly. That's so upsetting if you're on the side of Knight. The shield out of the Karma was enough to deny the damage to the Hemoplague, because Hemoplague, it amplifies the damage you do to her. Dropping Hemoplague doesn't, you can't amp on more damage to that, and it's a Karma with the themes. She is so difficult to kill when you drop just one ability on her, so upsetting on Knight. The saving grace for Knight. When he was getting hunted down, he finished his call.
More action happening in mid lane right now. BN trying to jump on Maple, but we kind of learned what happens when you jump on Maple, BN. It doesn't end well for you, so he's not going to further commit. learned his lesson after last time, but Ring and Toto, they're starting to fight back in this one. They have not rolled over despite that rough start, and they are starting to get picks off of Blakehurst playing a bit over-aggressive.
And Blakehurst, I mean, this aggression coming in at Blakehurst is what we kind of expect. They don't particularly want to go against Rangitoto in the super late game. The Ashe is going to be a menace. The Gangplank is also going to be really difficult to deal with, especially because Gangplank is particularly strong right now. Trinity Force and Asterion Skate to boot, but they're going anyway.
Yeah, a bit of an engage right now coming out of Slogdog. Not going to fully commit for it. Gets in, gets out, gets the ultimate as well out of BM, so that kind of makes defending this tower a little bit harder. Can they buy the time for everyone else to come through? It's 4 members strong, sieging on 3 as Guapi has arrived. No minions there, so Rangitoto going to hold mid for now. Nothing too dramatic happening just yet, but everyone from Blakehurst is actually converging onto mid.
And that's going to be a potential fight around the objectives there. And it makes a lot of sense. The middle lane turret for Rangitoto is still standing. So they want to try set that up, break open the middle lane, and break open the tier 1 middle. You break open the map. So that's what we're seeing out of these two teams right now. However, Rangitoto, they have enough wave clear to be able to survive. And they're setting up their side lane due to Gangplank of Guppy. On the side lane, going to push that out a little bit. So we've basically got a 4-1 coming out of Rangitoto. And Blakehurst, they need to get something out of this.
Yeah, they definitely do right now. And here comes a bit of a play. Blakehurst kind of baiting the in and out. Doesn't get any abilities, but in mid lane, BN trying to hold off against 3 members strong. Camrod is going down as the flank is moving with there. Meanwhile, Slogdog has his eyes set on Lemon Lord, but he might be in a little bit too deep. Down below, Spring goes in super deep and gets out. 1 kill has been searched for Linky, but he's quite low, but Bobby still doesn't want to stay in the Zaya space. He's retreating, trying to take down Knight. Life 6 still trying to do what he can as well. Yes, there's a bit of a stopwatch, but it's not going to save Knight's life. Again going too deep, again falling. It's 2 for none.
I don't think it's over just yet. Yes, it is actually. Rangitoto will let them go. Oh, will
they?
they?
Will they? Oh, Lemon
No,
Lord,
they
he
will not.
steps a bit too far forward, and that is 3 kills for 1.
And
Maybe 4!
4!
Slogdog finds another! Every time these fights are supposed to end, people are just getting picked off.
Slogdog sees you backing away, and they do not want to let that happen there. And right now, that's 11 kills to 6 in favor of Blakehurst. They are doing a damn good job of getting this momentum lead and trying to grapple it. And you mentioned before they were playing quite aggressive. They were getting caught out for it. Well, it's worked out well for them playing aggressive, grabbing many kills. The 3rd Mountain Dragon of the game is up, but it will go to Blakehurst this time, or yes it will, but the fight may come in.
Oh yeah, actually they need to get out of the Baron pit right now. Slogdog, the one is in a bit of trouble, or is he? He's turning it around on Guapi, but he goes right into base, easily gets eaten up by BN, but BN will fall as well. On the backline here comes Blakehurst. They're running right through as Nighthurst is able to take down DK. That is the damage gone for Rangitoto, and they can't defend anything that Blakehurst wants to do.
But why are Rangitoto at the dragon was gone? They saw it being secured, so why do they feel the need to hang around you? You're not fighting for the objective, you're fighting for the sake of fighting.
Maple and Guapi, speaking of fighting for fighting, they are going at it right now, and Guapi is losing this one as the World Ender is used. Gangplank recognizing he does not want that, needs to be careful with Knights on the flank as well. Gromp even wants in on the action, just giving his friendly little licks over to Vladimir. Blood is tasty, as you know, and in the end, no fight will come through for that, but yeah, my goodness, it is just carnage everywhere this game.
And we look at the gold values this game, Lee Sin sitting about 900 above his opposite number, and you can tell by the impact Slogdog's had, we shouldn't be too surprised at that gold difference value there. But top lane, Kleptokama should be accelerating. She should be insane. She's 3,000 gold behind. That is not the position that you're gunning for when you lock in something like a Kleptokama. She's meant to be even or ahead of her opposite number.
But I also need to be slightly critical of Knight in these similar situations because yes, Knight has this amazing gold lead. Yes, Knight does amazing amounts of damage, but Knight is also getting caught out a couple times, and that's really what's been slowing Blakehurst down is this over-aggression, a bit trying to fight off a bit too much for what they actually can get. Now, if this happens again, they might lose Baron because guess what? Baron's on the map, so no longer can Blakehurst afford to let themselves be getting caught out like this.
Exactly, especially with the double Mountain Dragons that Rangitoto has secured themselves. We mentioned it before, the Baron can just get torn apart in seconds if you leave it unwarded or if you send someone to the wrong side of the map. So now it becomes how well can you get from a vision? How well can you push this middle lane? But Rangitoto, they're in a great position for this Baron dance because they still have tier 1 mid.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they might have it to long. Licky doing a lot of damage. BN kind of chasing them off, so the minion wave will fall. Next wave might be enough to break it down, but already you can see those pings. Blakehurst, they're looking at this Baron right now. They might try and draw Rangitoto away, respond to the Baron, take down that mid tower in response. That seems to be the play, but Rangitoto, they're not letting him have it.
Rangitoto, they're not going to give this up without a fight, but they have to be careful. Slogdog is on the flank with this Lee Sin, and we make it the
Yeah,
start
here
of the
comes
fight.
the fight. Perhaps Spring was actually jumping up to try and help out his jungler, and they have the damage. That is BN down, and this could be everything blown open, but in response, Knight gets in a little too deep. Has to use Zonias in order to buy some time, but he will fall for it. It's 1-for-1.
Knight had no need to go in there. You picked off the enemy jungler, but there may be more.
Spring's in trouble. Guapi is on the hunt. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage as well, and Spring looks like he's content to sacrifice himself to help enable everyone else to survive. So that's 2 more kills picked up by this red side.
Oh, it started off so well for Blaker. They caught off BN, they take out the jungle. You can afford to force the Baron fight because you have Smite available. But then Knight, we mentioned he's getting caught out of position a little bit. He walks up and he goes down, and then you pair it up with Spring, who was just a little bit too far forward. To Spring's credit though, second he realized he wasn't getting out, he pops the quickie and he's like, all right, I'm dead, but you coming with me.
Yeah, exactly that. Like a good support should do, lays down his life for everyone else on the team. This is why I was saying before, love your support, but a bit more action. Slog it out, jumping in on the Lemon Lord. This is a tanky top catch. Doesn't matter though, because Maple's going in, flash engage, and that's what they need to take down this catfish. So another kill, back over to Blakehorse. It's back and forth, and Guapi was dancing. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Maybe it was bait, maybe it was a mistake, but he's going to get shut down. And BN wasn't on the action. It was bait. They're going 1-for-1-for-1-for-1. The ants go marching 1 by 1. Hurrah! Hurrah! Now it's Leipzig's turn. He's going to get cut down under this tower as the tower should fall. My goodness, what are these players thinking?
They're going in 1 by 1, as you said. This is an I think I can mentality of, I'll go in, I can fight them. They're low, I can go in and fight them. Guppy, they might go even more.
Knight flash engages, gets that Hemoplague onto 2 members. On the backside, DX was able to take down this Recon, but Knight's in too deep again. No, he's not. He got the kill. He got more. Saya's popping up. It's a triple for Linky.
And that's effectively an ace. The only man alive is Lemon Lord, and he's a Tom Kent. He ain't stopping this. Thankfully, lack of minions will push them back. But Rangi Todo again with this I think I can mentality. Stepping up when they have no right to. Challenging team fights. Someone goes down. The next guy's like, don't worry, I'm here. I've got you. The next guy goes down. It just rinse and repeat. You cannot be team fighting like that.
But Blakers isn't turning into anything. In fact, they're getting caught out. Featherstorm has to be used defensively. Help's arriving in Maple, but is it too little too late? Linky's trying to turn back, but the Flash will secure the kill. But at what cost? Not apparently, because Lemon Lord is able to eat and keep his jungler alive. Jumping over the wall is Maple. He's on the run. But Guapi gets a good bit of damage with those barrels. Baron has been ignited, and Maple's quite low. He needs to be careful, but on the backside, that looks to be Slogdog trying to make the save, but he does not have the damage. Yes, he has GA. Does he have the ability to catch up to Xin? No, he does not. The shutdown will go to Guapi. More kills going over to the red side.
I mentioned how Bien got caught out of position before, and that was a disaster for Rangi Todo. Well, now Slogdog does the same thing. He goes in, and with Lee Sin dead, I don't see how Blakehurst are meant to be able to contest this. They have no smite. They have no way to secure the objective. And Rangi Todo, despite being behind for so much in this game, they're actually going to secure themselves the Baron.
Who needs the calm collective play of the OPL when you have the high action chaos that is the meta high school league? It is fight, 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 and we want more. Into the mid lane we go. That is a in too deep in. BN, who's immediately going to throw his Baron buff away, going back over a kill for BHS.
I mean, you literally just said going in too deep, and we see an Abyssal Voyage into 4 members. I mean, if that doesn't sum up accidentally going too deep, I don't know what does. But Rangi Todo, they now have themselves the Baron buff. They can now look for their openings because 1 Trinity Force is good, my friend. 3 is better.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the triple Trinity Force. Somewhere across the great Pacific Ocean, Freak is smiling proud at the tons of damage that Rangi Todo is bringing to the equation right now. They have 3 Trinity Forces. Not to mention, this has been a 3 Mountain Drake game as well. So, like, losing fights, this just blows everything wide open. This game, I cannot even comprehend what has been happening.
This game is a lot of fighting coming out from both of these teams. I mean, we have 33 kills in 26 minutes, and that is a glorious thing to behold, if you ask me honestly. It shows that these teams are not willing to pull their punches, that they are doing everything in their power to take what they want, that of course being the grand final victory. But now with that Baron buff, Rangi Todo, the onus is on you. You're 2,000 gold down. You're 3 turrets down. You need to get a couple turrets, stabilize the gold disadvantage you have found yourself in.
Yeah, that's it exactly. As here we see some of that Baron Siege finally coming into play. It's happening in the mid lane. Wappy has such good wave control right now. I'm looking for him to really keep the siege going, but Lakers can also look for that flank. You see Lee Sin down below. He got the Q connecting onto the back line, and here he comes as well. The rest of Lakers, they're trying to burst through the Hemo flanks right in the middle, but Wappy is doing so much work on the other side. It's going back and forth. The fight is on two fronts, but it looks like Blakehurst is the one coming out on top. They get through Rangitoto. They stop this Baron push, and they get an ace.
Rangitoto got flanked on two different sides. It wasn't just Slogdog over the wall. Knight came from the other direction. A three-way pincer is so hard to execute in League of Legends. But Blakehurst, they pull it off, and they pull it off perfectly. They're going to crack open Rangitoto's face because of this. This is getting your bang for your buck without a sliver of a doubt.
And this is off of Rangitoto's Baron power play as well. Everything was starting to go back in favor of this red side, but no, that is a blue tower down. And with 10 seconds on this timer, this is Blakehurst actually looking to end the game, but they need to be careful. That is a very low health Knight, so they're going to do what might be considered the smart thing and back away for now. Granted, I was half expecting them to go for it based on the nature of this game, but hey, do what's right. You know, we're winning these fights. All we need to do is go back, get our last item, and end this match. Blakehurst, they are looking so good this match.
Again, you look at that. I would love to do a breakdown of that team fight. You had Slogdog jump in, and Rangitoto, they knew Slogdog was coming, so they turned onto him. And then suddenly, Knight on the Vladimir appears behind you, and you're like, hey guys, I've dropped my Hemoplague, I've dropped my Tides of Blood. What are you meant to do against that? You're fighting on three fronts.
It was a four-man Hemoplague as well. Like, you cannot ask for a better Vladimir flank than what we saw out there. Knight coming up big when it counts. He's not getting caught out too deep anymore. No, he's catching out Rangitoto when they push too far forward. And that has been the nature almost of this game. It's like who's stepping too far forward and who's getting punished for it. At the moment right now, again, both sides able to reset. Items are now being finished. And the nature of this game, I still don't want to say, yeah, okay, Blakehurst has this one, because Rangitoto, they get one fight. They're more than back in this.
Oh, this game is back and forth. I mean, there's so many fights in this game, and I think we need to track Slogdog and BN right now, because major objectives will be coming up soon. Next Baron buff isn't too far around the corner, neither is the next Dragon. So if one of these junglers goes down when they shouldn't, or being a bit too aggressive and go down, that opens up the door to objectives, and they lose the ability to secure those objectives because, of course, a lack of smite is a lack of security. So we now need to see how safe, ironically, these two junglers can play. Given what we've seen in the last 29 minutes, I'm not sure how well they can do that.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of Lakers, really who you want to be watching is Linky, because Linky has been doing so much damage and putting out so much, you know, forward pressing and the evasiveness with the Flutterstorm. Like, he has been carrying these team fights. Rangitoto, they need to bring him down. However, Blakehurst, they need to protect him, and really, there isn't too much peel for this champion. The reason, like, a lot of what Linky has been able to do has been his own positioning, his own skill. He's been coming up huge. Just a bit of a flank setup right now. Rangitoto need to be careful. Already, the Linky's down at half it. Fight's happening down below. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does miss, but it might not matter. Stepping forward down below. Featherstorm coming through, but Linky's standing right in the middle of the camp rush. Abyssal Voyage will send some reinforcements back in, but it might not matter because Poppy is already low. He's in that, but he survives, and it's the Aatrox who falls. Mabel is the one who goes too deep. Down below, the fighting is actually continuing right now. Health bar's getting quite low. I believe that is a shutdown. In fact, Lemon Lord picking up the kill. Linky is dead, and that is the damage for Blakehurst to Rangitoto. Stand tall. Yet the GA is popped on the Slogdog, but he won't be able to escape. 3 kills going back to the red side. Back and forth, 1 for 1, tit for tat. This game is never going to end.
We talked about Ants going in 1 by 1 when Rangitoto started the fight. Blakehurst said, hey, that looks fun, let's do it ourselves. They charge in 1 by 1. Tower diving is completely unnecessary in this situation. You've got this siege, you're forcing Rangitoto to start the fight. You don't need to tower dive. Unfortunately, get a bit overzealous. They end up going in, they get punished for it, and will lose an Infernal Dragon as a result.
Yeah, they're going to lose an Infernal Dragon, possibly Baron as well, because these death timers, they're not short. We have passed that 30-minute mark, so these death timers are quite significant. Slogdog still isn't up for another 12 seconds, and Baron is up now, so, like, already they can rotate up and start looking to take this Baron down. Instead, they're going to reset, and this actually opens for Blakehurst. They can rush towards that Baron pit.
What items do they get? If they're recalling, they need to get massive items. They don't. They got a Corfields Warhammer for the Ash and a Berserker. That's not an ideal recall, because you could have gone straight to Baron, force the objective, and force the next fight ready to go, because you didn't pick up critical items. Unfortunately,
And Karma has teleport.
Yeah.
Like, if you're worried about the super minions coming in the base, your Karma has teleport. Your Ashe has teleport. You only need those two to sit back. You could have sent everyone else to the Baron pit. So maybe a bit of a misstep right there from Rangitoto. I'm not sure. I'm not going to call myself an expert. This is, literally Reddit Silver Eyes. I see the big objective I want to take. So take that with a grain of salt. But I feel as if that might have been a missed opportunity for Rangitoto.
Well, missed opportunity for both teams, as neither of them right now has made that play for Baron. We do get to see, of course, Blakehurst, crossing the T's, clear out the mid lane, clear out vision at Baron, clear out mid lane, clear out vision at Baron. That is the Baron dance. That is how it has been for about 6 years now. Season 3, the Baron dance really started to become a thing. The steps of the dance haven't changed, but it's how well can you do it. And it looks like Blakehurst, they want to try skip a step in the dance. They want to go straight from a slow waltz to a tango.
Abyssal Voyage is coming in, though. Rangitoto are going to fight this. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect on the Slogdog, and that is enough to draw the side of Blakehurst away, but did they go in too deep? That is a very dangerous Scorpion. He goes down. The Karma falls as well, and all of a sudden, Rangitoto is getting run over. The hammer comes falling down and pops the GA. Everyone from Rangitoto is low. A huge triple for Maple, and with that, Blakehurst looked to be taking this Baron. For the game!
Guppy was too far forwards. He was by himself, and now with an ace coming out, Blakehurst, screw the Baron. Let's go for the Nexus.
Let's make this a 2-1 series. If you had told me at the start of the day, Rangitoto with their lineup would be fighting against match point going into game 4, I would have not believed you. But Blakehurst from New South Wales, they are coming to make a statement of all statements. This game was a roller coaster back and forth, and it ends with Blakehurst still standing.
33 minutes and Blakehurst 2-1 in this best of 5 series. I think you said it best. If you'd have told me this morning that this would have been the game state, I don't think I'd have believed you. I'd have said, 2-1 to Rangitoto, defending champion, sure. 2-1 to Blakehurst, but they have done spectacularly today, especially in games 2 and 3. Game 1, let's say it's warming up. Game 2, they came out on fire, and game 3, fight after fight after fight, they descended into chaos and came out the victor.
Yeah, exactly that. And, when you get a game as exciting, as action-packed as that, guess what? We ain't breaking. We're going to be going straight into our next one. This isn't, all right, commercial break, 10 minutes. Nah, we keep this momentum going because that was just so action-packed, so fast-paced. And Rangitoto, they're being challenged in a way that we had not seen them challenged the entirety of the year. Every game Rangitoto played on stream, at least, they looked so cool, in control, and comfortable. When they played in the sort of state rounds, we casted that game. It was over in under 20 minutes. Rangitoto just went straight over the top of Blakehurst. But today, Blakehurst, they have come wanting to fight. My goodness. And speaking of fights, there was a lot of fights in that game.
There was a lot of fights. But
one or two.
It's a style almost for Blakehurst that is working for them.
Yes.
If you descend the game from high order strategy to from macro calls to rotations to just fight after fight after fight, chaos everywhere, those who thrive in chaos will come out in one piece. And Blakehurst, they're dragging Rangitoto down to their level and beating them through sheer experience of how to fight a chaos game. We saw that in Blakehurst. They're like, okay, we're going to start a fight here. We're going to go for this. We're going to go for that Slogdog, get your Lee in. You're going in again with those Moby boots. And then Rangitoto okay, try set up battle lines. Oh, I've got to go now because they're forcing the objective. Guppy was often on the front line with the gangplank. Just got caught out of position a few times.
Yeah, exactly that. And Guapi, he was doing so well through the first 20 minutes of that game, but unfortunately, he kind of fell victim to that bloodlust, and all of a sudden, everyone was just going in deeper than they had to. But who sort of, I found, was staying the most calm, control, and cool under pressure? Slogdog on that Lee Sin. I thought he was fantastic for the first 10, 12 minutes. They got him through that early gap. He was where he needed to be. We were talking about his kill participation as we going. He was setting up the plays. I'm pretty sure he's the shot caller on that team. And they were playing around this Lee Sin exactly how you're supposed to. And that let Blakehurst get to that late game sort of knockout, punch-out fight stage. Fantastic play from the side. And if they keep this going, that's it. They're going to win the entirety of this tournament. They are going to be your meta high school national champions.
We could have a new king, but I have a slight inkling, don't know where I'm getting it from, that Rangitoto aren't simply going to roll over and let Blakehurst run for the next game. Rangitoto, they're coming into game 4 with they have blood on their mind. They are not, after the first 2 games of just blood buff, Rangitoto, okay, we've got to get this game back in there. We need to play our style of League of Legends, and I think they can. They slow the game down a little bit, not fall for as many fights. Don't let them get descended into this chaos style where we know Blakehurst will come out on top in this chaotic style of League of Legends.
Yep. I mean, it was happening in the first couple games as well, in the sense of like when Rangitoto was in control, it was when they were sticking to their lanes, when they were winning those lane matchups, when they were pushing through in that regards. But the moment we start getting into these team fights, all of a sudden, Blakehurst, like in the chaos, they're the ones coming out on top for the most part, and I want to see that continue. One of the things I was critical of this Blakehurst in the first game was like they weren't really responding to these fights. They were always sluggish. That has flipped on its head, and like, I don't know, that game 3 almost reminded me of, I'm going to throw back to like season 5 when you'd watch LMS versus LCK. And for some reason, the LMS would always beat the LCK because, actually, you know, that's a completely incorrect analogy because they sort of also played the macro game. It was always really weird. It's what you expected out of LPL versus LCK.
Yeah, there we go.
Where you wanted, you know, the Chinese region to step up and to start throwing down and like, yeah, chaos fight after chaos fight after chaos fight. Chaos style, Unicorns of Love.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we want to see. And you know what? Unicorns of Love, they were a good team.
Oh, Unicorns of Love were the one team I followed because I love their let's play Poppy top. Why not? Why wouldn't you play old Poppy top lane?
But this is what Blakehurst reminds me of. We're seeing unconventional picks. We're seeing like knockout fight after knockout fight. I think a more conventional reference that more people might understand, Gigabyte Marines as well, something similar. And you can pull off these wins. But the thing is with these teams, you never see them win championships. They always get so close, and then they let you down. And it's when you go up against, you know, those experienced teams in the end that like, okay, yeah, you surprised us once or twice, but we know how to play around it, unless you're TSM. And then, you know, it gets in situations like this.
How many people are you going to take shots at today that like can't defend themselves? You're taking shots at TSM, you're taking shots at Double Lift, you're taking shots at like every solo laner. Before, you're talking about his trophy case.
Oh, yeah, but his trophy case now is beautiful. I'm saying it's season 4.
Yeah, but are you telling me that I can't go back in time and change the VOD to make it look like you're just like trash talking Double Lift?
Oh, yeah, you can do that. And then he's going to go, who is this guy? I've never heard of him. I don't care.
He's
Next.
so insignificant, it
I
doesn't
just
matter.
won the LCS final, okay? He does not give a crap about what, you know, what I have to, but he should, because we're at MEO, and this is the Melbourne Arena, Dan. This is important, too. This is Meta High School, and we are in our 4th picks and bans of the day.
Yes, we are. We're kicking it off with the staples, Aurelia and Akali. You cannot let either of them through Guppy. I mean, game 1 says everything about why you are not allowed. Like, Blakehurst cannot at any point be allowed access to that champion, or it's going to just go very, very painfully, very quickly. So far, standard bans across the board. Pyke, Silas, not a whole lot of adaptation, but the final bans, I think we may see a little bit of edit here, because do you get rid of the Lovers Duo? Because we did see quite a powerful AD carry coming out of the Xayah, or do you maybe look at, you know, Slugdog's Lee Sin, maybe try force him into something a little bit slower?
I think you definitely want to get Xayah away from Linky. He was fantastic on that champion, so I wouldn't mind seeing that ban. Also, just want to bring to attention the names that you see up there. They should be switched. It is, in fact, Blakehurst on the blue side. Rangitoto is on the red side. So, again, that's similar. That's what we saw last game as well. The teams opting to stay on the same sides. So I'm curious how that will come into play with these picks and bans. It's actually, at the end of the day, it is Blakehurst that bans away the Kaisa. So they're going to keep that away. Xayah's still available, but once again, it's that insta-lock recon, but Yumi will be taken in response.
So we're going to see the Lovers lane versus the Kitty Cat on the bottom lane for Lemon Lord. Again, we said Lemon Lord did really well for Yumi game 1, and I think he did. Aatrox is going to get picked up as well, and Diamond has returned to the Rangitoto lineup as well. So more than likely going to go to him. Because, well, why would you ever give it? Why would you give it to Guppy when Diamond is a hell of an Aatrox player?
Yeah, and that's actually a very important thing you brought up, because last game Diamond was not in, and the top lane did struggle. So you're going back to what is arguably your stronger top laner, hoping, you know, get him back on his best champion, that Aatrox is back, but so is the Lover Studio. I'm seeing so many comfort pits being taken right now for this game 4, and this is making me so excited because momentum, if Rangitoto is going to come back and win this game off of their comfort champions, you know they're going to be feeling good going to game 5. But Blakehurst, you know they're riding that momentum right now, and they're getting what they want. We're looking at something so similar. The Lee Sin as well.
Come on,
they are getting their same composition, and if they can pull off the same thing as last game, they're walking away champions.
I don't see why they couldn't. Blakehurst, we know they can pull chaos out of anywhere, and the Lee Sin is one hell of a way to kick it off. So I'm loving what we're seeing out of Rangitoto College so far. I love the banning, of course, of the Swain. That does kind of force Slogdog to maybe relegate it to Lee Sin again, because it's obviously Swain's one of his better champions. But Lee Sin locked in here. Again, this is likely going to go to, I suspect this will actually go to Guppy in the middle lane. But you could, if there's a ton of AD carry bans, throw it down to LCDTK. You know he's comfortable with the champion and be able to rock that one out as well.
Yeah, I'm nervous about Guapi's Lucian, though, from what we saw in Game 2. Unfortunately, of the 3 champions we've seen him play today, it did look the weakest. The Gangplank looked amazing. The Akali, obviously, has been banned since we saw that, so that tells you how that game went. I'm worried that Blakehurst actually has Guapi's number when it comes to that Lucian. Will we see something mixed up? I don't know. It could still go bot lane. Like, it's such a strong flex pick right now. And judging by the bans, Blakehurst are acting like, you know what? This Lucian probably is still looking to be bot lane because we're going to take away the Vlad. We're going to take away that Rise.
Yeah, the Vladimir taken away, which I do quite like. I love the Rise that's constantly being denied. I think that's a really good decision. Garpy's Rise is terrifying, but you can work around it, which is why he's not blind picking it early. Because if you get it into a really bad matchup, your Rise does nothing. So I love the fact that it does show that Blakehurst has done their research. They're respectful of the fact that, hey, this guy's an amazing Rise. This guy is an amazing Akali. They learned that firsthand. They're not letting that happen. I know you're happy about. I know we're both happy about seeing this. Sejuani finally coming in for Rangitoto College's jungler.
Was waiting for this champion to hit the rift. Arguably, you know, I would put Sejuani, in my personal opinion, as the second best competitive jungler in this current meta. Next to Gragas. I actually like Gragas the most, but no one has showed any inclination of being like willing to play Gragas in this champion. And if he's not available, yeah, Sejuani would probably be my next pick. So a huge power jungle taken, whereas Olaf is locked in. Okay, yeah, explain.
This is more than likely the answer. This is more than likely going to go into the Aatrox here. The idea behind it is lifesteal from the Aatrox. Obviously, you match that with lifesteal from the Olaf. And you pair that up with the fact that, you know, the CC that the Aatrox loves to dish out isn't really useful when you pop the Ragnarok. And you should, in theory, be able to out... Oh, God. What? Wait, what?
Yeah, this is the Galio. You know what Olaf is? The Galio delivery system.
Oh, this is... I'm now terrified of Blakehurst, not just because Olaf, in theory, can help deal with the Aatrox. But now, think about this well. We know that if Slogdog gets this Lee Sin, which I hope he does, he loves to throw himself in there. And then Galio throws himself in there. And then Olaf spins his way in there with his double axes. Rakan dies around. This is basically a Sivir composition coming out of Blakehurst, with the one difference being it hasn't got a Sivir, it's got an Olaf to basically throw himself in for the setup for the
Olaf
Galio.
doesn't need Sivir, and you know what's better than a Sivir? The Lovers Duo.
Oh, yeah.
Get that Xayah Rakan. So it's like we are Sivir comp without the Sivir. Doesn't matter. We have arguably the best bot lane in the game next to, of course, you know, Garen Yumi. So this is like really something fantastic that we're seeing out of Blakehurst right now. A lot of aggression. And yes, we are going to be seeing Slogdog on that Lee Sin. But let's look at Rangitoto. Something a lot more conventional and something that, honestly, I almost find smarter. Yes, Blakehurst is scary. Yes, Blakehurst looks more fun. But Rangitoto, they're going back to their basics. This is a wonderful sort of split push comp with crowd control, with damage. I like what they've put together.
Yeah, and the game plan going on to Garpy, we know he's comfortable in the champion. We know he can do damn well if he gets ahead.
Diamond's Aatrox.
Diamond got his Aatrox again. And the biggest thing, ironically, is I'm actually going to be looking at Lemon Lord and his Yuumi. Now, not just because in game one, his Yuumi did damn well, but you look at the dive composition that's effectively coming out of Blakehurst, and you think to yourself, okay, so how do you deal with a dive composition? Well, you crowd control them. You stop them from moving. You cut out members from the composition. They're great as 5. You cut them apart. They're not great on their own. You have a Sejuani, who is a brilliant frontline who just stop people from running past her. And then you got Yumi's final chapter. In theory, if they follow up on the Galio ultimate, your final chapter over top of the Galio landing, Galio ain't moving. Anyone who's near Galio ain't moving. It's going to have to be such almost a flanking fight like we saw in game number 3 for it to work. And that's not what Blakehurst want to do. They want to run at you. They don't want to flank.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if it was any other team except for Blakehurst, I would agree with you. Like, yeah, this is great. Let's make, you know, some of these high school teams, they're unfortunately not at that level where they can coordinate a good flank. And I'm saying this because in this high school league, we have seen teams of all skill levels.
Oh, yeah.
Everything. Like, I have seen things from, you know, matches like this where we're seeing some of the highest, like, skilled players in OCE competing at, like, the Melbourne Arena. And I've also seen a 8-minute in lease, it was 8-minute in Master Yi without smite, level 1, trying to solo a dragon. I have seen everything in this tournament, and that just tells everyone at home the sort of scope of like the players here. Like, it has been wide variety. Like, it's been fantastic to watch through, and it makes me even more excited for next year when even more teams sign up.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is, like, any other team in this tournament, I don't think they could pull off that flank. But Blakehurst, guess what? We saw that they could. They nailed it that last game, and that was really like the team fight that kind of put that nail in that coffin. So, yeah, maybe this team comp might not be designed to flank, but it doesn't matter. And Olaf coming at you from the side is still going to wreck your back line.
It's still, yeah, so it can definitely still work. And on that point you just said about, you know, the wide variety of skills, that is what I kind of love. I remember the first year of Meta, it was all grouped together, and I remember seeing a game, it was a heartbreaking game. It was a game of a team that was like won their state versus a team of people whose accounts weren't even level 30. So it was utter heartbreak to watch people who had just picked up League of Legends get Demolition Derbied. Thankfully this year, what was introduced was basically a beginner's system where people who, I think the accounts were under level 45 or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
So that the newer players could, of course, have a good chance of their own. I think they had their own grand final a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago. And of course, this is actually going to be the higher level ones. Of course, players across all ranks can enter. We have finally gotten into the game itself, which is exciting to dive into. Oh no, never mind the pause.
Yeah, but continuing on the point you're making though, and that's more reason why, you know, if you're watching at home and interested in this Meta high school program and you want to play with your high schoolers, but you might not be new to the game, like you're new to the game, you're not experienced. There's open divisions. It doesn't matter. We will put you against skills of equal teams. So, like, it's going to be fair. It's going to be fun. So that even that game, you know, as I was talking about, the level, like 8 minutes in, level 1 Yi, trying to solo Dragon, he died. Guess what? His team won that game.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, this is the kind of things that happen.
And, again, it's not just League of Legends. We had Rocket League earlier today. We had NBA 2K19, I believe, earlier today. And I'm sure, hopefully in the future, you know, a lot more games will fall under the compass and fall under the umbrella. That will be Meta, and I cannot wait to see, you know, more and more players. But I also cannot wait to see Game 4 of this grand final here at Melbourne Arena. Can Blakehurst take it, or Rangitoto, the defending champions, be able to climb back to a 2-all Game 5?
And will we be seeing a Game 5 here in the Melbourne Arena? It could go either way. No, but we're either getting like the miracle upset or we're getting Game 5. Like, it's win-win either way. I want to hear this crowd get into it. This is Game 4. This is for pretty much everything. If Blakehurst can gang it home, let's get pumped, crowd, because we're on the Rift.
Indeed we are. Blakehurst, we're seeing that right now on the bottom. They're starting with their jungler, of course, Vlogdog, trying his best to be aggressive there. There we go. We can hear the crowd. There we go. Crowd's alive. This is what we love. I heard someone with this headset. So we love to hear right now as...
These things are soundproof too. Like, we can't even hear people standing next to us, and yet we're able to hear like the same person in the crowd when he gets loud. I don't even want to know how loud he is to the people sitting next to him.
Oh, but when we get some early shenanigans, we actually have Slogdog stealing BM's blue buff there, and he doesn't know. Look at the mini-map. He's heading towards the blue buff. This could be a 3-buff start coming in for Slogdog, and that's a momentum lead, if nothing else.
Yeah, that would be fantastic for Slogdog. Just let's picture a world right now, which could be happening in our next 2 minutes, where he 3-buffs and gets a gank off. That is huge momentum for Blakehurst, and this is the team that wants to be fast. They want to be aggressive. They have an Olaf in mid, for goodness sake, so you know they want to fight, and okay, this is actually surprising. Knight's taking the Olaf in mid. I thought that was going to go top into the Aatrox. Instead, it's actually going to be Linky taking the Galio into the Aatrox. So it's not even Linky on the Xayah, who we saw popping off last game. Now it's going to be Maple on this champion.
Maple gets Xayah duty.
What is Blakehurst? What is this team?
Blakehurst is the team that is 1 win away from the Meta Grand Final Championship and hoisting that trophy. So they must be doing something right if they get into this point in their time formal.
Faceless clan. That is what they are. Linky actually going in a bit aggressive into Diamond right now because he has help from Flogdog. He's got the flash out with the follow-up flash there. They have the taunt, and that should be first blood going to the blue side.
And that is the lead that you were talking about. Slogdog grabs himself the assist for the first blood. He got 2 buffs. Almost ironically, while that's happening, BN Sejuani stole the blue buff. A bit ironic, like, I don't think he knows. So this could be
he doesn't know. He's standing right next to Sejuani and doesn't know. Surely the smell is putting it away. Smite stolen in favor of BN, and they're going to fight, but they need to be careful because it is Blakehurst with the mid priority. Aftershock does pop, but Slogdog is still looking for it. They're going in, but here comes Knight. Trails behind Guapi as well. No, it's Diamond. It doesn't matter because down goes BN, and Diamond has to retreat back to the tower. Okay, so I was wrong. Diamond is the one in that mid lane. So again, it is still the Olaf into the Aatrox. They just swatched top.
They swapped their lanes around, but more importantly, BN got the Scuttle Crab but lost his life. He's almost like, it's a Lee Sin with Conqueror. You need to be careful. You need to have someone rotating early, and Aatrox is not going to rotate early in that laning phase. He's got to deal with the fact that Olaf will do a ton of damage to him. So he gets proc down, and of course Lee Sin with that Conqueror whacks down the boar in the jungle, and now this is top lane for good measure.
Yeah, Guapi still in trouble. The red buff is going to slow him a bit, but no flashes available really on either side in that situation, so nothing crazy going to go down just yet. Just really trying to keep Guapi down, and I love this play from Slogdog. This is what Blakehurst didn't do in the first game. They focused too much on that bot lane, and they let these like incredible solo laners run them over. Well, now Slogdog is doing the opposite as BN forces the flash out at night. He will be okay for now. But yeah, like I'm just saying, I'm loving Slogdog's presence on the map.
Yeah, a lot of aggressiveness. We saw this in game. We saw this in the previous game. See it in this game as well. Spring trying to be a little bit cheeky, not able to get the lockdown. But again, I want to drag us back to these junglers. What are we going to see out of the early buffs we saw Slogdog grab? He has this recall, so hopefully he goes to visit one of these solo lanes. I really want this mid lane to get visited. If Olaf gets ahead, remember, he is part of your initiation for the Galio. You want him to be fed so he can run head first in and not die.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And the other point I actually kind of want to bring up, and more reason why I love this Lee Sin pick into the Sejuani more so, because when you're looking at BN on this Sejuani, you know they want to synergize with the Gangplank and the Aatrox, right? But Lee Sin has able to out-tempo. Like, Slogdog is actually putting the Sejuani behind in the lanes where Sejuani wants to be ahead, and that's really putting Ring and Toto further and further behind. If we're looking at this bot lane matchup, Lovers Duo, I like better long-term. And with Slogdog keeping Ring and Toto down, Blakehurst is really setting themselves up to snowball and hit this mid-game hard. Furthering on with that as well, you throw 2 kills on top of the mix, that's going even further in their advantage. 15 to 25 minutes is going to be a nightmare for Rangatoto at this stage.
Oh yeah, but there is some saving grace. We did see before BN, he visited top lane to help shove the wave in, try and give Garpy a decent back time. He now has the Sheen in his back pocket ready to go. And we do, of course, get to see a little bit of vision wars here. There is no vision on Slogdog grabbing himself an early dragon, and I don't think Rangitoto can contest in the position they are. BN is arriving on the bottom side of the map, but I think it's going to be just little too late. Yeah,
that is the case as Slogdog's going to go ahead and get that first Mountain Drake quite quickly, only 6.5 minutes into this game, and that is a first major objective secured. Like, they're really picking up where they last left off with like Game 3. It's a similar team comp, and they're playing it in a similar fashion. They're getting these early dragons. Happens to be Mountain Drakes as well. I'm pretty sure every single dragon this series has been a Mountain Drake. Like, yes, obviously, you know, some of the games had 4 or 5, so they couldn't all be mountains, but every time we go down there, it happens to be a Mountain Drake today.
There's a lot of Mountain Dragons today, which is obviously a little bit unfortunate for every other dragon in this game, because, of course, more Mountain Dragons means it's easy to kill dragons. Baron isn't too happy with that one. Rift Herald is also not too happy with that one either, so yeah, Summoner's Rift doesn't like Mountain Dragons, but everyone on Summoner's Rift loves them.
It's also all about equal representation, right? I want to see everyone get there and have a go. Mountain Dragon, you've been hogging the spotlight for too long, you fatty. Move aside. Get someone else in there. Let someone else have a shot. You know who you haven't seen too much of this one? Infernal Drakes. I haven't seen like any of them so far. I want to see more Infernals.
Yeah, we've seen like 1 or 2 today, so maybe the next one will be an Infernal. But what I'm loving right now is the build path of a certain Titan in the top lane. This, of course, is going to be the Galio. We're going to see AP Galio, which I'm so excited for, because I love AP Galio Winds of War, just smashing people in the face when they're like, oh, it's a Galio, it'll be fun. Oh god, where did my HP bar go?
Yeah, so we kind of saw a little bit of that right there. It's going down, throwing it on the diamond. It's interesting bit of engage right there coming from Spring, not able to connect just yet. I do agree though, and it kind of makes sense with that good start, and with the way how Blakehurst wants to sort of accelerate this early and mid game, go for that damage. Go all in on this strategy. Let's win this championship in under 25 minutes. If they can do that, I guarantee you these are memories that will last them a freaking lifetime. So let's go all out.
I mean, even if you don't win that, I think this is going to be memories that both these teams are going to have for a long time. You don't get to a stage like this and then a year later be like, nah, I don't remember doing that. Like, of course you would. True. You got a massive audience in front of you. You're at Melbourne Arena at MEO. How would you not remember an event like this when you've done so much to get to this stage in the first place?
This is a pretty big building, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
This building is quite large. It is a larger than average building, especially when you are playing League of Legends.
Yeah.
I like to play. I play in a small little basement, and this is a giant stadium. My goodness.
But there's a lot of people here, but we might see
here we go. Yeah, in comes Sejuani. BN tries into the flash. Out, but the Glacial Prison does connect, and Linky should not be able to get out of this one. So there you go. Rangatoto finds himself a kill and gets on the board.
And beautifully played by BN. He plays around the imprisonment ability, like, you know, the frost ability coming out of the Sejuani perfectly. You get your E proc, you proc your E, and then you throw your Glacial Prison at it to get double the CC time. Beautifully played out of the jungle of Rangitoto, and nets their team a kill as a result.
And that's something that they desperately need, because they need to slow down Blakers as much as they can. That said, bot lane again, getting some flashes out, but it doesn't matter. They're going to go in. Featherstorm is not going to get the root that they need. The last chapter didn't quite hit either. Ignite has been dropped, and DK is so low, but that last auto is not going to get too risky for Maple. No one dies. A lot of abilities used, but has to be careful. Yuumi does a lot of damage.
Yuumi does a lot of damage, but you called it out in that fight. The Featherstorm damage didn't connect. You need to land that if you want to do that. But talking about landing damage, topside.
Oh my god, we're going underneath the tower. Flash is burned right there to try and bring down BN. Not going to happen this time, but aggressive play coming out of Blakers, and it's almost starting to look a little desperate. They're trying to force these plays which may or may not be there, as opposed to setting them up correctly. Now, though, they're still looking for it. Back in on the Guapi we go. He's going to drop that cannon barrage, but it might not be enough. The kick keeps him alive. Slogdog's going under tower. He's looking for it, but help arrives in the form of BN, and they take down this Lee Sin.
That kick is a heartbreaker, but it may not be over yet.
Knight is looking for it. He's looking for the 2v1 this deep, and he has the damage. What just happened to Sejuani? The accents, but doesn't get the kill. Ragnarok will wear out. He is low on health. There is teleports available for linking, not going to be used, because he is actually dead in the mid lane. A solo kill happened at the same time.
Oh, shenanigans happening on top side. That is heartbreaking. In a way, if you're a fan of Blake Curse, that Rangitoto's mid lane, the Gummy, did not go down, but Knight, he wants blood. While all that was happening, Diamond was able to grab himself a kill onto Linky in the middle lane. The Galio suffering up a little bit there, but right now both teams maybe trying to take a step. Oh, I'd say Rangitoto trying to take a step back, because Blakehurst more than happy to dive headfirst into this chaos.
Yeah, and this is fantastic for Rangitoto. Like, all right, maybe a giant chaotic early game might not be what they want, but if Blakehurst is going to run under tower in 2v1 situations and like really try and force things, yeah, Rangitoto, sure, we'll take kills off the back end of that. We'll keep even with you when you are supposed to be power spiking, and when everything looks so good for Blakehurst, it's really a bit of a disappointment as Guapi steps forward to avoid the damage, but here comes that heroic entrance, does not connect on the Guapi, might not be needed, he gets under tower, but there is that AP Linky, and that is a dead pirate.
And there we go, the map move is coming out of Blakehurst, and once again, going
here comes the engage. The it does connect, but Maple is stunned in place from the Lost Chapter and has to retreat. A near turnaround right there in favor of Rangitoto.
That Lost Chapter has done so much coming out of Lemon in this entire series, in this game in particular. That's the second time it has effectively saved his AD carry.
Yeah, like twice in a row, and they also nearly turn it around. Maple, unfortunately, hasn't quite had that like expert positioning that we've seen out of Linky on that same champion. That said, though, Linky in that top lane has been doing work. A couple kills for himself, or in the mid lane, I should say, so has been able to sort of bring it back. But yeah, it's been a very, again, bloodthirsty game, a lot of action, a lot of forced fights, not necessarily over objectives, more of like trying to siege opportunities of when they think other champions are caught out.
Exactly, but there is still a mind on these objectives. The Rift Child has been secured. Guppy maybe not looking at his screen when that was happening. We all do it. We all glance over the map, especially when we're playing something like Gangplank with a global ability.
Yep.
So we can forgive him for that one. But I do want to drag us back to Slogblog for just a minute. This Lee Sin we saw in the previous game, we're seeing in this game, is so proactive. He's not willing to take his foot off the accelerator for a second. And right now, 100% kill participation once again in the early game. And I think if we almost have a repeat of history. Blakehurst are riding on the back of Slogdog's Lee Sin being a madman. We can have a rinse and repeat of game number 3.
Yeah, and we're starting to get ever closer to, those first big items being completed, where Blakehurst was able to blow the game open in game 3, and where they might blow the game open in game 4 as well. I'm keeping my eyes on Maple and on this Xayah, that first item nearly there. Actually a bit behind right now because DK is the one who completed it first. Not to mention the fact that Rangitoto also have that Trinity Force completed for Guapi, so all of a sudden this gameplay, he's gotten there. He's gotten to his damage, and considering how Linky has not opted for armor except for, I guess, the Ninja Tab, he's a bit more AP focused, this Gangplank is actually going to do a lot of damage to this Galio.
He is, but that means he needs to get on top of him. We see Guppy, he's playing a little bit on the nervous side, and given how active Slogdog's been, we can't really criticize him for this bit more of a safer side. We do get to see Riftheld being dropped in the middle lane. You need to break open the mid if you want to explore the map. But we're seeing him put out of position.
Yeah, Slogdog's in a lot of trouble getting jumped on by that bot lane. Is forced to flash. Culling will come down, not quite going to connect. Neither did the Lost Chapter, but there is nowhere for Slogdog to go, so DK will pick up a kill, and that is a huge little kill secured for Rangitoto.
And that's going to be the Dragon handed over to Rangitoto as a result. A brilliant pick, and your reward being, of course, the Ocean Dragon you're now going to have in your back pocket, plus whatever you got from the kill on the Lee Sin. That's also luck with the saving grace. The middle lane turret didn't go down in that push from Blaker, so Rangitoto maybe starting to stabilize this game, and if they continue to play this slower style of League of Legends, this more controlled style of League of Legends, picking people out of position, I think we could get to a Game 5 if they play the style.
Yeah, we are getting ever closer to that as Rangitoto has kind of muscled the lead right back. Also, we were talking about before, guess what the next dragon is?
Let me think, is it going to
it's
be
Infernal Maple, though.
Oh my
Maple's
God,
in
Maple.
a lot of trouble. Featherstorm is going to come out, but they root him in place. The counter engage is there. The Cameron can only do so much. It's not going to get the kill back. It's a Kitty on her own. She will fall. A huge double kill for this Xayah.
In the last fight, we saw what happens when the Featherstorm doesn't connect. This fight, we get to see what happens when it does connect. It is such night and day.
Junglers walk into each other, but Guabi will get there first. He couldn't get over the wall. Heroic engines will come through, flashing over the wall. Is this Sejuani, but how do you get back out? Because up from below comes Knight. He has the flank. The Sejuani is his target, and unfortunately, BN won't be able to get out this one alive. But here comes out. Diamond's trying to turn it around. It's 1-for-1 at the moment, and all of a sudden, Olaf is almost on his own. The health bar's definitely in favor of Rangitoto, but can they take down Knight? Yes, they can. Guabi with the double kill, and he wants more. Slugdog jumping to the ward, trying to escape. Diamond on the hunt with that World Ender and secures that kill. Huge fight going Rangitoto's way.
That fight was, the fight on the bottom side's not over.
It's not over.
Maple
A
goes down.
big shutdown. That was a huge kill on the Maple, and now Spring tries to get away, but the Lost Chapter will root him in place. A double kill and an unofficial ace for Rangitoto.
Oh, there's an official ace going out there. Maple and Spring playing too aggressive on the bottom side of the, but on the top side, Blakehurst looked like they were reading two different books. Some of them committed onto Gabi. Some of them were trying to back away. They didn't know what they wanted on the top side of the map. And unlike last game, where they weren't afraid to commit, weren't afraid to go in, they hesitated. They didn't commit to the fights that we saw them commit to last game, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a not the great situation. I mentioned this before at the very start of this podcast, where it's like, these team fights, you need to be able to communicate. You need to synchronize your counter control. You need to take down the correct targets. And Blakehurst, they looked a little spread out in that situation. As a result, it's an ace. Every member of that side falls, and Rangitoto, they're now kind of in command of this game. Unfortunately for the red side, there wasn't really any objective they could take off the back of that. I do believe they took down that topside tower. That is something you would like to see more out of an ace, considering that it's still only a 2K gold differential, so it's not as if Blakehurst is out of this game, but Rangitoto, that was fantastic from them.
Oh, it was brilliant coming in Rangitoto, and this is the stabilizing presence you need coming into game number 4. You had a dominating game 1, but then game 2 and 3, you fell apart.
Yep.
This is the style of game you need to get yourself to game 5, to really have your openings to get to defend your grand final title. But they need to keep playing this way. They need to keep playing smart. If they start to fall into the chaos that is Blakehurst High School style, well, we know exactly what happens. It isn't a pretty picture for Rangitoto. Let me just say that for nothing.
Yeah, I want to see controlled play coming from this red side. Play around BN, play around your Sejuani. Get picks like this. Knight in a lot of trouble. It's going to drop Ragnarok, trying to run away, but he's not fast enough to escape the chase down. Teleport was used as well. Meanwhile, in mid lane, it looks like Wabi might be the focus of the rest of the Blakehurst squad. Cannon Barrage is going to slow things down, but it's not going to slow down Slogdog enough. He's got the damage, he's got the fall through, the barrel goes down, but they're not going to keep chasing. Meanwhile, down below, BN was able to kill Linky off of that teleport, and they will get a bot tower to boot.
That is a really unfortunate teleport coming out of Linky, and Rangitoto doing a brilliant job punishing Blakehurst for, again, a little bit of being out of position. And you look at Linky, I talked about how I loved AP Galio. I love the fact he can do so much damage. He's got a Lost Chapter and the buildings of a Proto Belt. That's not the Galio that's going to punch you in the face with the Winds of War. That's the one that's slightly, like, you know, on a hot day when there's like the breeze, you open the door and the breeze rushes through? That's what Galio is doing right now. He hasn't got the damage to really be that physical threat. And he's not tanky. He's got Aftershock, but that is not a substitute for tank.
To be fair, these lights are actually quite hot, and a nice cool breeze would be quite refreshing for me right now. So I understand some of the concept behind that. That said, though, I do have to agree, unfortunately, Linky not having that impact that we were expecting to see from him, especially considering how good the start was out of Blakehurst High School. And really, things are starting to kind of snowball down as Linky doing a nice little rain dance, I'd like to imagine, right there, trying to summon the forces to get back in this game. He was actually trying to bait out in case anyone was in that bush. Fortunately for him, there really wasn't. So I like how they're still playing smart. They're still anticipating anything, and tells me their mindset is still in this game. Yes, they're behind with the more aggressive comp. Yes, things look tough, but they're still fighting. So do not write off the blue side yet. They still are aware they win this championship, and they're going to take it to the bitter end.
And you pair that up with the fact that Maple is running a late game crit scaling marksman. If you get to the late game and you can keep your Xayah alive, she is more than capable of dishing out all the DPS that you need to carry the team fight. But A, you got to get it to her fed state, and B, you got to get to the late game. But before we get there, we have a teleport coming in, and we have an Infernal Dragon to have a fight over.
Yeah, and that is Maple actually getting quite slowed. BN was possibly looking for it. The Glacial Prison is available. Not going to be used quite yet, so Ring and Toto are going to turn their attention back to this Infernal Drake. Lakers waiting on the outside, though. They're going to look for their opportunity to jump in. They're trying to get some poke through, but they need to be careful because they might be getting flanked by Guapi down below. Infernal Dragon down the half. It's going to get stunned. It's quite low. Do they go for the steal?
Oh!
They get it! What a steal coming out from Salkinov, but he's not going to get out alive. Here comes the rogue entrance. A big double top as the rest of Lakers is coming from above. But where is the bot lane? Doesn't matter because that is an Olaf going big. He gets the shutdown before the rest of the members fall. In the end, it's a 3-for-1, but we're not done fighting. Here comes that Xayah. They are not able to get to Guapi as the Yumi makes the clutch save. Lemon Lord chasing down the remaining members of Blakers. And yes, they steal the Inferno Drake, but they might get ace for it. Spring trying to get away, trying to escape Diamond, but he will go down courtesy of a very angry kitty.
And that was it's almost an overcommit coming into Blakers. You would have feel the way they all committed to a team fight that was a Baron. But it was just an Infernal Dragon at 20 minutes. So it's almost an overzealous move by Blakehurst, maybe losing track of reality right there and now. Baron is available. We could see Rangi Toto rush. I think they might just err on the side of caution a little bit. They want a massive team fight. They can get some gold. They can reset a little bit. But Blakehurst, they were just so spread out in that fight. Half their members went over the pit, and then you'll start with Maple and Spring dueling Guppy on the backline. Like, you need to have a proper team fight lineup and have all 5 members together with Blakehurst. I said at the start of the game, if you catch Blakehurst in their little lone pieces, if you can get them 1 by 1 or in small groups, you can take them down. You get them as 5, they're terrifying. But Blakehurst, they're not fighting as 5. They're not that intimidating.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not actually understanding their team composition. Not everyone has that entranceway over that wall, at least not without burning flash, and that's something, Maple and Spring really do not want to do, especially on the Xayah. So unfortunately, they couldn't follow the heroic entrance. They couldn't follow Lee Sin over the wall. Knight, instead of going with his AD carriage, went over the top, and he was just off in no man's land. Yeah, he was able to pick up a kill, but nothing else. There was no follow-up. Nothing was going to happen off the back end of that. And congrats, you have yourself an Infernal Drake. Also, congrats, you're now 7K down. And all of a sudden, what was like maybe a couple speed bumps of getting back in this game has exploded into a huge mountain.
And they were 5,000 gold down behind before the Infernal Dragon. So they got the Dragon and lost 2,000 gold as a result of it. So obviously, when you're trying to say worth in old chat, you got to look at numbers. And if that doesn't put where Maple's mindset is, that he's so terrified of getting hit by a prowling projectile that he's ulting, like that's a beautiful insight into how Maple's feeling this game.
Yeah,
not exactly safe.
No, not exactly safe at all. And with Baron on the lines and without missing your critical damage dealer's most important ability, that last-ditch effort to keep him alive, I feel as if Rangi Toto right now can really put pressure on this Baron pit. Already you're seeing Guapi sort of starting to prepare for it. He's getting that bot lane pushing. He still has teleport available on this Gangplank as well, so he can pressure it from anywhere on the map. And Blakers, they have to respond to Guapi just because of he has the Trinity Force, he has the Steroids, he is getting more and more fed. This is that side lane presence finally coming into play, and Rangi Toto, they have the map control, they have the gold control, they have the Baron control, and they might have a pick as well. Spring nearly getting caught out, is able to jump over the wall, but at the moment, Blakers, it's going to be so hard for them to fight that right fight.
Exactly, and that's partly because if you look at the state of this game, yes, there's a lot of kills, but it hasn't devolved into pure chaos. There is still look at wave control. There is still looking at objective control, and there's still a serious look into vision control. All things that are favoring Rangi Toto to win game number 4 in this series right now. Blakehurst, again, I've said this multiple times. You get to play your style, you do great. Unfortunately, your style relies on bringing the enemy down to your level and beating them with sheer experience. It is not working out right now. You're trying to force the fight in mid with Chaos, but look at Guppy on the minimap. He is pushing the top wave.
Yeah, he's pushing that top wave as the rest of Blakers are actually going straight down the middle. They're going to trade, a tier 2 tower for a tier 1 one. Rangi Toto, I'm sure, is happy for that. But how far is Blakers willing to push it right now? Two members are trying to defend, but we have a bit of a flank. This could be Blakers walking into a trap. Glacial Prison comes down. They catch the support, and in goes Maple, but Maple's in so deep as the rest of the team is just getting cut down by the backside of Rangi Toto. Or are they? Blakers is actually able to catch that flank and take both members down, so it's a 2-for-2 bot lane for the solo lanes. And really, if you're Blakers, you got out of a scary situation relatively unscathed.
Oh no, Blakehurst had no right to get out of it that well. Unfortunately, Rangi and Toto, the 3 members that were charging up mid, they got almost distracted, if you will, by Maple and Spring. That's how they were able to get out of that one. A flank only works if you get all 5 members to hit at the same moment. Unfortunately for Rangi Toto, Blakehurst saw the flank coming and turned 3 members onto the flank of 2. Obviously, 3 versus 2, you outnumber them, you have more damage, you're able to take them out. They lost their duo bot for it, but a 2-for-2 trade when you're the ones getting flanked is a damn good trade if you can take it, especially when you are down 8,000 gold.
Yeah, and that was just a case, I feel, of Rangi and Toto actually blowing the trigger a little bit too early with that Glacial Prison because it forced Blakehurst to split themselves up when they really wanted them grouped together. So a bit of a miscommunication, I feel like, out of Rangi and Toto, but it's still a 2-for-2, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not as if they really lost that fight. They went neutral. And again, they're okay with that. They're the scaling team comp. Neutral fights, yeah, we'll take that. As long as we're not losing fights, we're happy. And hey, look, we might be getting a Baron.
Oh, Baron time it is. Blakehurst are going to have to come up and contest. We have hit Knight is in the base, but thankfully Slogdog is nearby. He needs to be careful. Baron is about half.
He stole a dragon before. Does he have another steal on him? Baron is at half health, but it's so hard to get through this front line of Rangi and Toto. They cannot do it, and I do believe Blakehurst are going to back away, still trying to find that sneaky way in, but that Baron is so low. They need to pull the trigger now, but Diamond's stepping towards him. Ragnarok gets used, and we see the fight. Front lines are combining, and it's actually going either way right now. So much damage being thrown from the side on that outside as it takes down the Yumi, and Baron has to be abandoned. Unfortunately, that is Knight caught out on his own. Will get run down for Rangi and Toto, but it is a 1-for-1, and the Baron still stands.
Baron still stands for now, but it looks like Rangi and Toto are turning back onto it. They need to be careful. Slogdog is still up and running.
Those
Baron
are low health bars.
at 11 HP. They got to back away. You cannot take this. They may have lost the team fight, but they forced Rangi Toto off the Baron. And when you look at the team fight, we talked about how Blakehurst want to have a one-more combo. They want to throw the Olaf in and they have the Galio follow up. They couldn't lock down multiple members. Through that fight, Garpy and LCDTK were not caught in the crowd control train that Blakehurst need to land if they want to have a good team fight.
Yeah, but you know what their prize is for pushing them off of that Baron? It will be an Ocean Drake, so Blakehurst very happy to secure that for themselves. 3rd dragon of the game, and that's something Blakehurst has been phenomenal on throughout the entirety of the series. It actually has been taking these dragons, taking these neutral objectives. I think they've been playing the map better, and it's almost like the case of big brain, sort of, well, crazy brain, I'm going to say. For
yeah, crazy brain works here.
Crazy brain that has an objective in mind, just taking on, the brute force, the mechanical skill. We are going to outlane you, outplay you, and then beat you in that facet. And with the result is actually a very even series. Yes, and in these types of situations, which team am I thinking is more likely to make a comeback? It's going to be the Brain team, as Wabi might be cut out. It's a 2v1. What does Escape Link have? Yumi is there to help out, but not going to do that much. Launch Chapter is not going to make the save, and that is 2 kills picked up for Mr. Slogdog on the Lee Sin.
We saw this last game. We saw Garpy so many times walking too far forwards of Lemon Lord, getting caught out. He got away with it as Akali because Akali is slippery. Gangplank, less so. They're setting up Baron, but the Sejuani is available. She has a way to get over the wall. You have to be so careful doing this.
It's a 50-50, but Blakehurst, they're okay with this because they're thinking, you know what, we have the advantage. Still 20 seconds left on that timer. Baron down to half right now. Diamond trying to get that damage from over the wall, but not really going to commit to it. The trigger will be pulled soon. They do not have the vision, so it would be blind, and Blakehurst is going to back away for now.
Sejuani is level 14, Lee Sin is level 13. They cannot afford to go for this because it's not a 50-50. It's in favor of Sejuani. Her smite does more damage. So you can't actually allow that to happen. Yes, Lee Sin has an execute, but you need to either ensure Sejuani is not getting in that pit or time that execute with the Lee Sin perfectly, and that is near impossible to do. So I like the fact that Blakehurst are backing away. You cannot be starting this Baron if BN Sejuani is alive. I don't think there's any way you can go around that other than killing Sejuani, but that's a tough order. Warmog, Cinderhold, Locket, and a nice Val in her back pocket to keep the woman on a boar alive.
When we were talking about inevitabilities before, it was Sejuani who we were talking about. Sejuani is an inevitability. She is going to get to a stage where in order to kill her, you need to put so much into her or find her so isolated that you're willing to spend 20 seconds just autoing the pig, in this case, to death.
At least it is not a stone plate Sejuani, because that is a good 30 seconds you need to kill a stone plate Sejuani.
That could be coming up.
Oh, God.
We see the Aegis. Does it?
No, that's more than likely going to go into a Zeke's Convergence, I think it's called. So again, more support being thrown onto the likes of the Guppy or the likes of LCD to ensure they are ready to rumble for the fight.
I got Aegis and Stopwatch confused. Out of all the items to get confused, I got Aegis the giant glowing golden shield, and stopwatch, the item that turns you to a giant glowing shield. So, you know, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's not that far-fetched, but we do get be worse.
Well, Rangitoto taking the game a little bit slower now. Again, this is their style. This is their win condition. To take the game slow, to take the game smart. Guppy's on the bottom side of the map with teleport. They're looking at another Baron starter, but they need to be careful. They did do their due diligence. They pushed in the mid-wave. They rotated up to clear vision. They're going to rotate back to the mid-wave. They're going to push it out again. They're going to rotate to Baron, make sure there's no vision. And then they're going to start pushing into the blue side jungle. If you can secure that there is no vision around the blue buff, then you can start to potentially look at grabbing yourself that objective, of course. And this is the end. We talked about this in the last game. There are steps you must take to win the Baron dance.
And this is it.
I think this is a bit ambitious though. Rangitoto, they need to be careful. Guppy has Knight on the bottom side of the map though.
They don't have Knight. They don't have Knight. So numbers advantage in theory is for Rangitoto. Baron already down in half. If you're Blakers, you have to be careful. Here comes the launch chapter. It's going to block that heroic engine, and they're turning it around. That's a dead Aatrox, and all of a sudden Blakers are looking to win this fight. But here comes BN. He's running straight to the middle, but he gets cut down as well. Lanky on the backside does find one before he falls, and all of a sudden it's all up to this volley. DK gets one. He gets two. He might get Slogdog as well. And in the being four, it is that Lucian who stands tall.
LCDDK, the last man standing in the team fight, is a monster on this Lucian. Of course, yes, Lemon Lord's in his back pocket, but Lemon Lord's just sitting there as a spectator at this point. One thing you have to keep track of is Garpy teleported into the fight. Knight on the Olaf ran him down. Garpy teleported into the fight with no HP, flashed over the wall, and then got cut down.
That was one of the craziest fights I have seen. Talk about putting the team on your back. LCDDK coming up huge and saving what looked to be Blakers about to punch their way back in this. Unfortunately, though, yeah, they get a mid-tower, but they can't get that Baron, so guess what? Everyone's going to come back onto the rift, and we're going to have yet another Baron dance. And with that, teleports are now going to be available for Blakers.
Exactly. You have to look at the teleport availability. Linky will have teleport, but the issue is you don't exactly want the Galio away from the fight. You need that heroic entrance. So the side lane game is really going to be in favor of Rangitoto, partly because you look at teleport availability for Diamond, but that doesn't matter. According to Blakers, they're going right for the Baron. They need to be careful.
Oh my gosh, they might get a pick.
Level down.
They might actually get the pick. Meanwhile, down below right there, you can see Guapi is trying to force his way in. It doesn't matter. Blakers has the Baron, but can they get out alive? Lost Chapter going straight to the middle. It's going to root nearly the entire team. Calling with that balls is not enough to bring anyone down. The front row line from Blakers is holding strong, or are they? Look at LTDDK. This Lucian is untouched, and he's getting so much work done. Linky trying to do what he can with that AV, but it doesn't matter because up above, that is Diamond running rampant. That is an ace. Baron doesn't matter. Rangitoto, they're looking at inhibitors.
LCDDK was left alone in the team fights, and then on the other side, Maple was in so much trouble. Diamond spent the entire team fight harassing Maple Zaya. No one came to help him.
And these death timers are long. These death timers are very, very long. Rangitoto, they might try to aim. They might be trying to take us to a game 5. 20 seconds. That is going to do it. We are going to be seeing game 5 here at the Melbourne Arena.
That is going to be it. Rangitoto, a dominant game win with Blakehurst. Fought back tooth and nail game 2 and 3, but Rangitoto not willing to give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go to a game 5 for the grand final.
This is what you want from Meta High School. This is what we wanted from the OPL yesterday. That was a spoiler. That was the opening act for the chaos that we are seeing here.
Oh, I cannot believe we're getting to a game. Again, we've said this over and over. We expected Rangitoto a 3-0. Blakehurst came out swinging game 2 and 3, but Rangitoto, again, it's control. It is control versus chaos. If Rangitoto keep control over the series, they're in a fantastic position. But if Blakehurst can descend the series into chaos, if they can bring it down to their level and beat them with experience, then Blakehurst will take it, and we will see a new king upon the throne that is the Meta Grand Finalist champion.
And what more could you ask for a grand champion type showdown? This has been fantastic so far, and it really feels like it could go either way. Every single one of these team fights have been like knife's edge. Every single one of these games has been back and forth chaos. It's just been phenomenal right here. And Rangitoto, yes, they're back in the driver's seat. The momentum is back in their favor. And I'm looking at players like Diamond and the impact he has had compared to when he's on the Rift and when he was subbed out. And I'm thinking, you know what? That actually will probably be the difference that lets Rangitoto take this home.
Exactly. I think you need to keep Diamond in on this series. Yep. He has done an amazing job on that Aatrox. I mean, again, in that last team fight, Maple couldn't do anything. He was stuck there because Aatrox spent his entire time wailing away on him. He couldn't really cut out the fight. He couldn't get his feathers in a good position to pull them back. And LCDDK, I mean, I really wanted to give Slogdog an MVP for that game because he played that game brilliantly. But LCDDK, you cannot take away the madness that that man brought to the Rift. But
Yeah. That said, though, there's something about Game 5s that tend to happen, and I hope it will happen here, and that is a specific song by the name of Silver Scrapes. I don't have control over the music that's going to be played during this break, but we will be going for a 5-minute break because I believe we need to mentally prepare. The players need to mentally prepare, and I'm hoping all of you audience after what we just saw need to mentally prepare as well. So in 5 minutes times, we will be back for Game 5, the grand final, the last League of Legends game played here at MEO, and it's for everything. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, the JB Hi-Fi Game On Zone will be closing at 5 o'clock. That is in just over 30 minutes. However, you can hang around to check out all of the action on the Melbourne Arena stage. However, all of the exhibitors will be shutting down at 5 o'clock. Make sure you check out all of the things they have to offer before we hit that time. And don't forget, there is still a whole lot of esports action taking place in Rod Laver and Margaret Court arenas. Again, guys, 5 o'clock, the JB Hi-Fi Game On Zone will be shutting. You can check out all of the stuff still happening here on the Melbourne Arena stage.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 5 of the Grand Final. We can hear the hype here at Melbourne Arena at MEO. We have had one hell of a series on our hands here, and we are so happy that Game 5, we will crown the kings very shortly. I could not be more excited for this.
Yeah, no, I am, like, obviously, I'm shaking excited. 5 games. Nowhere was I predicting this to actually come through. I was thinking on paper, yeah, we'll be lucky if we get 4. Like, maybe Blakers can pull off some crazy upset. Well, it turns out they can pull off a lot of crazy things, including Silver Scrapes here at the Melbourne Arena. Has that been the first time that song has been played in this building?
I'm going to assume yes. I don't see why else they would, as we will be getting into Game 5 pick and bans. So, of course, crowd, I do want to hear it from you when we're getting through this. Blakehurst and Rangitoto, the final time we will see this on the stage. And unsurprisingly, Aurelia Akali, goodbye.
Yeah, no, sorry, Guapi. Even in Game 5, when everything's on the line, you're still not going to be getting your Akali in this one. It was too traumatizing after Game 1, but this is it. Like, this is literally it. Game 5 of a year-long tournament, all coming, like, to fruition today. Like, this is started at the start of OPL Season 1.
Yep.
All right, it's like Spring Split. That is when this started. So this is twice as long as anything that those professional players have done. No, the real professionals are these high school kids because they're balancing this league play with their high school studies, and now they're playing on this stage. One more game to decide it all. I always like to talk about comfort versus meta. At this stage, throw meta out the window, 100% comfort, because this is your do-or-die game.
Rakan is not banned coming into game number 5, and I see no reason why they shouldn't grab themselves a champion. Lee Sin is available. Or Blakehurst, they might introduce Aatrox to themselves. The first time they'll grab this champion in this series. Denying Diamond. So what's Diamond going to play?
Yeah,
he only plays Aatrox.
Yeah, what is Diamond going to play? If you're not going to throw a ban towards him, you need to get him off this Aatrox somehow. They're going to pick it away. But I'm now looking at Blakers. Who do you trust to put on this Aatrox? Because I'm a little worried that that's actually going to go to Slugdog in the top lane. I think they might be taking him out of the jungle, and he's been so strong as a jungler for this team in those past 2 games.
I think you keep Slugdog on jungle. You give him, if you're giving your team an early game aggressive jungler, like the Lee Sin, like we've seen over the last couple games, where you've netted your big wins, 100% give it to Slugdog, put Dio. Never mind, Slugdog has his Swain. There is no doubt in my mind who's getting that one.
Okay, so this is actually getting very interesting for me because, first of all, I don't think I've ever done a picks and bans where I not only have to guess where this champion is going to go, but also who's playing and in what lane. Like, normally we get given some of the puzzle pieces and it makes it easier. For this, like for Blakers, it's literally just like, we're going to spin the wheel and see who goes where on what. I am assuming Slugdog will be on the Swain. Will he be taking it bot lane again? Maybe not, because we're seeing Xayah locked in, so he's probably going to be taking it mid. On the opposite side, however, we are seeing a return of the Yuumi Lucian. So this was super good for LCCDK and Lemon Lord in that past game. They're getting what they want back. Not to mention Karma, it is a good pick for Rangitoto. It's something they prioritize. I'm assuming this time it's going to be taken by Diamond this time around, who might have a better performance, unfortunately, than what the sub had. So both these teams, I feel like they're very happy with what they're getting locked in.
Indeed, but I don't think they're going to be too happy with the Gangplank ban. Guppy is now going to have to pull out another champion. I doubt he will get access to his Rise. More than likely, Blakehurst has shown a consistent method of, get rid of the Rise every single time in second ban phase, so that's not going to get through. But what I like is this one, where is it? Right here. The Rakan ban. It's kind of, I think it may be a bait in a way. You've locked in the Xayah. You have a good feeling going on Rakan. Morgana is also going to get hit by that one. So who is the support? A is the first question, and B, what are they going to get putting onto his, once again, Rise. I mean, we're kind of unsurprised by that one. Guppy loves his Rise.
Yeah, no, Rise, Akali, Silas just not getting through. And apparently neither is Kaisa either. Haven't seen too much of that today, although it did get through once. I'm curious where Rangitoto is going to look more now for their soul lanes and more importantly for their jungle.
Ooh.
BN has been fantastic on this tanks, but we're going to see the Vlad locked in and all of a sudden, okay, so
that's for Guppy.
That's going to be for Guppy in the mid lane. That is going to be a Karma top lane, I'm assuming on Diamond. all about that counter pick jungle. And Sejuani is still available. I feel as if Blakehurst has to take that away.
Yeah, but I don't think they will is the thing. I think they might be fine letting BN take a Sejuani this game if they get a strong jungler themselves. And that all depends on what kind of League of Legends do they want to play. They want to play a fun kind. Echo is coming to the Rift. Now, okay, so this is likely going to be, this is my best guess, as they'll steal Sejuani for their jungler. It's going to be Slogdog on the bottom lane with the Swain.
Yep, with Linky on the Xayah.
Oh god, I've got no. Oh god, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
What are they doing? Who's the? It's Sejuani support.
Can I rewind?
It's Sejuani support.
No. I think that's a Sejuani jungle. I want to rewind all the way back to game number 1. That Swain's gonna be going support.
Shush. Shut your mouth is what I'm going to say to that one, as we do see the final lock-in going to be the secondary AD carry coming out of the Kindred. This does mean a lack of a tank effectively coming out of Ranky Toto, although they do have the Lamb's Respite, they do have the shielding of the Karma, and of course Vladimir is a discount tank on his own right because of the amount of healthy builds, so it can work. You just need to play around the Lamb's Respite quite well.
Yeah, definitely Lamb's Respite is going to be quite important, especially with that mid game. If you can help further keep, these engages and these skirmishes alive. I mean, Lamb's Respite is one of the best ultimates used for turning fights around, sort of winning these skirmishes. Something that you definitely want to do with the Lucian Yuumi bot lane if you can get them out of that bot lane and start trying to pick some fights, or even maybe down in that bot lane as well, into the Xayah support Swain. And I think that that's actually a lot of kill potential that could be coming out of Rangitoto. On the same side though, I love what Blakehurst should be able to do on the top lane. Maple's positioning, yes, does need to be on point, but he will have help in the forms of Dio. Sejuani Aatrox, one of the deadliest, jungle solo lane duos out there.
Yeah.
Again, I'm looking at Diamond. I want to shut that Karma down. Obviously, Guapi on the Vlad is a lot tougher challenge, but if you can stick on him, even with a Sejuani, that could be a kill potential as well. And we're going back to sort of the opposite, I feel, is what these teams like to do. We're seeing Blakehurst, the team who I kind of felt like was more bot lane focused. They've kind of switched it around and they've gone to more top and solo lane focus as this series has progressed. Whereas Rangitoto, they started off the solo lane focus team. Well, now they're going to be putting more of their attention down on the bot lane. So this is how best of 5 series adapt. This is how they progress. And this is where they accumulate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon to be getting on the Rift, and it's going to be a real blast for this one.
Oh, yes, it is. Rangitoto and Blakehurst High School, coming on to Summoner's Rift for the grand final, Game 5. Do or die. And with so much on the line, I think it's only fair before we get into the laning phase, into all the shenanigans, to hear one last time, nice and loud. We know this crowd can be loud. We've heard it many times. One final cheer for both of these teams. Game 5, do or die. Rangitoto and Blakehurst. There's the shouting we love to hear. Live audiences are amazing, and we'll see how can these two teams perform for our lovely audience members today.
Yeah, well, we've already performed in a manner that I don't think, your average League of Legends player would ever see coming down, and that's not to say they are playing poorly or that they are memeing or that it is Clown Fiesta. It has just been high impact, high adrenaline. I don't actually know how my voice is still in peace. I assure you, it is on strings right now because, fun fact, I still was coming into this with laryngitis. I was coughing up blood a couple days ago. I imagine I'm going to be coughing up blood in a couple minutes as well after this game ends.
Try and keep it in one piece, my friend, as we will be getting into the early game shenanigans. Both junglers will be kicking it off with their red buffs. Now, last game we saw some fun of the game shenanigans coming out of Slogdog's Lee Sin. Are we going to get something like that out of Dio in the jungle, who's now returned? Or are we going to get more of a standardized step, given it's the Kindred who wants to be a bit aggressive versus the Sejuani who loves to sit back, loves to farm it up, and become that inevitable front line that we all hate to verse?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens, especially when we start taking a look at where those marks for BN are going to start appearing, where he's going to look to engage and really try and harass Dio within his own jungle. What fight can he pick? And a lot of that has to be enabled by the mid laners, and that's something that has me worried about Rangitoto. I worry about Vlad into Echo. I feel like Knight should be able to get a lot of mid lane priority, which makes a lot of BN's sort of ability to invade and get those marks a lot more difficult as this game progresses. As a result, I want to see BN actually work to hit sort of the champion mark, be the aggressive kind of Kindred, the one who gets killed, as opposed to being that annoying invading Kindred, and maybe that is how this Kindred could get accelerated. That said, though, if you don't harass this Dio and he is able to sort of farm safely and become this unkillable tank, there's not a lot of answers coming out of Rangitoto as we get into this late game.
Exactly, but before we get into late game, early game must be played, and the marks is something we're discussing quite a bit. First mark spawns on the Scuttle Crab, 315. Both junglers right now are on the bottom side. Dio actually recalling quite early after clearing his bottom side, so he's going to go top side, which does mean that in theory, BN should have access to the bottom scuttle, but does the bottom scuttle have the mark? He's actually doing a really smart thing here. He's hanging around mid lane, he's waiting. He's taking the wolf camp, and he's sort of waiting around to see where it is. He is sort of leaning more towards the bottom side, as you can see on the minimap. The mark will spawn, and it's on the top side, but Dio is the bottom side. A lot of skirmishing, but nothing too much yet.
I was going to say, he's really got to hope for that mark to appear on the bot side, because that is where their lane priority actually is. That is the bot lane, as you can see on the screen right now, actually shoving in and giving Blakehurst a suffer time. So he has support. That's it, the Blakehurst.
LCD exhausted down, flash out as well. Linky's going to be careful. Ignite is dropped. LCD is forced to back away. Both summoners down. In fact, the only summoner available is there as BN arrives on the bottom side. Can they get the first blood kill? Swogdog appears to be the target. Is there enough damage? It doesn't look like what Maro's doing. Linky goes down. First blood coming in for life. Teleport going in the backside though. And this could be a disaster. Knight will grab one. BN is in so much trouble. He's going to fall. A double kill for the assassin of Night.
We're not done yet though, because here comes Guapi.
Guapi not letting to let this opportunity go. He has Lemon Lord in his back pocket. Swogdog has no mana. Force to flash out of Night. They will back away, but Blakehurst come out 2 kills to 1.
Fantastic teleport from Knight in that situation. He knows there's nothing Guapi can do to stop it, so he just steps back, teleports down to that bot lane, and gets 2 kills for himself. And I was talking about before how like this mid lane priority should be going towards the Echo. Well, congratulations, Echo. Usually he hits that level 2, level 3 power spike, the kill potential comes through. If you can't get it in mid lane, why not get down bot? 2 kills, and all of a sudden this Echo is going to accelerate. He's going to start looking to roam. He's going to be shoving in, and this is Blakehurst off to, yet again, a fantastic start. But what we saw last game, they had a great start. It kind of fell apart on them. They lost their composure. They started going too deep, and it's Knight who was going deep, but they want more up top.
Dio comes in onto Diamond, but Megan was a bit too far away. Luckily, there is the CC coming in for the permafrost. They get the chains, force the flash, but turn around, BN has arrived. Can you fight him? It doesn't look like Maple's on the hook line. Dio will fall, and Maple forced to watch as his jungler dies in front of him.
Okay, good news for Rangitoto. We got a kill. We tied the kill score back up. The bad news, BN didn't get his mark. The mark was on Maple. Yeah. It wasn't on Rio. And like normally for Kindred, you always put it on your opposing jungler, and that's kind of why. Obviously, that bad news isn't that bad. Marks, believe it or not, aren't the be-all, end-all for Kindred. She's actually still fantastic with kills, so still a great situation for BN. I'm not going to act like, oh, everything's awful. But, you know, maybe a little bit of missed opportunity. Either way, though, the score's even backed up. And for that kill to go down, actually, kind of more towards the top side in order for Diamond to get a little bit of that acceleration. Already, you can see, look at this top lane CS differential. Diamond has a solid 15 CS lead over an Aatrox. And even in mid lane, where yes, Knight is up, you know, 2 kills, he's also down nearly 50 CS. And all of a sudden, like, yeah, Blakehurst, they were looking really good, but when you look at the larger picture, you have to look at, you know, I guess chaos and skirmishing and fighting versus control versus laning. And this is something you're emphasizing in game number 2. Rangitoto, one of those teams that they actually can lane quite well. They can play a controlled team fight. They can do smarter decision making, whereas Blakehurst, they're trying to fight you. They're trying to outskill you. They're trying to outnumber you and Wolfpack on top of you. But if you're not getting the farm, if you're not playing that smart game, and you're not able to sort of Wolfpack enough early, you're going to fall behind and fall behind quite quickly. Already, they are 1K down in this one, and if these lanes continue into this fashion, they're going to fall themselves falling further and further back.
And this is where we look down, again, that style of chaos versus control. Look at the CS numbers, as you've made a very good point of saying, the only lane that is even is the bottom lane right now. And that's because the bottom lanes haven't really done a whole lot of roaming. They're sort of hanging around, doing a CS. Yes, 10 CS to Lucian, but Lucian's an early game champion. You can kind of expect the priority to go to him.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, yeah, bot lane's kind of even, but bot lane's also exactly what I would expect, you know, with a Lucian Yumi kind of having a small advantage, and one that's only going to get worse as more items get completed. So I feel as if Blakehurst right now, they need to continue being aggressive and actually almost forcing some of these skirmishes, especially if they're going to start getting invaded like this. Like, they cannot afford to let this happen.
Yeah, but the punishment of that invade, Yumi decides to roam around. LCDDK can't go anywhere near the minion wave as a result. Really good job from Blakehurst here to punish the roam out of the Yumi, but they may get punished back. We can see in the minimap there is some visits. They were on a control ward, however, so I don't know how successful that is going to be of a gank. Meanwhile, on the top side, we do get a bit of shenanigans, and Guppy getting low, but Maple
Maple's in
actually,
trouble.
Diamond is quite healthy. Maple needs to be careful. He will be forced to back away, and I mean, the top side, I mean, it's an Aatrox versus the Karma. It's not exactly a fun lane for League of Legends.
No, it's not. And this is why at the start of the game I was saying I really want to see Rio, the Sejuani really put more pressure on that top lane. Work with the Aatrox and try and get that kill pressure down, because otherwise you're going to get harassed like this. And Diamond, yeah, Karmas can be hard to bring down, but you're a Sejuani. And as soon as that Glacial Prison becomes available, you have the means to shut her down and actually get in her face. I'm worried if it's not almost too little too late. Like, it's a fantastic start, so things need to turn around on the top half of the map pretty much nowish. That's it as well. Mid lane actually needs a bit of help, because Guapi, he has all of a sudden hit what I'm going to call his OCS form. The way how he is playing this lane right now is actually freaking horrifying. That is near perfect CS, 79. He's going to have 100, it looks like, in under 10 minutes. That is what you want to be a professional level player.
Oh yeah, and Guppy's damn good, and he's playing a champion that, A, it's quite easy to ensure your last hitting with the Tides of Blood, with the suction ability to grab all your CS. He's doing it really, really well, and he roamed. You gotta remember, he did roam at one point as well, so he's done a brilliant job to punish his opposing mid laner right now, significantly down in CS, and the gold value between the two of them will be probably quite in favor of Guppy, I'd feel like, even with 2 kills sitting on the back pocket of the Echo. But again, you've got to look across the entirety of the lane. Top lane, we're having very similar side effects. On the bottom lane, yes, that's the saving grace of Blakehurst, but you need to keep your solo lanes under control at the end of the day, and to do that, we need to see Dio. We need to see him being active, or we can see a fight on the bottom lane as the Kitty Cat is caught out of position. Lemon Lord, you cannot be on your own as Yuumi.
Yeah, and that is just great use of chaining CC, ensuring that this, cute little kitty can't jump back to her humble master, because she just can't move anywhere. More exit lands his fight throw.
Shenanigans coming out, the Hemoplague drop, the Kindred gets out, but isn't the only one. It's Knight going in, force the corner back. That is the Demonic Ascension going forward as well. They are so low, but not going to go down. One more hit maybe, but not enough damage. And now Slog has no mana, forced to back away from the fight. No one dies despite everything that was burned.
Yeah, and like Lakers, they really wanted those kills. And up above, Maple in a bit of trouble. He's turning it back around with the World's Ender. He has help. No, he doesn't have help. That's a bluff.
Yeah, he's backing away. Like, this Aatrox, this is the lane we expect from Aatrox Karma. It is such a hard lane to play properly, and it is so easy for Karma to punish you, especially because look at her inventory. She has the chat. How are you meant to stop that?
You need help. You need help from your jungler, but he's too busy trying to force plays in the mid lane. And when that play doesn't work, when you blow everything and don't get anything, you lose an Infernal Drake as a result. Reng and Toto, they are being quite ruthless actually in this one in how they are playing the map. They're just not letting Blakers, unfortunately, get away with anything.
But they're playing it controlled. They're not diving into fights head first without a little bit of thought put into them. Top lane's going in their favor because they're playing around the cooldowns. They're playing around the fact that no one is coming to the top lane. The bottom lane's been a bit more shenanigan, and in the middle lane, they're playing around the fact that Guppy is near perfect CS, 104 at 11 minutes. That is damn near perfect CSing coming out of this Vladimir right now.
Yeah, this is actually horrifying right now if you are on Blakehurst, because you're thinking, oh no, how are we going to handle Guapi and this Vladimir? What is going to happen as we get to like that 20-minute mark? Because he is just like going to run straight through you. Like, this is Guapi taking it to that next level. This is Guapi taking it to that championships level. As I said, this is OCS Guapi. This is Gravitas Academy Guapi, or rather, this is the new and improved Rangitoto Gravitas Hybrid Monster Man coming from New Zealand.
Whatever it is, he is a man you must fear with this Vladimir play right now. Makes you kind of question, well, why didn't he pull this out earlier, given how dominant he is performing on this champion?
He was banned. That's you want a quick short answer. It was banned.
It was banned. Well, it makes a lot of sense why it was banned upon seeing the devastation that he is pulling out so far in this series. But we'll have to continue this trend. He cannot let this slip. He needs to continue this trend. Trend on the bottom side. Final chapter coming out. Looking out. Both of them. Slog will not connect to the priority target. Slog Dog's in so much trouble. He will get gunned down. And unfortunately for you, Linky, you will fall as well. The flash goes in. No! No way! He turns it around! Are you kidding me? He turns around and he might get the kill until Landlord. No! The feathers come up a bit short, but he turns it around with the flash to pull in the feathers.
That was so beautiful. You hit the nail on the head, and now he has help from Dio coming through. This kitty is not going to get away. An easy kill will be secured by the Sejuani. Yes, they're losing Riptail as a result, but this is the case of Blakehurst. We are going to outstyle you with our mechanics. The Mimo action happening top as well.
Side, Diamond and Knight duking it out, but Knight looks like he's backing away from the fight. He will disengage for now. Mid lane, there's fights all around. Maple should get out about 2 most doubles, but never mind. Guppy has other ideas, showing up with his CS. And of course, kill his back pocket, and a Riptail drop mid.
Yeah, that Riptail is going to come through, and pretty much just in the nick of time as well, because with 1 minute left on that plating, that's even more gold going to be funneled into Guapi, funneled into this Vladimir, who is setting up to be the monster on the Rift. That said, bot lane has rotated towards mid. They might be able to save the tower, at least for now, but 4 platings have fallen.
4 platings have fallen in that middle lane tower, and we've said so many times this series, you break the middle tier 1, you break open the map. And the fact that that turret is almost dead before turret plating fell is not a good start for not a good start for Blakehurst in the middle lane. And I mean, the CS numbers sell that story quite nicely, unfortunately. But to the credit of Knight, he is catching up.
Yes, he is. He is trying to fight his way back in this. What I'm worried about with Knight, though, is are we going to see controlled, calculated, I know my power spikes and I'm going to play smart Knight, or are we going to see the Knight, you know, from game 1 or from our previous game where he's just going to, or even game 3 where he just runs in there and tries to do everything himself and unfortunately falls. He's not playing Olaf again, he's playing Echo. Maybe that escape button of an ulted might be, you know, the intelligent decision, like, when I've gone in too deep, now I can jump out and escape, but only time will tell if that's really what's going to happen.
Time will tell indeed. If it doesn't go his way, it's Echo. He'll change it to make sure it favors him every time, but some shenanigans on the bottom side. Final chapter coming out, forcing a disengage. Final chapter, the Monica Central coming out, but Wogdog is in so much trouble. But oh my god, the feathers again! Linky, how do you land this every single time?
Linky is saying, I see what you're doing in mid lane, Guapi, but I'm bringing it myself down bot, and Guapi's in trouble himself!
Guapi's gonna go down here, and surely he doesn't get out of this one alive. No, he does. He has backup from Diamond, and now force the flash. Chrono breaks back. Knight going in. Can he get the kill? No, he can't.
No! This is what you can't
do! Diamond's head that keeps him in place. They will lose control of the middle lane. Maple will get out with his life. But these teams are pulling no punches. Game 5, bottom side, the fight continues. A double kill, a triple for BN on the Kindred.
And a mid tower falls as well, with fights happening in both lanes, each of them going Rangitoto's way, right when it looked like Blakehurst were punching themselves back into this game. And we were talking about with Knight in particular, and using that chrono break, and being like, okay, he can use that defensively. Yeah, joke's on us. Nah, he's gonna use it to jump in, exactly what we were kind of questioning from before. The opposite of what we wanted to see. It blows up in his face. Down bot as well. BN coming up so clutch with the use of the Lancer's Fight. We mentioned that before. How are they going to turn these skirmishes around? It's going to be through immunity. And my goodness, this team is looking fantastic. Mountain Drake secured. And with that, you know, Rangitoto, they're in control of this championship game.
3,000 gold, 2 dragons, and a turret in their back pocket, giving them the lead in game number 5 of this series. But they need to keep it. If they fall to chaos, if they fall to insanity, then Blakehurst will be happy and waiting to take them out of the game and take their throne, take their crown, and certainly take the beautiful trophy that is hanging out on stage right now.
Yeah, and if you are Blakehurst, you definitely want to try and force it because last not there yet, and here comes that force.
On the bottom side, teleport is coming in. Wogdog is trying to buy as much space as he can. If he disengage, it's going to be forced out as Maple, diving in as much as he can, but it looks like Guppy. What can he do? He does everything his team needs him to. He does fall down, but that's all that matters. His team is there to back him up, and Rangitoto, they go all in on the bottom fight and come out the victors.
Diamond putting the, you know, the cherry on top of that fight with the flash Q, securing that last kill, and they take that fight. And what is Blakehurst fighting without their Glacial Prison, without their Sejuani, their tank, their rock, their front lines? He's up on the opposite of the map pushing.
Split pushing. As a
Why is Sejuani split pushing?
Game 5 insanity. That's the only. That's all I've got for you, unfortunately. Dio,
no.
a little bit caught out. He should be able to get at this one without too much of an issue. The Blade of the Rune King from BN.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Amount of damage, but
He has the
needs
damage.
to be careful. Dio does not want to risk it. I like this idea from Dio. There's no need to take that fight. You don't know if Lamb's Spite is up or not. You don't know the Kindred, who will have more DPS than you over time. There's no point taking that fight. Just back away, take what you can get.
I mean, you can track those ultimates, but if they had been tracking, they would have been aware Lamb's Spite not quite up yet. It would be up now. So there was a small window. It is a smart choice. You don't know where the rest of the team is either. Obviously, you don't want that fight, but yeah, going back to the previous fight that happened down bot, Blakers throws everything down there without the most important member for their team fights, and that is that Sejuani, and you really can't be affording to do that, especially when Knight, yeah, he still has teleport as well. He could have been the one pushing top. Sejuani could have been bot, and maybe that fight goes a bit different. Instead, though, Blakers, they're trying to do this pack of dog mentality where they pile on. Whoever's around, guess what? We're jumping in, and we're getting in that fight. Unfortunately, you still need to be smart about it. You need the right members in the right place.
Exactly, we're seeing shenanigans on top side. We're seeing 4 members of Rangy Toto coming to secure this turret. And Blakehurst very smartly back away, does not want to take an outnumbered fight. I think all it's going to take is 1 or 2 really good team fights from Rangy Toto to take this game. Final chance, they're coming out, they caught Slogdog, they're going in about the
Four-man Hemo Blake.
Orby is running a rampage over Blake Hill. A double kill for the Hemo Master of Vladimir. And that is the opening that Rangy Toto were gunning for. Bottom side, however, we see Diamond trading out against Knight. Knight is taking the worst end of that trade and will force to back away, let Diamond escape with his life.
Yeah, that was a fantastic fight right there for Rangy Toto. Once again, Guapi coming up huge. The 4-man Hego play just doing so much damage.
Linky.
Shutdown off stage. That is Linky. Hey, Linky Zaya, game 3, carried this team. So I am not writing Blakehurst out yet. The positioning and the mechanics, we've seen it twice already today. We're on Sliver of Health, gets that clutch route with the feathers and turns these fights around. Blakehurst, they need to protect this Zaya. They need to get her energized and play around her. Otherwise, Rangy Toto, they are going to run this game over.
But Blakehurst have done that in the past. They've played around keeping the Zaya alive. They can do it again, but they need to. As you said, if they don't, I don't know how they're going to recover in this game. The Chaos style that we know them for, the Chaos style that has represented them in this best of 5 series is not showing its head in game number 5. There's a little bit, but it's not enough. It's not enough for them to be like, this is our game, this is our conquest. They're going to have to dance to the beat of Rangy Toto, and I'm really worried that they brought the wrong size shoes to this dance.
Yeah, I'm worried as well, and if I'm looking at anything that's like kind of not panning out like the way I'm sure Blakehurst were hoping for, it is Slogdog on this Swain. Obviously, this was a top priority pick for him. It's the second time we've seen him taken in his bot lane, and it just hasn't had that effect. In game 1, it was a big lackluster. Yes, it had more of an impact then, but it didn't carry over to late game. And now here in game 5, it isn't even having that impact that it had in game 1.
Look at the build. He's not going for his traditional AP Swain we've seen throughout this entire series. He's going for full-on support Swain. And I think to a degree, as much as I don't like it because I love seeing his Swain, it works. This is not the Slogdog show for game 5. This is the Linky show for game number 5. And kudos to Slogdog for taking a step back and saying, okay, it's not my show, it's someone else's show. But they're catching him out, can they get LCD? No, they can't. The Elson is alive, and that is a disaster for Blakehurst.
They're turning it.
Can they get it around? Lamb's Spite has fought enough time. Can they get the committal to the rest of the team? PN goes down. 1-for-1 trade so far. Rangy Toto, Garpy has arrived, and Garpy is here for the dance, ladies and gentlemen. He does a rinse, he does a repeat, he gets the quadra kill up against Blakehurst in the ace for Rangy Toto.
That ace is huge because not only is Baron now on the map, those are exposed towers as well, and those death timers are long enough with that wave. They are going to be doing so much damage off the backhand of that. Once again, Guapi on this Vladimir, nailing the perfect Hemo flank, this time off of that flank, akin to what we saw from Blakehurst out of game 3. It's now Rangy Toto saying, yeah, we can do that too. We can do that better with higher space, and they have just blown the base of Blakehurst wide open.
Blakehurst, the fight started super well for them. They committed all in, but the Lamb's Spite bought so much time. Garpy came from bottom to top.
Yep.
Like he did all the time in the world. And then when Garpy arrives in the fight, that is all she wrote in that novel.
Not to mention, you know, Lemon Lord with that lost chapter, it did connect with 3 members. It held the front line in place, which enabled the Lambs' fight to go down and be positioned in such a way that it hit every member of Rangitoto. They are playing around their team comp so precisely. It's fantastic. And their prize, they blow the base open. They get a Mountain Drake on the way out. That's going to be their second of the match because, you know, if there's anything that MEO has taught me today, it's that, guess what? Mountain Drake is the new theme. I'm throwing away the Cloud Drake curse. It's all about Mountain Drake today. And with that, Baron pressure has just been increased tenfold. Now Rangitoto, they can afford to actually slow the pace down a bit. They can set up properly for this Baron. They can establish that deep vision. But have to be careful. Glacial Prison, that can turn a fight, and you never want to walk into a death push with this as one.
They need to take it slow, but remember, they're 10,000 gold now in the lead. They've got such momentum riding into game number 5. They are sick of the abuse. They are sick of everything going against them. The game's going in. Glacial Prison is not connected. The final chapter. Buying time. Where is the hero fight? Oh, so ready. David's gone. He's gone. This is a disaster. Can they keep the damage out? Where is LBDK? He's on the back line. But there's not enough damage coming out of Rangitoto. They lose Scarpy and they lose the fight.
That was such a good turnaround. Yes, Lakers is only able to get 2 members and they pull one, but here comes LCD!
Done with the heart, but Dio arrives to buy time. Diamond keeping him up, but LCD guns down 1. Knight lives with a sliver of HP. Dio falls on the far side, but he's not on camera. He'll make it out. He'll respawn.
That's inhibitor.
Rangitoto will secure themselves the first inhibitor of Game 5 of this series.
Rangitoto, again, I said this earlier, they're just not letting Blakehurst get away with anything. You give them an inch, Rangitoto is going to take that mile. The base is blown open, and they might even want more. You have Diamond rotating up to try and escort the rest of the team away, but my goodness, Blakehurst, they won the skirmish. They didn't need to keep pushing forward because they had no vision on LCDDK, and with Lemon Lord, they can just run straight through and blow the entirety of Blakehurst up. As you saw, the mobility, the damage coming out of this Rangitoto squad. This Lucian is 2.5 completed items. He is at his peak performance right now, and if you don't know where he is, you cannot afford to skirmish and fight like that.
And Rangitoto, they lost Scarpy so early on into the fight, and I thought Scarpy goes down. What damage did they got to follow it up? The disengage happened, but then Blakehurst, they hang around. They keep hanging around, and then LCD is like, hey, I got a Yuumi. Yuumi's healed me up. I got a Blade of the Rune King, and I am ready to tango. Dives himself in, grabs the kill, gets what looked like an initial fight that went great for Blakehurst, back in Rangitoto's favor.
And you know what scares me about this Rangitoto squad? They actually are going to get harder and harder to kill as none other than Diamond gets bigger than bigger. These Mantra Shields are going to be huge. Not to mention the Lamb's Respite. Not to mention the Yuumi. How do you take anyone down? So the fact that Blakehurst was even able to take down Robbie was a miracle, but they spent so much that like they couldn't turn it around. And now Baron's in sight. How will Blakehurst respond?
I don't think they can. Knight on the opposite side of the map. Glacial Prison's not available. Baron is gone. And Rangitoto, the hunt is never over. Swamp Dog walks way too far forward. He falls down. And with Baron buff in Rangitoto's corner, Blakehurst, they need to pull off one hell of an engage.
Yeah, this is now the epitome of clutch time for Blakehurst. You are down Baron, an inhibitor is gone. What can you do? You don't even have Glacial Prison. Rangitoto, they are in position to walk straight into the space and potentially end this game, potentially take the series, but the damage is going on LBDK!
But Scarpy is still alive. The team will have to work around the Vladimir. Can they? They're dancing over the wall for right now. They will disengage. Oh, Maple dancing with fire at that one, but they do back away for now. But Rangitoto, just take a step back. Chill out. You are 10,000 gold ahead. Your opponents, you can run down Knight, you can run down whoever, but play it smart. Knight has to dive into his own backline, and that is good night, Princess. He's going to fall down for the 4th time in this final game. And Rangitoto looking back away. Final chapter will buy a little bit of space. Scarpy is there. Can he get the damage out?
Oh my god,
BN is doing so much as well. He's been playing on multiple members, but Lamb's Respite keeps. They're lucky alive. Is the Zion? No, Zion's gone. And that will be the game. That will be the series as Scarpy dies in the Nexus turrets of all things. But
that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
BN, he is the last person. No. I think Dio might be able to hold it. No, actually, I don't think. Can Dio hold this?
Can Dio hold against 280 carries? That is the question right now. The pressure's being thrown down, but that's just Sejuani has full health.
Sejuani is tanky, but is it enough? The Nexus turrets are under fire. He's trying to hold on as best, but he hasn't got damage. He hasn't got range.
He has backup.
Yen has retreated, and Blakehurst survived to fight another fight.
Oh boy, all right. The clenching is real for Blakers, but they survived what looked to be the end of the game. How they did that? Well, again, it was layered CC. It was cases of Rangitoto stepping too far forward, and all started with LC's DDK. He stepped into the range of Linky, and guess what? This Linky Zaya, even with the back against the wall, is still quite dangerous. In fact, you know, that's when most animals are most dangerous, and there's a lot of bird in Zaya as a character, so I guess that's an animal. I guess that counts. Back against the wall, they bite back, and they bit back hard enough so that, unfortunately, Rangitoto couldn't take down that Nexus. But Blakehurst, they are still in a dire strait right now. It's their last breath, and they're against 2 Infernals, 2 Mountain Drakes, potentially another Baron as well that I have no idea how they step up to contest. This is the toughie.
It's a situation where Blakehurst, they cannot fight until it is the last possible second to commit to the fight. If they fight early, they're gonna go down, but they have to find the opening. This is not the opening, Maple. You cannot be that far forward.
You need Linky.
You need Link, you need Knight, you need Linky. They're finally rotating to the bottom. And this may be our final fight, ladies and gentlemen. Can they get the engaged? Knight is tight. Linky is in position. He's not hurt just yet. Guppy is trying to get up to the back line, but it's not enough.
Linky
the
is hard.
is holding, and Linky might be able to do it. Guppy uses his stopwatch to buy time, but he'll go down as well. And it might be enough. Like,
They got him! They got Linky!
They got Linky down. There's no one surviving. The 2 top laners are King and Diamond. The last man standing gets the kill. But
He can end! He's going to try to solo end this game. The super minions are in the base!
There's 20 seconds on Slump. It's not going to be there in time. And Rangitoto, the best of 5 series, they will come out kings. They struggled in game 2 and 3, but at the end of the day, the former champions reclaimed their title. Oh, what? Seriously? No. Wait, what?
He's failing! He's failing! He's not
No
gonna
way.
take it now! The respawn timers come out, and just when you think it's all over, Blakehurst still has a pulse! The damage from the Karma was not there! I thought it was done! I'm sure the crowd thought it was done!
I was giving their eulogy!
How in the world does this team keep surviving? Blakehurst, the team of 9 lives, even when aced, the pulse still beats, and really, that team fight, let's break that down. Yes, in the end, Linky did fall, but he did so much work before people even got to him at that stage. He was pushing back, he was getting the clutch roots, and really, it was so hard for Rangitoto to actually find him.
Oh, St. coming up as the BN is going to go down. And remember, Blakehurst is 10,000 gold down, and they refuse to give up. They have to go for another fight. Guppy is in position. Where is the rest of the team? Linky needs to get his damage out. BN falls. Looks like Linky's down. And this might be it. Rangitoto running right through Blakehurst. And that is going to be it. There is no surviving this one, Blakehurst, I'm afraid. Rangitoto will take their throne, will take their trophy for the grand final of Meta here at MEO. Congratulations for a hard-fought best-of-5 series.
Rangitoto, the first ever back-to-back champions, the only champions really for this Meta League, and they are able to do it. And so a big congratulations to them. Give it up for your champions, Rangitoto. Let's hear it for
Nice
them.
and loud crowd, one more time for one hell of a series. Both teams put forward in front of you today.
Yeah, and it really has been an amazing journey for this team to not only do it 1 year, but then to come back for a 2nd year and take that title again. Yeah, there were some returning students, but with 3 new students as well, to maintain that same high level of caliber and take a 2nd tournament is absolutely phenomenal for the squad and speaks volumes for this high school, this program, how much they've embraced esports, how much they are recognizing that this is a future. This is a future career for some of these students, future players. We already seen, Guapi saying it to death. Gravitas Academy, Guapi, he is finding that career, and it's events like these that highlight that. And there is no better high school at League of Legends in the Oceanic region than Rangitoto.
They took the throne. They will take themselves their 2nd victory here at Meta. And after a series like that, some teams you think to yourself, they didn't have to go through, a massive tournament. They had a 3-0 series. It's not a grand final. That was a grand final and a half right there, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to be it from myself, Midnight, and of course, Formal for now. We are going to be throwing it over to Viella to have a quick talk with the players after, again, one hell of a series.
All right, so we do have our existing reigning champions again, Rangitoto College, all the way from New Zealand as well. You guys have been playing so well and brought it all the way back to Game 5, and it was looking a little grim, but you guys were able to pull it through. How did you guys feel after that win?
Pretty good. Honestly, it was harder than I expected, but I'm glad that we pulled it off.
Yeah, and of course, you were talking earlier how you were really new to this team and you felt like you were really nervous, and now you're able to get a win for them. How does that make you feel being a part of this altogether?
It feels pretty good. Yeah. There's nothing else to say, actually. It was pretty easy.
It's like he thought he played bad for one game and then just get subbed and chill for a bit and come back stronger.
Of course, and of course, you guys as well, definitely feeling as though you've been able to accomplish something yet again, especially for your country, and how esports is coming up as a whole in Australia and now New Zealand for you guys as well. We're going to be expecting you guys next year, hopefully?
Yeah, I'm coming back next year. Most of our team is actually still here next year.
Yeah, that's really exciting as well. And to your parents and your friends, do you have anything that you want to be able to say to them that are still here with you?
Shout out to my friends in Discord. Shout out to the people cheering me in Twitch chat. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for participating in our Meta Grand Final Championships for League of Legends. Give it up for Rangitoto College, all the way from New Zealand once more. All right, we will be closing up and heading it back over to the casters if they want to do a post-game analysis. Thank you guys again, and of course to Melbourne Esports Open for allowing us to have the opportunity to host this event here yet again. Thank you guys all. My name is Viella. Have a great night.